Yeah. All right, so at this time I am going to ask the prosecution to please provide on the record an outline of the agreement that this witness has made with the state.
I may approach the witnesses briefly.
Has this been marked as identification? Okay.
Jack, showing you what's marked as Exhibit 94 for identification. Are you familiar with Exhibit 94? I am. Now, just briefly, Jack, I want to ask you questions about your understanding of this agreement with the state of Connecticut. Is it your understanding that in consideration for your testimony today and the cooperation during the investigative phase of this case, as well as any testimony today or any investigative grand jury or any other hearing, that the state of Connecticut agrees not to prosecute you for the incidences or any crime or crimes that occurred on May 14th of 2022? Yes. And is it also your understanding that you have to be truthful in your testimony, and if you are not truthful, that you could be prosecuted for any said crimes that occurred on that day? Yes. Is it also your understanding, based on this agreement, that if you commit any further crimes during the pendency of this case, pursuant to this agreement, that you could also be prosecuted for the crimes that may have occurred on May 14th of 2022? Yes. It is your understanding that the agreement extends until the final conclusion of this case, whether that be by plea, trial by jury, or a retrial on direct appeal. Is that your understanding? Yes. And if you break this agreement in any way, that any statements that you gave before, during your testimony, either today or at any other proceeding, could be used against you at a subsequent trial? Yes. Oh, that's right. And with regards to the 4 individuals that were assaulted on May 14th of 2022, is it your understanding that you could have been exposed as a co-conspirator to an excess of 60 years in prison? Yes.
Thank you. All right, Attorney Smith, do you agree that the canvas and the outline adequately and clearly set forth the terms of the agreement that's been marked as an exhibit for identification purposes, and that would be 94?
For the most part, Your Honor, I would just ask that a question be asked as far as he's been questioned about being truthful and who it is that determines the truthfulness. May I inquire?
You can. Yes.
As far as your expectation, your understanding is that in consideration for your testimony, you won't be prosecuted, correct? Right. And it's your understanding that you'll be afforded full immunity from any crimes that could possibly be charged, correct?
From May 14, 2022, correct.
And that you have to testify truthfully, right?
Correct.
And what is your understanding about who is going to determine whether or not you testify truthfully?
Just about what I experienced on May 14, 2022.
I understand, sir. Who is it that determines whether or not you testified truthfully?
I guess myself.
Well, the agreement's between you and the state, correct?
Correct.
Between you and the prosecutor, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that the prosecutor is the person who can determine whether or not to charge you under this, correct? Would you agree then that it's the prosecutor who determines whether or not you testified truthfully?
I guess so.
That's your understanding, right? It's not whether I think you testified truthfully or whether anybody else thinks you testified truthfully, right? You didn't make this between me and you. Okay. So that's your understanding, is that you have to testify truthfully, the prosecutor makes that determination, and if so, you're going to have full immunity. Is that fair to say?
This was my truth. This is what I experienced on May 14th, and what I'm going to say is what happened.
Okay. You understand that this agreement is between you and the state's attorney, right? And that your end of the bargain is that you have to testify truthfully, right?
Truthfully, yeah.
And that the prosecutor determines whether or not he thinks you broke this agreement by testifying truthfully or not truthfully, right?
Yes.
So it's the prosecutor who determines whether or not you've testified truthfully. Is that fair to say? That's what you understand. Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So at this point in time, I am going to just make one more inquiry of Attorney Smith. Once again, is there any vagueness about this agreement that you have any concerns on at this point in time?
Not at this point in time, Your Honor, with the understanding that I'm able to cross-examine him about it when he's on cross-exam.
Certainly both parties are entitled to.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor, there is the ID that.
All right, so in keeping with formality and format, just with respect to the jury and what the jury has seen, I am going to ask the witness to leave the witness box. I'll ask the witness to be formally called for purposes of providing testimony, and we will put the witness under oath. And this is for the purposes of the canvas. So now I'm just going to ask that you exit the courtroom, and then you'll be escorted back in to provide testimony. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. At this time, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Good morning, Jack.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen jury how old you are?
19 years old.
And do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go to school?
University of Tampa.
And what are you studying?
Finance.
And do you know why you're here today?
I do.
And why are you here today?
Testify.
And in relation to what?
The events that occur on May 14th, 2022.
And have we met before in connection to this case?
Yeah.
And can you tell me a little bit about the circumstances surrounding how we initially met?
So I hired my attorney, and he went to the state of Connecticut, and they formed an agreement that I would provide full detail and truth about what happened on that day.
In consideration for your, what's your understanding with that agreement?
That I would not be prosecuted.
And is there any consequences if, based on what you tell us today?
If I were to lie about what happened or get any more criminal charges, that I would be prosecuted or liable for prosecution.
May I approach the witness? Showing you which is the mark of State's Exhibit 94 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State's 94?
I do.
And what is State's 94?
Our agreement.
And is this the agreement that you executed in the presence of your lawyer and your father on November 2nd, 2022? Does this agreement encompass the agreement between you and the state of Connecticut concerning your testimony concerning the events of May 14th, 2022?
Yes.
I would offer this to full exhibit.
No objection, no.
All right, the court will accept in evidence as the full exhibit states 94.
Now, Jack, I want to ask you, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler DaSilva?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
A friend of mine.
And how did you become friends?
St. Joseph football.
And back on May 14th of 2022, how old were you?
16 years old.
And where were you in school?
I was a junior
Where?
at St. Joseph High School.
And did you go to school with Tyler DaSilva?
I did.
And what sports were you playing then?
Football.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
I am.
Does he have a nickname?
You know,
And how are you familiar with him?
he was also a friend of mine.
And did he go to school with you at St. Joseph's High School?
Yeah.
Is he present in the courtroom today?
He was
What is he wearing?
a black suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case.
Court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valley. Thank you.
Now, I want to bring it back to the events of May 14th of 2022. There was a party at Lazy Brook that night. Prior to the party at Lazy Brook, tell us what you were doing.
I was driving to go pick up Leo
And what were you driving?
behind the pilot.
And you said you were going, is this State's Exhibit 30? Is that a picture? What's that a picture of?
Behind the pilot.
Is that the car you were driving on May 14th of 2022? And you say you were going to pick up the defendant? Where were you going to pick him up?
His house.
Where's his house?
Go for it.
And what time of day would you say you were going to pick him up?
Late at night, probably around 9 p.m., 10 p.m.
It was dark already? And when you got to his house, where did you go after that?
I was with the pilot center,
And where does Tyler live?
in Milford, Connecticut as well.
When you picked Tyler up, was there any alcohol in the car?
At that time, it wasn't until we got in the car.
Wasn't until who got in the car? So Tyler brought alcohol in the car? What kind of things did he bring in the car?
We have 2 bottles of vodka.
And when you left Tyler's house, where did you go?
I think we went straight to the party.
The party at Lazy Brook? Do you know whether or not you were invited to that party, you and your friends? And when you got there, around what time of night would you say you got there?
10 p.m., maybe a little bit later.
And when you got there, how many people would you say were at the party?
Probably 40 people, maybe.
And what kinds of things were going on at this party?
Just drinking and cup long, stuff like that.
So when you say drinking alcohol? was alcohol being provided at the house, or was it bring your own alcohol?
Bring your own alcohol.
And when you got to the party, were you drinking?
I was.
Were you drinking prior to getting to the party?
I was.
And when you got to the party, how long were you withdrawn? Did there come a point in time where you were under the impression that you guys had to leave?
We were.
And when you were being told to leave, did you encounter two individuals that you were not familiar with at that party?
I was.
And can you tell us a little bit about how that happened?
So we were under the impression that we'd be able to stay at the party if we removed people who were also uninvited. So when these two individuals came, I didn't know who they were, and we were told to ask them to leave. So we went up to them and we just told them that they weren't welcome there, and they needed to leave.
When you were at the party at Lazy Brook, between the time you got there and the time those people came, how long a period of time was that?
Maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
And when you got there, do you recall what you were wearing that night?
I believe a red sweatshirt.
Do you recall what the defendant was wearing that night?
I believe a jersey.
Show your State's Exhibit 53. Can you identify the people in State's 53?
Okay.
And who's the person on the left in the red sweatshirt?
That's me.
Who's the person on the right?
That's Lito.
And is this what he was wearing on May 14th of 2022?
It is.
I noticed that he's wearing a helmet and a neck pillow. Did he come to Lazy Brook like that?
You know.
Can you tell us the circumstances surrounding how that he came to be wearing those items
I think he just found them maybe in the mudroom or in the garage or something.
and just put them on? Did he put them on almost immediately when he got there?
I wouldn't say so. Maybe 30 minutes, 20 minutes after we got there.
So shortly before the two individuals that were also not invited, at least that you're aware of, arrived at the house? So when you encountered these individuals, tell us about what happened during your interaction. Well, let me withdraw. Did you have an interaction with these two individuals when they came? Tell us about that.
So one of them was holding a case of beer, and we said that he'd be able to stay if we took his beer or if he gave us his beer, and he didn't want to give us his beer. So the conversation started to get a little bit more aggressive, and we moved from the garage to the driveway, and that's when I took his beer from him.
Okay. You took his beer from him? And when you took his beer from him, did the, not what was said, but was there another more interaction between you and the individual you took the beer from? And what was that like?
I think he squared up with me initially, and then I squared up with him.
So you were going to fight for the beer? Is that good, right? And do you recall how the fight started?
I do.
And how did the fight start?
After we squared up with each other, Lito came around and hit him in the back of the head, and then he lunged forward at me.
And how long did the fight last for?
30 seconds.
And you recall when he lunged at you, did you recall what happened after he lunged at you?
I fell to the floor.
And when you fell to the floor, do you recall if anybody else jumped in on the fight at that point in time?
I think Tyler and Lito were helping me out while I was on the floor.
Okay. And how long did the fight last for?
30 seconds.
Jack, have you seen a video of this fight before? So Jack, is there a pointer up there? Can I? Right there. You have your monitor in front of you. I'm going to ask you if you can identify this person in the red. Do you know who that is?
That's me.
The person in the green that appears that you are fighting. Who's that?
That's the Shelton person that I was fighting.
Is that the kid you took the beer from?
Yes.
The kid here with the dark pants, the light blue shirt. Do you know who that is? You can rewind it if you can. Can you rewind it a little bit?
I believe that's Lito.
That's Lito behind the kid from Shelton.
It is.
Can you go a little forward now, please? Keep going. Right there. This person right here with what appears to be a light blue jersey and jeans. Who's that?
It's Tyler.
Do you recall the fight happening that way?
Yeah.
Now, the fight lasted about 30 seconds. You said after the fight broke up, can you tell us what happened after that?
We all got up, and I think Shelton kids went down the driveway, and I caught a ride with him. And everyone from the party started dispersing outside, and the mother of the house kind of shut the party down at that point.
And when the mother shut the party down, where did you, what, if anything, were you guys planning to do at that point?
At that point, just go home. Find somewhere else to go maybe until we got added to the group chat.
You were added to a group chat? Do you know who added you?
I don't know who added me.
What was the name of the group chat, do you recall?
Something along the lines of the basketball team.
And when you got added to this group chat, did you know why you got added to the group chat?
After looking at the text, I did.
And why do you believe you were added to the group chat?
Because kids who were at that party were upset at what happened and wanted to meet somewhere to fight us.
So did you engage anybody in that group chat?
I might have sent a couple texts back
Such as what?
along the lines of that we were going to fight them, or they wanted to fight us while I was in a com or something along the lines of that.
So you were willing to go meet them to fight? And at some point in time after the fight, did you get in your car?
Yeah.
And how long between the time the fight ended and the time you got in your car getting ready to leave? How long was that?
Maybe 5 minutes.
And did anybody else get in the car with you?
Yeah.
Who else got in the car with you?
It was Dimitri, Keenan, Will, Tyler, Lido, Mackenzie, and myself.
So you said Dimitri and Keenan. Who's Dimitri and Keenan?
Friends of ours.
Did you go to school with them? And that would be Dimitrios Arfanis and Keenan Frasick. And you said Will. Who's Will? And did you go to school with him at St. Joe's? And you said Mackenzie. Who's Mackenzie?
Mackenzie Trefacante.
And did you go to school with her at St. Joe's? And what was the significance of Mackenzie Trefacante at that moment in time?
She was dating Lido.
So it was 7 of you in the car?
It was.
Who drove the car? Do you recall who was in the front seat when you left?
Tyler.
And do you recall who was in your back seat?
Everyone else.
You don't recall where everybody was sitting at any particular time? When you left Lazy Brook, where did you guys head to?
So in the group chat, I think they were initially planning on meeting us at Trumbull High School. That was what I was under the impression of. So we went to Trumbull High, and I could see a couple people there.
And when you got to Trumbull High School, what did you guys do when you got there?
We pulled in the parking lot, and there was a black BMW, who apparently was one of, I believe, Keenan's friends, or someone in the car knew them. 2 kids, but they weren't who we were looking for. So we kind of just stayed in the parking lot for about 10 minutes or so.
And when you were in the parking lot for 10 minutes, did you all get out of the car?
I don't believe so.
No one got out of the car, maybe to go relieve themselves or walk someplace else, go talk to those kids in the BMW?
We were conversing through the windows on our cars.
And what kinds of things were you conversing about?
I think we were asking them to come along with us to the fight.
Okay, so that you made them aware of a potential fight that was going to happen? And were you having a conversation with the defendant when you were at Trumbull High School about what had occurred at Lazy Brook or this potential fight?
I think it was in conversation.
And what kinds of things were you guys talking about?
So we were going to go meet these kids and fight them.
And fight them? The intent was to fight them?
Yeah.
Now, you said you were there for about 10 minutes. After about 10 minutes, did you become aware that it was time to leave Trumbull High School? How did you become aware of that?
In the group chat, somebody sent us an address and told us to go over to that house, and that's where they'd be.
And did you, in fact, drive over to that house? You in the front seat driving? And who was in the front passenger seat?
Tyler, sure.
And when you got over there, do you recall what the house looked like when you got there?
I just knew there was a driveway on the right and a front lawn. couple of places.
State's Exhibit 49, does State's Exhibit 49 look familiar to you?
It does.
Is that the house that you went to
It is.
14th of 2022?
Yes.
And do you recall, you're from Norwalk?
Yeah.
Do you recall your path of travel when you got to that house that night?
Yeah, it was from Adams.
It was from Adams? Sure, your State's Exhibit 1. When you say that it was from Adams, you're talking about this road here to the right of State's Exhibit 1? So you came in that way? And when you came in that way, what did you do? Did you drive by the house?
We parked there at the end of the street.
And when you say you parked at the end of the street, can you tell from State's Exhibit 49 where exactly you parked?
Yeah, right on the right to the end.
So right, if I put my finger, let me know if I'm in the right area, right around here?
Right there, yeah.
Okay, so if the record can reflect in State's 49, I'm at the bottom portion of the picture, just to the left of the trees that are on the property across the street from 43 Laurel Glen, near the intersection of Adams and Laurel Glen.
I would allow the record to reflect that. Thank you.
And when you got there, did you see anybody outside of the property at that point in time? And when you got there, did you or anybody from your group indicate to anybody in the group chat that you guys were at the house?
We did.
And when that happened, what occurred when that happened?
People started flowing out probably from the backyard of the house. We saw them in the driveway. And we just head after head.
And when you say coming back from the back of the house, do you know exactly what portion of the house they came from?
Yeah.
But they came down the driveway?
They did.
And when they came down the driveway, did they approach your car? And when they approached your car, what was the lighting like out that night?
It was dark.
It was dark, but could you see in front of you?
I couldn't tell faces, but I could see the outlines of people.
Could you see, was there light from the house that was shining? Your headlights were on at some point, providing some light. When the individuals, did they approach your car? When they approached your car, how close did they get to your car?
They did touch my car.
And were you familiar with anybody that approached your car at that moment in time? And did you have a conversation? Did you or anybody in the car have a conversation with anybody that approached your car that night?
We did.
What was the conversation initially like?
Very aggressive. We didn't expect to see so many people there, so we were kind of already kind of on our backs, and they surrounded the car. The windows were cracked, so we could talk to them through the car, and they were screaming, cursing, throwing stuff at the car, kicking the car, stuff like that.
They were- What were they doing? Spitting at the car?
In the car,
Touching the car?
oh, yeah.
Were you guys saying anything back to them?
I don't remember the conversation, but we were both going back and forth, kind of.
So were you arguing with them also?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And how long would you say that occurred for?
30, 40 seconds. Sure.
At some point in time after 30, 40 seconds, what did you do?
I kind of itched my car a little bit to clear the way, and then I drove off.
And when you drove off, where did you drive to?
I drove down the street about 5 houses down, and stopped the car.
And when you stopped the car, what happened?
I let people out of the car.
Do you recall who got out of the car?
There was people in the back who wanted to get a ride home.
And why? Do you know why they wanted to ride home?
Because they didn't want to be involved in what just occurred back at the house.
And at some point in time down the road, and when you say down the road, are you talking, if you're looking at States 1, are you driving down towards Farmhouse Lane?
We are.
Okay, and do you recall where on Laurel Glen, or where on the road, I should say, did you stop the car?
Probably about 5 houses down.
Was it close to the intersection of Farmhouse and Laurel Glen?
Maybe that house right across from the farmhouse.
And when you got out, when you stopped the car, did at some point in time you have an interaction with anybody else that was not related to your car?
I believe we did.
And then can you tell us a little bit about that?
There was a couple kids running down the street.
And when they ran down the street, do you know what they did?
I think they were talking to people who exited my car.
Do you know who they were talking to?
I don't recall.
Were you still in the car at this point? And do you recall what, if anything, was anything thrown from your car or towards your car at that point?
I don't remember anything over the time with my car.
When you were down the street and there were individuals out of your car, did you see anybody engage in any physical altercation down the road?
Yeah.
Did you see anybody from that other group with any weapons on them at that point in time? At some point in time, did you drive the car down the road and turn back?
I did.
And when you did that, what did you do? Did you get in the car? Did you or get out of the car? What did you do?
We went out to check the damage on the car.
When you said we, who's we?
I think they were already down the street. I drove off and then I came back around and then I got out of the car and we were all kind of outside the car.
So were you the only person in the car that drove down and came back?
So,
And when you came back, Mackenzie was out of the car already?
yes,
Tyler,
yes,
the defendant,
yes,
Will,
yes,
Keenan, Demetrius?
yes.
And when you got back, you stopped the car? And when you got out of the car, what did you do when you were looking at your car?
Just observing.
What did you observe?
Dents and nicks on the car and something on the windshield.
Showing you states 31, is this something that you saw on the night of May 14th, 2022?
Yes.
By the way, what time would you say you got to 43 Laurel Glen on May 14th, 2022? You recall?
Maybe 11:30. 11.
So this defect in the windshield here, was that there prior to getting to Laurel Glen?
It's not
So that happened when you got to Laurel Glen?
good.
And when you were inspecting your car, tell us how you felt about what had just occurred to your car.
Kind of distraught and upset that my car was damaged and destroyed.
Was anybody else distraught and upset?
Yeah.
Can you please explain how he was upset with regards to your car?
He initially saw the damage before I did. That was the last he had in my car. He was just going around and, look what they did to your car, it's all destroyed, stuff along those lines.
What, was he saying anything else with regards to, look, he just said, look what they did to your car. He didn't say anything else.
He was just distraught about what happened to my car.
Was he more upset than you?
Maybe visibly, I was quite upset.
Was he aggressive?
Yes.
And when he was acting in this way, what, if anything, happened during this inspection of your car?
He came back around and asked for the knife.
And when you say the knife, what do you mean?
I carried a pocket knife in the bottom of my center console, and it's always been there from when I got the car initially.
Why was it there?
Just fishing, and any really reason I would need a knife, it was there, to cut anything. But it was just at the bottom of my center console. A bunch of random items were along with it, but I knew it was there. And when they initially surrounded my car, I had taken it out and put it on my waist.
So you're talking about down in front of 43 Laurel Glen when your car started to get,
And they were rocking the car and
you took the knife out and put it on your waist?
put it on my waist.
And when you put it on your waist, did you open it up? Did you show it to anybody? And when you did that, why did you do that?
Just because I didn't expect so many people there, and after seeing what they were doing in my car and how they were talking, I just felt like it was in regard to my own safety. I just took it out and put it down just in case anything were to happen.
Now, after you left that initial interaction where you say you took the knife out and you put it on your lap and you went down the street, could you have just left the area and not gone back?
But
But you didn't do that, right? And you say that the defendant asked you for the knife. Tell me what kinds of things was he saying?
he just said, "Where's the knife? Give me the knife," something along those lines.
Did he say it in an aggressive manner?
Not really. He just kind of asked for it.
You approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Jack and Sean with the Market States Exhibit 95 for identification purposes. You recognize States 95.
I do.
And what is States 95?
A copy of the knife.
Is this a picture of the knife that you sent me that is a duplicate of what the knife looked like from May 14th to 2010?
There is.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what the knife looked like? That you possessed that information?
It is.
All right, well, this is what we do.
Attorney Smith?
No objection.
All right, we're to accept an evidence states 95 full exhibit. Thank you.
Showing you states 95, it's not been marked as a full exhibit. Is this the knife that you had on in your vehicle on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Is this the knife that that the defendant was looking for on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that you had this in your center console. I'm going to show you states 32. Picture of the inside of your car. And when you say your center console, are you indicating that this area here, or are you indicating the glove box?
No, the center console.
So I'm pointing to the left of states 32, the center console area of the car.
Yep.
And you had taken it out of this area and put it on your lap, and you initially got to 43 Laurel Glen. And when the defendant asked for the knife on May 14th of 22, tell us about what happened. Did you give it to him? What happened? You gave him the knife? And when you gave him the knife, why did you do that?
I wasn't really thinking. I just gave it to him. Left what I gave it to him.
Now, is there any conversation between you or anybody else just slightly before or after you give the defendant the knife?
Yeah, before.
And what are you guys talking about?
Tyler, maybe Lito. I think they knew people at the party. I didn't, but they wanted to go back because maybe they recognized a couple kids, and they were gonna go try and talk to him, calm him down, maybe just make peace with him. That's the whole plan.
And did you in fact get in your car?
Did.
Who got in your car?
I got in the driver's seat, and Lito got in the passenger and Tyler in the back.
And did anybody else get in the car at that point in time?
No.
And when you got in the car, where did you go?
We drove up towards the lawn, front lawn.
When you say you drove up to the front lawn, States 49, can you show us in States 49 where you drove up?
Right to the right in the red bush.
This bush?
That bush, yeah.
You stopped here? And when you stopped there, what happened when you stopped there?
Tyler and Lito got out.
And where did they go?
They started walking towards the crowd of people that was on the lawn.
And when they did that, what did you do?
I was at my window down, and I was kind of watching them, just making sure they were okay.
And did you stay in that area?
I stayed right parallel to them the whole time.
Did you move the car up a little bit?
I crept up as they walked up.
And when you walked up, were you able to observe the interaction between Tyler and the defendant and the group from 43 Laurel Glen?
It was dark out, and I could see what was going on.
Now, prior to getting there, were you ever under the impression that were you told to leave and get out of here? Do you recall that?
I can't recall that.
Okay. Now, when you when Tyler and the defendant get out of the car and they're on the property here, they're on the property. What kinds of things was there any verbal interaction between the defendant and Tyler and the people from 43 Laurel Glen?
Yeah, they were conversing, but it didn't sound aggressive at first.
Show you states 4. Do you recall where your car was in states 4 when you noticed that they were conversing?
A little bit in between the bushes, maybe.
Would it be over here somewhere?
Yeah, middle of the street.
Middle of the street? Were there cars parked on the side of the street?
Yeah.
So you couldn't be near the curb, per se?
Well, I was kind of in the middle of the street just watching.
Okay. And you were in the driver's seat, car was on, you were looking over your shoulder?
Yep.
Through the window? Window was up?
It was down. It was down.
It was down? And you said that you heard talking back and forth?
Yeah.
It was normal at first? And how long would you say it was normal for?
10, 20 seconds.
And then at some point in time, did it escalate?
It did.
And can you tell us about that?
Someone came out from the crowd and punched Lito in the face.
And when that happened, what did you observe?
just all out chaos at that point.
Did you observe where the defendant was after he got punched? Did you observe where Tyler was after that happened? At some point in time, do you stay in that area right as the fight's going on? And at some point during the fight, does anybody come back to your car?
Yeah.
And when he comes back to your car, does he get in the car?
No. I think he opened the door.
Okay.
He came up to the door.
And after he opened the door, what, if anything, did you observe him do next?
He just went back.
And when he went back, at some point in time, how long did he, from the time he left your car to go back, did he come back to the car at some point?
He came back, and then came back. Yes.
How long did that take, do you think?
10, 15 seconds.
Did you see where he went when he left your car the first time, or the second time, I should say? You didn't see him if he went back into the fight? You just.
I think he went back into the fight. That's where we're at that.
And did you see him engage anybody in the fight at that point? At some point in time, does the fight end, or
I think Lito got back in the car
first?
Got back in first.
And where did he get in the car?
He got in the passenger seat.
The front passenger seat? Okay, and at some point in time, did Tyler come back to the car?
He came in after Lito. Lito got in the passenger seat and first, and he was like all distraught and said something along the lines of like, I think I just stabbed like 4 people or something like that, holding the knife.
He said he stabbed 4 people. He was holding the knife. And how soon after he said that did Tyler DaSilva get in the car?
Maybe 10 seconds after I kind of crept up a little bit more.
So you started to move, and then Tyler jumped in. Where did he jump in?
Passenger seat.
Was it on the passenger side or the driver's side?
Passenger side.
And when he got in the car, what did you do next?
I took off down the street towards Adams.
Okay. So if we're looking at States 1, you took off towards Adams when you got to Adams. So this way, just for the record, motioning from the left of the exhibit to the right towards Adams, right? And when you got to Adams, where did you go?
We to the left. No.
So you went down here, and you hit the cul-de-sac. What happened when you hit the cul-de-sac?
So as I was making going around the cul-de-sac, Lito told me to stop the car.
You told me to stop the car. Do you recall where you stopped the car? I want to point out. Right there. And so, did you park on the side of the cul-de-sac there?
Yeah.
And when you stopped the car, what, if anything, happened when you stopped the car?
Lito got out of the passenger and threw the knife.
You saw him throw the knife?
I did.
Where did he throw the knife?
Directly into the woods area that was right there.
Show you State's Exhibit 45, the cul-de-sac, Adams Road. You pull that?
Yeah, I do.
And does this look like State's 46? Does this look like the wooded area where the knife was tossed?
Yes.
And after he threw the knife in the woods, what happened after that? Did he get back in the car? And when he got back in the car, what, if anything, did he say?
I don't recall him saying anything when he got back.
So you got back in the car, and what did you do?
Took off and took a right back on the street, which is where I believe people were getting their rides.
So you drove back down Laurel Glen? So you came back on States 1, you came back down this way? Took a right on Laurel Glen, took go past the house again?
Yep.
And you met people down here?
Yep.
People that were originally in your car? Yep. And when you got down to that end of the street, what, if anything, happened when you got there?
Dropped Lito off. I think that's where he was getting picked up.
Do you know who he was getting picked up by?
I think Mackenzie's sister was coming to pick her and pick him up.
And when he, so he got out of the car at that point? And when he got out of the car, what happened when he got out of the car?
Tyler got in the front passenger and he took off towards Tyler's house.
And when you took off, did you know how to get home from where you were?
I used to go maps to get to Tyler's.
And you drove down to Tyler's house? And when you got to Tyler's house, did you have, what happened when you got to Tyler's house?
We met over DaSilva. Tyler's cousin. He was outside.
And were you talking with Owen DaSilva? Did you tell him what happened? Did you and Tyler DaSilva, not what you guys said, but did you have a conversation with Tyler on the way from Laurel Glen to Milford when you talked to Owen DaSilva?
Good.
And what kinds of things were you saying to Tyler DaSilva?
I kind of told him that Lito said something like, "Oh my God, I think I stabbed people" or something. We were talking about his injuries because Tyler was all bloodied up and in bad condition.
How did Lito appear? Did you get a good look at Lito?
He was also pretty bloodied up. They were both kind of beat up.
Yeah. And did you say anything else when you were talking, when you were going to Milford?
The conversation was kind of along the lines of like, how are we going to get back at these people? Because like, at the time we had no idea the severity of the situation. Like when Lito said like I stabbed people, I'm thinking like he's on the ground and maybe hit someone in the leg or something and got out of it and got back in my car. So it was kind of like the tension was kind of still there. And in the group chat, kids were still texting in the group chat. So it was kind of just still kind of aggressive between the groups. So we were just kind of talking about like how we're going to get back at these guys.
You didn't understand the severity of it?
It's always jumped or something and we were going home.
And did you text anything in the group chat after the incident, 43 Laurel Glen?
I did.
What did you text?
I guess said something along the lines of like, enjoy the hospital visit or something.
And at some point in time, you talked to Owen DaSilva. Do you stay in Milford that night or do you leave? And you go to home and home back to Norwalk? And when you go back to Norwalk, when you get home, do you have any conversation with anybody when you get home?
Yeah.
And did you tell your father what had happened?
I did.
And not what he said to you, but what was his appearance to you when you told him what had happened?
He kind of looked shocked and kind of gave me the impression that this was going to be something more serious than I kind of thought it was.
At some point in time, did you have another conversation with another family member?
I did.
Who did you have a conversation with?
My cousin.
And who's your cousin?
Mario.
And you talked about what had happened at 43 Laurel Glen?
Mhm.
And at some point in time, were you contacted by the Shelton Police Department in any way? Was it how close in time was it from the time of the incident to the time Shelton Police Department contacted you?
It was that morning.
And did you talk to the police at that point in time?
My father picked the phone up and just told them that we were hiring an attorney.
So you hired a lawyer at that point? And again, that was May 15th of 2022.
I believe so.
And at some point in time, do you recall in consulting with your lawyer and your father or your parents, do you recall wanting to meet with the state's attorney's office with regards, or the state Shelton Police Department, the state's attorney's office with regards to this incident?
Yep.
And is that when your lawyer approached the state's attorney's office to give us potential information about this case? In particular, where the knife was discarded? And is the first time that you spoke to law enforcement regarding this case, was that on November 2nd of 2022?
I believe so.
And did you give a subsequent interview with law enforcement to clarify anything that may have been misunderstood? I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Snyder. You and I have never met before. Never talked about this case before. Well, so let's talk a little bit about it now. You told us that the evening began with you picking up Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva in your Honda Pilot that evening sometime, correct?
Yes.
And then you took everybody over to 5 Lazy Brook Road, correct?
Yes.
And that's where you had been invited over to the Lifer's house, right?
No.
No.
We weren't invited. I think we just got word that there was a party there.
Okay. Who'd you get that word from?
I can't remember who. who told us to go, but we just eventually went.
Okay. You got there and you were there for 1 or 2 hours.
So that sounds right.
Did you see the lifers when you were there?
We did.
You knew Madigan from school,
I did.
and you knew Austin from school. Did you see Austin that evening?
I think briefly I did, yeah.
You said there were maybe 40 people there when you got there.
I believe so.
You'd been drinking at the party and beforehand,
Yes.
but you didn't bring the alcohol. That was Tyler DaSilva who brought the alcohol. And then 2 individuals that you didn't know arrived, and you told them that they had to leave, right? Did one of those individuals, the one holding the case of beer, did he give you a beer?
Giving me a beer now.
Did he give Mr. Valle a beer?
I can't remember that.
Did he seem to you like he was trying to make friends with you
Initially, maybe at the end of the party, yeah.
at the end of the party?
No, to get into the party.
To get into the party. Gotcha. And you told him that he needed to give you that beer.
Yes.
A dispute broke out about whether or not you were going to actually get that beer from him, correct?
Yeah, it was about like him giving us the beer, and then in turn he'd be able to stay at the party.
Well, you say giving us the beer. You were the one asking for the beer, right?
Yeah.
You were the one who was talking with this individual, right?
We all were.
Okay. Tyler DaSilva was talking to him?
We all were, yeah. Me, Alito, and Tyler.
Okay. And yet, the person that squares up, that's you, right? Because you're the person who took the beer from him, right? So would you agree that you were the person that was having the most direct interaction with Mr. Hines?
I would.
And you later come to find out that that person was Ryan Hines?
Yes.
And you said that you moved to the driveway, and that's where you squared up and you had the fight, right? And you guys were moving around in that course of that fight? The video that we watched, that doesn't catch the initial stages of that fight, does it?
I believe it does. I don't think the fight started until into that video.
Okay, that catches the very beginning of that fight?
It does.
So you guys had not begun fighting until you got out into the driveway.
Yes.
And people sort of formed a circle around, right? There were some folks watching. And it was just you and Mr. Hines that were going to have this square off.
Yeah.
And you said Mr. Valle came around and hit him in the back of the head, right? And that he lunged at you.
Ryan said, yeah.
Oh, or you lunged at him.
Ryan
Sorry. So Ryan lunges at you. You'd already taken a punch at Mr. Hines at that point. He tackles you to the ground. He's on top of you. A group descends and tries to break that thing up, right? At some point, you all get up and you go your separate ways.
Yeah.
The kids from Shelton High that had just been involved with the fight, they walk down the driveway and get in the car somewhere.
Yeah.
Did you see them do that?
I did.
And where was your car parked?
To the left. Looking down the driveway, it was off to the left.
Okay, so nearby. And you, how long before you got in your car and left?
5-10 minutes, maybe.
Did you see at any point Mrs. Leifer come out, shut the party down, and give the beer back to Mr. Hines?
I remember her coming out. I don't remember her giving back the beer.
In any event, you didn't have the beer anymore at that point, correct? He said after that the plan was to go home, right?
It was.
When you say go home, to your own home?
No, I was going to be sleeping out that night.
Where were you going to be sleeping that night?
Most likely Tyler's.
Tyler DaSilva's. And as far as Tyler DaSilva, that was a close friend of yours? Do you remain close friends? And would you say you were closer with Mr. DaSilva than you were with Mr. Valle?
I would. I think that's fair to say.
Okay. You weren't going to sleep at Mr. Valle's house that night.
It was possible, but I think the plan was to sleep at Tyler's.
Okay.
So we frequently slept out at.
And you said at some point you got added to this basketball group chat, right? Correct?
Yes.
Sorry, we've got the court reporter here, and you have to say out loud something. She can't get. Okay. You didn't create that group chat. Mr. Valle didn't create that group chat. Mr. DaSilva didn't create that group chat. But you got added to it.
Yeah.
Okay. When you got added to it, was Mr. Valle also added to it at that same time?
I'm not sure if he was at it, but I knew a couple of us were. I'm not sure exactly who, but we were all kind of talking about it.
Okay. Who else was on that group chat?
There were probably a good 20 people in it, and about probably 3 or 4 of us in it. So it was majority kids that I wasn't aware of. I didn't know.
So when you were looking at that group chat, you couldn't see the names of the folks that you didn't know. You just saw numbers. Is that fair?
Yep.
But you quickly got an understanding of who those unknown numbers were, right? And you understood that that was the kids, at least some of the kids and kids who were related to the kids that you had just gotten into the fight with, right? Because you said that there was, your understanding based on what they were texting was that they wanted you to fight with them, right? And you sent text back indicating you were willing to do that, right? And so you got back in the car with Demetrius, Keenan, Will, Tyler DaSilva, Raul, and Mackenzie Trefacante. And did they all know that you were getting in the car to go fight these kids?
Yeah, we made it pretty apparent that people who were going to be in my car were going to go with us to go fight.
So Mackenzie Trefacante knew that you were going in the car to go fight?
Objection as to what she knew.
Sustained.
When you say that people in the car knew that you were going to go fight, what led you to believe that they knew that?
I kind of went up, and after we were in the group chat, I was like, I can't remember if we were already in the car or driving, but I said, if you're in the car or you're getting in my car, we're going to go fight these people. And I think the people in my car agreed they were going with us.
Demetrius?
Yep.
Keenan?
Yep.
Will Sinjwal?
Yep.
Tyler DaSilva?
Yep.
Raul Valle?
Yep.
Mackenzie Trefacante?
Yep, I believe so, yeah.
You told us you were driving and that Tyler DaSilva was the passenger at this point, right?
Yep.
And so you got in the car and you went over to Trumbull High School.
We did.
And there you said that you were expecting to find the kids who were using this basketball group chat to invite you to fight, right? They weren't there. You said there was a black BMW there?
Black or blue, I think it was a dark colored.
Could it, you don't think it was a white BMW?
I don't think so. I don't remember being a white one.
Okay. It was dark.
I think so, yeah.
As far as the time of day, it was dark that night.
Yes.
And the people in that BMW, those were people that your group knew, right?
I didn't. I believe someone in my car did that.
Okay. And you said you were there for 10 minutes, nobody got out of the car.
I don't remember that. I didn't get out of the car.
What were you doing in the car?
On my phone, probably.
Music on?
Most likely.
Car running?
Yep.
7 of you in the car talking through the window, you told us, to the other vehicle. Was there another vehicle there with a group of girls in it?
I don't remember that.
And then you said while you were sitting there on this group chat text, somebody not from your group sends the address 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right? And it was your understanding that that was now where these kids wanted you to come in order to have a fight. And you drove there because you wanted to have a fight.
Yes.
Did you know these kids?
I didn't.
And you didn't even know where this was, right? You're from Norwalk. And so you get this address there, 43 Laurel Glen Drive. You got 6 other people in the car. You don't even know where it is. You don't even know who these kids are. And you decide you're going to drive everybody over there.
Well, I didn't know it was a party. I'm assuming that that maybe the kid who was just in a scuffle with us, he maybe had a couple friends and wanted to settle it or something. So that's why we drove over to go fight them.
You're responsible when you're driving for the people that are in that vehicle, right?
Yes.
You thought that was a good idea to drive all those folks over there to 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
It was a mutual understanding.
You thought it was a good idea?
I wasn't thinking about the potential consequences.
You were 16 years old, right?
I was.
And you didn't think when you got there that there were going to be 30 or 40 people, did you?
Absolutely not.
And you didn't know where it was. You had to GPS it, right?
Yes.
And it was a kind of confusing layout when you got there because there's through roads and cul-de-sacs, right? You didn't know which one was leading to which end, right? Could have been a dead end, could have been a through street, but you didn't know. And you say you didn't drive by the house when you first got there. You went straight there and you parked the car to the right, right? When you got there, there were people already out in the yard? Nobody was out in the yard. Okay. And you indicated to the folks in the group chat, we're here.
Yeah.
And then people started coming out of the house, right?
Yes.
One person came out of the house, right?
Yes.
Quickly followed by a second person, right?
Yes.
Then a third person, right? Then a fourth person, right?
Yes.
A fifth, a sixth, a seventh, an eighth, right?
Yes.
At that point, you're outnumbered now, right?
Yes.
A ninth, a 10th, an 11th, a 12th, right?
Yes.
Now what are you starting to think in that car?
We're not going to be fighting anymore.
You're not going to be fighting anymore? Why not?
It didn't seem sensible at the time. It wasn't what we expected to see when we initially arrived, or were going to arrive.
You weren't in control of that situation at that point, were you? No. Drove all those folks over there, parked them. Wasn't what you expected, was it? It was getting scary, wasn't it?
It was.
It was getting terrifying, wasn't it?
It was.
You worried about what was going to happen now, I bet.
It was.
How many people do you think ultimately came out of that car, out of that house?
Maybe 30, maybe a little bit more.
All came over to your car.
Yes.
7 of you in there, 30 on the outside, right?
Yes.
Surrounding the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And at first they came up to the driver's side, some of them, didn't they?
They did.
And you had your window down?
I had it cracked, I believe.
Cracked. Didn't want to put it the whole way down at that point, right? And people started coming up and started talking to you through the window, right?
Yes.
And you say at first that was peaceful.
I don't think it was peaceful at first when they all kind of walked up. Everyone was kind of screaming. I think I heard something along the lines of like, "Where's the kid who did this to me?" I think it was someone from the party before.
That was Ryan Hines, right?
It could have been. I didn't see his face.
Spit at you.
Yes.
Did it make it into the car or just on the car?
I don't think it hit me, but I think it made it into the car.
There's people in front of the car.
There's.
There's people on both sides of the car.
It's true.
There's people behind the car.
True.
Some of those people get on the car.
That's possible. I don't remember anybody getting on top of the car.
Do you remember the car rocking?
Yeah.
Do you recall if somebody was on the back bumper jumping up and down?
It's possible, but I wasn't.
I'm gonna overrule it. Thank you.
I wasn't really looking at the back of my car. I was kind of focused on what was going on in my area.
Why didn't you just drive away?
I did eventually, but I didn't want to run anybody over, so I kind of started itching my car out a little bit, and then people started eventually making way. Yeah,
You couldn't just pull away, right? If you just pulled away, you'd have hit somebody who was standing directly in front of the car, right? You'd hit somebody who was on either side of you, possibly, right? There was lights on the street, but it was dark, right?
Yeah.
About 11 o'clock or so. Misty, kind of rainy that evening.
Sounds about right.
People inside your car were terrified, weren't they?
Objections to what other people were.
Sustained.
What was the demeanor from the people inside your car? What did that indicate to you?
They wanted to go home.
They didn't want to be there anymore, right? They were terrified, right?
Most likely, yeah.
And you were thinking to yourself, oh my God, what have I gotten these folks into, right?
Yeah.
I brought all these people here. I'm the driver of this vehicle. I'm the one who put us here, right?
I think that's fair that I drove them there, yeah.
Well, nobody could reach over and you wouldn't let them take the car from you and say, let me drive now, right?
Right, but I didn't drive anyone somewhere where they didn't want to be. And then I dropped them off at the end of the street and they wanted to go home.
Because Mackenzie Trefacante wanted to go and get in a fight.
Yeah, I think everyone was just kind of under the impression that they knew we were going to go meet a couple of kids to fight. No one really expected 30 people to walk out of the house.
Keenan Frasick knew that you were going to go get into a fight.
Objections to what Keenan.
Sustained.
Something about Keenan's demeanor indicated to you that he wanted to go along for a fight.
I think I made it pretty apparent before we got in the car that that's what we were going to do.
Something about Demetrius Arphanis' demeanor indicated to you that he wanted to go get into a fight.
Yeah, I think I told the people that getting into my car, that's what we were planning on doing.
You know Keenan?
I did.
How close were you to Keenan?
We weren't super close. We were teammates.
Teammates on the football team. Demetrius Arphanis, was he a teammate on the football team?
Yes, it was.
They starters?
I don't believe at the time of the incident.
How many people were on the driver's side of the car?
Initially, when we were at the end of the street,
When you're right there parked in front of the house, when you first stopped at the house?
there was a crowd of people. I don't really know how many.
Too many to count?
Yeah.
How many people were on the passenger side?
It was kind of a big crowd all around the car.
And you said they were touching the car, right?
Mhm.
Hands on the vehicle?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Were they punching the car?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll allow it.
I believe so. Throwing stuff at the car, kicking the car, stuff like that.
At some point, the windshield gets smashed while you were there in front of the house, while these people are surrounding the vehicle. Are people inside your car saying anything?
Objection as to what they said.
I asked, are they saying anything?
I'm going to overrule the objection at this point, just yes or no, relative to the question. Please ask the question again.
Are people in your car at this point saying anything?
Yes.
And did that indicate to you that they were scared?
Yeah, I think we all were.
In fact, you were so scared, you reached into the center console where you knew you kept a pocket knife, right?
Sure.
And you did that because you were so scared, you thought, I might need to defend myself, right? You thought somebody might smash this window, right? They just smashed the windshield. What's going to stop them from smashing my window, right? And I'm stuck here in this vehicle, can't move forward because there's people surrounding it, right? And you thought, what am I going to do if people reach into this vehicle after smashing my window and pull me out of it, right? So you reached in and you grabbed the knife out, right? And you told us you put it on your waist. Did you mean you put it in your lap?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay, because you didn't like take it and use the clip to put it on your belt or something, right? You didn't put it in your pocket, did you? You didn't think, well, it's right here in the center console. If I need it, I can get it out at that point, right?
It was kind of buried under a bunch of random wires and stuff like that.
You didn't know what these people surrounding the car were going to do, did you? But you were scared enough to think that you needed that knife, right? Mr. Valle didn't know about that knife, did he?
Objection as to what Mr. Valle.
Sustained.
Had you ever told Mr. Valle about that knife?
Never came up in conversation.
Never came up in conversation. You had never told him about it, did you?
There wouldn't have been a reason to.
As far as you knew, he had no knowledge that that knife was there.
Objection as to what he did.
Sustained.
And you were shown a picture of what you say is a copy of that knife, right? You said, though, that that knife that you had in the car had been in that vehicle since it was given down to you by your brother, right?
I mean, it was just in the family, that car. It's always been in the family.
And the knife had been in there as well, right?
And that's why I kept it for years, yeah.
So it wasn't a brand new shiny knife that you got for that purpose alone that day, was it? It was a tool that you kept there. You said for fishing?
Yeah, for anything you'd really need a knife for, it was just there.
Were you raised as somebody who was told, you know, it's useful, helpful to have a pocket knife when you need one?
I just think a knife is useful in a lot of, random scenarios in life, just something to have, yes.
At some point, the situation became so terrifying inside that vehicle that despite the fact that there were people in front of it who might get hurt if you were moving, you thought that's what you needed to do to protect yourself and to protect the people in the car, right?
Was to grab the knife.
Was to, well, you already had the knife, but now you thought, I've got to move this vehicle. Even if these people in front are going to get hurt, we might get hurt if I don't, right? And so you move the vehicle forward. People backed off of it, or they stayed off, they fell to the side. What happened?
I just started hitching the car forward, revving it and then pushing it forward. People started dispersing a little bit, so it made a path for us to just kind of speed right off.
You saw a path and you took it. Car took off down the street at a high rate of speed, right?
Yeah.
And then you drove back and forth, up and down the street, right?
I don't remember that.
Throwing things out the window at this group, right?
I don't remember that happening.
That didn't happen, did it? You drove down, some people got out of the car around that area where you showed us on Exhibit 1, right? And in fact, do you recall that people from the party were now chasing the vehicle down the street as you were driving away?
Initially, yeah.
In fact, when you let these folks out, or when they got out of the car when it first stopped, a group of these Shelton kids were coming down chasing them, right?
So, yeah.
And you could see that at least in your rear view mirror, could you not? And then you drove the car off up ahead, correct? And at that point, you were alone in the vehicle?
So, yeah.
And you drove up and you went and you turned down Farmhouse Lane, right?
No, I think I went down straight.
Down to the end of Laurel Glen?
Yeah. The dead end, I think it is.
Okay. We can't see that dead end on Exhibit 1, can we, behind you?
No, I don't.
It extends a further way down there, right? So you lost sight of the people that you had just dropped off at some point, did you not? You couldn't see them anymore because you had driven down to the end of the street, right? And you thought, oh my God, I just left all these folks at the street that I just drove them to with this crowd of people that just attacked the car, right? You were scared for them at that point, were you not?
I turned around and I went back.
You went back even though you were scared?
Yeah.
What did you think was going to happen if you didn't go back?
That calls for speculation. I'm gonna tell you that.
So,
You were worried if you didn't go back that your friends were going to get hurt, weren't you?
Yeah. That's fair to say.
Now, when you got back, can you show us again on Exhibit 1 where you stopped the vehicle when you came back to your friends after going down to the end of Laurel Glen? Near the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse? Okay. And where at that point, and when you stopped the car, you got out at that point, right? And where at that point was Keenan Frasick?
I believe on the curb, I think.
Did he come over to the vehicle?
The vehicle was kind of right up to it. I don't remember him walking up on top of the vehicle, but he was around. Yeah.
Did you talk to him, or did he stay on the curb?
I don't remember any conversation I had with Keenan. But,
And did Mackenzie Trefacante come up to the car, or did she stay on the curb?
I don't remember if Mackenzie was up on the curb. I think she was on the curb. I don't remember any conversation with her either, her coming up.
Will Sinjwald, did he stay on the curb? Demetrius Arfanis, did he stay on the curb?
So yeah, they were all kind of just right there.
And so at the vehicle then, near the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane, is yourself, Mr. Valle, and Tyler DaSilva?
Not yet in the car, but yeah, we were all kind of there.
Inspecting the car, you told us.
Yeah, I got out and I started looking around.
And do you remember some Shelton High kids coming up and having an interaction with you?
I don't remember any conversation I had with them. I remember that the day that they were there, or at least around the area. Then I got back in the car.
How close were you to Mr. Valle?
Around the car. I was inside of it, so.
You didn't get out of the car, or you got back in the car?
I got back in the car.
Okay. But do you know Tyler Rich?
I don't.
Do you know Ricky or Enrico Fiola?
I heard about him prior to the incident. I didn't know him.
Did you see either Mr. Rich or Mr. Fiola down there at the vehicle when you were at Farmhouse Lane in Laurel Glen Drive?
I think they were in the area. I don't remember. I don't recall seeing them. I don't remember that.
Okay. And you've told us that there was some discussion down at the car about the damage, right?
Yeah.
You told us you were upset about the damage, right?
I was. Yeah, I was going around looking at the damage on my car.
You told us you were distraught about the damage, right?
How I explained this to my parents, stuff like that, things about damage, insurance, all that.
And you didn't know any of these kids at 43 Laurel Glen Drive.
I didn't know.
But you knew that the kid that you'd gotten in the fight with at 5 Lazy Brook was there at that party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yeah, I didn't see him particularly, but I kind of got the impression he was there from what they were kind of screaming and stuff, and why we were there in the first place.
And you told us that there's discussion about, look what they did to your car, right?
Yes.
You were visibly upset.
Yeah.
Mr. Valle, you said, was visibly upset.
Yeah.
Mr. DaSilva also visibly upset.
I think everyone kind of was. We were kind of all kind of in a state of shock about what just happened.
While you're standing there by the car, and these Shelton High kids, how far away were they?
I don't remember how they were.
Further down towards the house?
I would assume so.
Not close enough that you could say to them, hey, what'd you guys do to my car?
I don't remember having any conversation with them when they were there.
They were too far away to have a conversation with, right? They didn't approach you guys and say, hey, let's squash this beef right now, did they?
Not me. No.
Did they approach anybody in your group?
I drove off. I don't know. I wasn't really there.
Okay. When you drove off, though, was before what you've just now described, with everybody being at the car and inspecting it for damage, right? So when you're at the car inspecting it for damage, you didn't see any of these Shelton High kids come down and have a conversation with you guys as you're inspecting the car, did you?
I didn't have any conversation there.
And then you told us at some point you understood that Tyler DaSilva wanted to go back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right? Because he knew, as far as you understood it, some of the kids there.
Right.
You live in Norwalk, right? Is that where you grew up? So you're a lifelong Norwalk resident?
Yeah.
And Tyler DaSilva is not from Norwalk, right? He was living in Milford at this time, but he had grown up in Shelton for some part of his life, had he not?
I believe so.
And he knew some of these kids at the Shelton party.
Right.
And he told you,
That's what he told.
your understanding was that he knew some of these kids at the Shelton party, and he wanted to go back and make peace.
But his family, I guess, knew a lot of their families. So that was the whole purpose.
And at this point, you could have just left the area, right?
So
You could have hopped in the car and said, everybody, let's go home. This is a bad idea, right?
Yeah.
You were 16 at the time.
I was.
How long had you been driving?
Maybe 8 months, 9 months.
Were you supposed to have these kids in your car?
I was not.
And then Mr. Valle came up to you and he said, "Where's the knife? Give me the knife," right?
Yeah.
Like that aggressively?
I wouldn't say it was that aggressive, but it was just asking for it.
He was just like, hey, where's that knife that you had, right?
I don't think he was that aggressive, no.
He wasn't that aggressive about it.
He was aggressive, but it wasn't super, it wasn't what you just presented.
And he didn't want something else at that point, did he?
Just a knife, he didn't want anything else. No.
He didn't indicate to you, hey, let's all grab some weapons and go back there, right? He didn't say, I want that knife so that, let's go back and get our revenge, right? In fact, you understood from his demeanor that he was also scared, right?
More upset, I presume.
You presume.
He was a little bit more angry in his demeanor.
You were still scared.
I was.
You thought these kids might come back down the street again, right?
Not necessarily.
That didn't cross your mind?
Well, I knew I had the car, so if anything, we could have just driven out of there.
But you didn't. Tyler DaSilva was adamant that he wanted to go back and make peace. Tyler DaSilva was adamant that he wanted to go back and make peace, correct?
Objection, that calls for hearsay.
You understood that Tyler DaSilva wanted to go back and make peace?
Yeah. Humanly, though.
You understand?
People there.
Mr. Valle knew people there?
Both of them at the time knew people from Shelton since they were from Milford.
So you got back in the driver's seat, right?
Yeah.
You saw Mr. Valle go digging through the console to get the knife, right? You saw Mr. Valle go digging through the glove box to get the knife, right? You saw him tearing up the car to try and find the knife, right? You didn't see any of that, did you?
No.
You gave it to him?
When he asked for it.
He opened the blade to inspect it, right?
No.
Took that knife and he got it ready, right?
No.
Took that knife that you gave him and he put it in his pocket, right?
I believe so. I don't remember where he put it. He didn't open it.
And you understood or felt like you needed to take Mr. DaSilva back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
I don't understand the question. Can you repeat that?
You didn't say, I'm not taking you back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right? All three of you get back into the car. You say that Mr. Valle got into the passenger side?
Yes.
Beside you? And that Mr. DaSilva got in the back?
Yep.
On the passenger side as well?
Yes.
You drove up, and did you park sort of near the driveway at that point?
No, a little further back. I wasn't ever parked. I was always in drive, just
Foot on the brake.
yeah.
You weren't expecting anybody to get out of that car and get into a fight, were you?
It wasn't aggressive at that point.
There was no talk in the car as you drove down there about, we're going to get them now.
Objection, that's what was said in the car.
I'm going to strike the last answer, and follow on to thank you.
Was there conversation in the car on the way down there?
It was a very brief drive. I don't remember any conversation.
Nothing about what was occurring in the vehicle on the way down there led you to believe that there was about to be a fight, was there? And as you got there, you're in the middle of the street. There's cars parked on both sides, correct?
Yeah.
And you stop the car.
Yep.
You don't put it in park, but you keep it running and got your foot on the brake. You see Mr. DaSilva get out of the car.
Right.
You see Mr. Valle get out of the car. Right. Mr. Valle doesn't have the knife in his hand at that point, does he?
I don't remember what he had in his hand. I just know they both got out of the car and just started walking towards him.
Not in an aggressive way. Not screaming threats at the people that are already in the yard, right? You saw them, you said you were looking over your shoulder, looking out the window, watching them the whole time. How many people were in the lawn?
The same amount, probably about 30 kids.
Your two friends get out and they walk up, right? You can see them approach these 30 kids. Those 30 kids swarm forward to meet them.
Right.
They start getting aggressive with these two kids, right?
I don't remember getting aggressive until someone punched Lito. It was kind of cordial, I guess, initially.
Okay.
Maybe somebody in the crowd screaming or something, but it wasn't a fight at that point.
Could you hear either of your friends screaming anything?
No.
Did you see either of your friends approach them in a fighting posture?
No.
Did you see either of your friends square up with anybody? You just saw Mr. Valle get punched in the face, right?
About 10 seconds, 15 seconds in, yeah. Someone just came and hit him.
Did you see Mr. Valle with his shirt up over his head?
I don't recall that. No.
And you told us that once Mr. Valle got punched in the face, chaos broke out, right?
Right.
You couldn't see Mr. Valle anymore, could you? You couldn't see Mr. DaSilva anymore, could you? But you could see bodies moving and rolling around, right? And it looked like 30 people had descended onto two people, did it not?
Yeah, I did.
You could see punching and kicking going on, could you not?
I did.
You could see stomping going on, could you not?
Yeah.
You were scared for your friends at that point, were you not?
I was.
Terrified about what was happening to them, right?
I was.
So scared that you didn't even get out of the car, did you?
I wanted to be there just in case they got out so they could get in my car and we could leave.
You didn't want to go get into that scrum, did you?
I felt like I'd be more helpful just as the way to escape rather than jump in. So I stayed in the car.
You didn't know if your friends were going to come out of that fight, did you?
I hope so.
But you didn't know, did you?
No.
You didn't know what was going to happen when 30 took on 2, did you?
No.
That was practically the whole Shelton High School football team, wasn't it?
That's fair to say, I guess.
You were so scared, you didn't want to get out of that car, right?
Sustained.
Because it was terrifying to watch, was it not?
Sustained.
At some point, you were able to see Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva again, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Valle came up to the car, correct?
Yes.
Door opens slightly, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Interior light comes on because the door is open, right?
Yeah.
In fact, when he came up to that car, his momentum was moving forward towards the car as though he'd been pushed, was it not?
I don't remember that. I just remember.
Did you hear a bump as he hit the car?
I don't remember that.
He opened the door. Could you see his face?
I don't remember what it looked like at that moment. It was kind of real quick.
You didn't see Mr. DaSilva anywhere, did you? You could still see that a fight was going on, could you not?
I did.
Could you see what appeared to be flashlights or phone lights at that point?
I believe so, yeah.
When you saw Mr. Valle, but you didn't see Mr. DaSilva, you were terrified about what had happened to Mr. DaSilva, were you not?
Yeah.
You wondered if he was going to get killed, didn't you?
Yeah.
And then you lost sight of Mr. Valle again as he headed back in towards the fight, right?
Yeah.
You saw Mr. Valle go to the yard, right?
He left my car. I think he went towards the yard.
And at some point, as he got onto the yard, you couldn't see him anymore, could you?
No.
But you could still see that those 30 kids hadn't gone anywhere, right?
Everyone was kind of still scattered along the line, along the lawn.
And then at some point, you saw Mr. DaSilva come back to the car.
Yes.
He gets into the car, right?
Right.
And you can see him at that point, right?
I can.
And you told us he's been battered, right?
Yeah.
He looked beaten and bloodied, right? You could tell he had obviously been injured in the course of the fight where you lost track of him, right? You said Mr. Valle got back into the car, into the passenger seat, right? You said he was all distraught, right?
Good.
What was distraught about his face?
It wasn't necessarily his face. He just got in and it looked. He was just in shock. I think, and he said, like, "Oh my fucking god! I think I just stabbed somebody, or I think I just stabbed people, or something along those lines."
He didn't say, "Man, I just got us payback for what happened," right?
Oh,
He didn't seem happy about what had happened. He seemed distraught.
Yeah, he looked in shock. Yeah.
Still scared?
Yeah, probably.
Probably that's cultural speculation.
that's the answer. The question was already asked.
And then you took off down Laurel Glen Drive, right? That's what you told us.
Went to Adams.
Towards Adam.
Towards Adam. Yeah.
You hit a cul-de-sac and you told us that Mr. Valle told you to stop the car. And he got out and threw the knife.
Yep.
You could see the knife in his hand?
Yes.
You could see it in his hand. Was it open or closed? Still open?
When he got in the car.
From when he got out of the car?
The car.
He got into the car and he still had the knife open on him, you're saying?
Yes, when he got in the car and said what he said, he had the knife in his hand.
Could you see blood on the knife?
I can't recall seeing any blood on it.
You saw the knife leave his hand and go flipping into the woods?
It was pretty dark. It
It was pretty dark, wasn't it?
was.
How far away from the car did he get in order to throw that knife?
Stepped right outside.
Just right outside the car? In front?
I was angled parallel to the woods, so he just opened the door, stepped right out into it.
He said he got back into the car at that point, didn't say anything.
Yep.
You drove back down to Laurel Glen Drive where the people you had left were still there.
Yes.
And some of those people got into Madison Trafacante's car, Mackenzie's sister.
His sister arrived around the same time we were driving down.
Mr. Valle got into the same vehicle. Tyler gets into the front passenger with you.
Yes.
You had to use Google Maps to get out of there, right? Because you didn't know where you were. And then you went and you met Owen DaSilva?
Yep.
Where was that?
At Tyler's house. Tyler's house.
And you said when you saw both Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva, they were both beat up and bloodied up, right?
Yeah.
Well, there was no conversation in the car about what had happened. It was just, how are we going to get back at these guys?
That was kind of what was going through my head almost. I'm not sure about Tyler, but that was the conversation we were talking about majority of the time.
And you texted on this group chat, enjoy the hospital stay?
I didn't know the severity of the situation. When Lito told me he stabbed somebody, I just assumed it wasn't anything major just because people were still texting in the group chat. Like the group chats were still flowing, like spamming after everything happened. So I just assumed that they just jumped us, stabbed maybe someone in the leg or something. That was just my smirky response, I guess. I didn't really know what was going on. I didn't know what happened.
You went home and you talked to your dad, and he said, "This is more serious than what you think, son."
Yeah, it was kind of that tone. Yeah.
And when the cops called you on May 15th and said, "We'd like to talk to you about this," you told them you weren't going to come in and talk to them, right?
I wasn't on the phone. I believe that's something my dad probably said.
You didn't go in and talk to them, right? You were worried about your involvement in this, right?
Yes.
And you waited 6 months until you got an agreement concerning prosecution in place before you talked to them, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you did that right here in this courthouse, did you not?
Yes.
And after you got that, it's the first time that you talked to anybody about this, right?
That is true.
And you're telling us now today that you gave Mr. Valle the knife before driving everybody back down to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
And this prosecution agreement that you have, it's for complete immunity, right?
From the events that happened in that day, yeah.
You can't be prosecuted for anything that happened on May 14th, right?
Not at this time, though.
And those potential things that you might have been prosecuted for could be murder, right?
I was told assault in the first degree or something along those lines.
You would agree that the agreement itself talks about the homicide of James McGrath and the assaults on Thomas Connery Jr., Ryan Hines, and Faison Teal that took place on May 14th, right?
That's correct.
One of the things that you could be prosecuted for would be being an accessory to a murder, right?
I think that's possible.
And could be prosecuted for assaults, correct?
I believe so.
You could be possibly prosecuted for conspiracy to commit those things, correct?
I guess so.
And you've had what's explained to you, what's known as your maximum exposure explained to you, right? That if you were prosecuted for these things and if you were convicted of these things, you could spend your life in prison, correct?
I guess so.
Right? 60 years for accessory to murder, right?
So,
20 years for an assault in the first degree, right?
yep.
You didn't want to tell anybody your involvement in this case until you got that in place, right?
Yeah.
And your understanding is that you have to come in here and testify truthfully in order for this agreement to hold, right?
Yeah.
Your immunity from all those things depends upon who thinking that you testified truthfully.
I think the state.
Not me, right? I don't make that decision, do I? The state's attorney makes that decision, right?
I believe so.
You got to come in here, testify truthfully, or you could find yourself prosecuted for all those things.
I believe so.
And so you gave them a statement on November 2nd, right? And then they told you, you know what? We want to talk to you again. And you talked to them again on November 28th, right?
Yes.
Because they wanted to clarify some things, right?
Yes.
They wanted to clarify the timing of when the knife was exchanged, right?
I believe so.
And they wanted to clarify why your phone had been reset on October 1st, 2022, before you spoke to them, right? Factory reset, right?
No. I had water damage in the phone, and I got a new phone, and I think the iCloud messed up, syncing between my mother's and mine. Our texts are kind of merged. Nothing was deleted, but they couldn't find the group chat. I removed myself from the group chat after the event happened.
So by the time you went and talked to the officers after you'd gotten your immunity agreement in place, your phone had been reset.
It wasn't reset.
It was a new phone altogether?
I got a new phone, but everything was still on it and intact.
That's what they told you? We want to come in and clarify why your phone is everything and intact?
I didn't respond. I didn't respond to anybody texting me for the first month, 3 weeks, a month after everything happened. But people were texting me, so they assumed, I think, that I was removing messages that I was sending back, and I just wasn't responding. So I think they wanted to have me come in and just explain why there weren't any texts on my end. I was advised not to text people.
So, sir, you're coming in here and you're telling us, or trying to tell us, as close to what you told those officers, right?
Yes.
Because you fear if you change any of that, the state's going to think you're not testifying truthfully, right?
There wouldn't be any need to change it. It's all been the truth.
And you're telling us that the knife that you gave to Mr. Valle, right?
After he asked for it, yes.
That was your knife, right?
My knife.
That you kept in the vehicle, right? That you drove these folks back down to this party, right?
Yep. Tyler and Lito.
Tyler and Lito, right? After you gave them this knife, right?
After I handed it to Lito, yeah.
And now you're telling us that the knife was thrown by Mr. Valle.
Yeah.
That's why we can't find the knife, right?
I would assume so.
Sir, it's not that you needed to get rid of that knife because, again, for 6 months you didn't want to talk to anybody about this, right?
No.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Attorney Joseph?
Jack, counsel just asked you a little bit about the group chat. You communicated on cross-examination that you removed yourself from the group chat. Why did you do that?
I wanted to disassociate myself from that happened on that day.
So once you understood the severity of what happened, you got out of the group chat? So what happens when you remove yourself from the group chat on your phone? What happens?
I think it just deletes it off my device, but I think, and it says something in other people's phones, like I've left the group chat.
Left the group chat? So in other words, if you wanted to go back into the group chat, you couldn't do it?
I couldn't unless I was added back into it.
Is that something that is saved on the cloud for some reason or no? Do you know?
I think it would be.
It would be? Okay. And with regards to, tell me the circumstances surrounding you getting a new phone. Why did you get a new phone?
I think I'd gone to Block Island, or I'd gone somewhere for just get away, I think, and I'd walked in the water with it, got water damage. It was fine, but the battery was draining, so I just brought it to Apple. Said I can repair it. It was water damage, so I needed to get a new phone.
And when you got a new phone, did the contents of your old phone, was it saved in the cloud? And
Yeah, there was a SIM card, and I just used the same one. I got a new phone. I got 2 new phones. One from my father's coworker right after everything happened because they had taken my phone, the state. So when the state took my phone, I needed a phone, and I couldn't just buy a new one. So I had my dad's friend lend me her phone. So syncing with that phone, I have contacts on my phone right now from her phone still, my mom's phone, on my phone still. So I think merging is kind of not really never filled, I guess. But I got a new phone eventually after the water damage.
so the phone that you had on the night of May 14, 2022, that was seized by the state of Connecticut. Or Shelton PD, right?
Something different.
And with regards to, we're asked a little bit about going over to 43 Laurel Glen. When you were driving over there, you told people, or at least the discussion in the car was apparent that you were going there to fight. And what was your understanding about going there to fight? Did you think you were going to fight a couple kids?
Yeah.
It was going to be like a 3-on-3 fight?
That's what I assumed it was.
Right. Now the fight back at Lazy Brook, that was 3-on-1, right? That was you, Lito, the defendant, and Tyler on Ryan Hines, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that wasn't really a fair fight. But you think you were going to go to 43 Laurel Glen to kind of hash it out and have a fist fight?
Right.
Were you going there to going to 43 Laurel Glen to use any weapons in fight, or was it going to be a fist fight?
Fist fight.
And was the defendant in agreement to go there and fight?
Yeah.
And when you got there, you said that people came out of the house and surrounded the car, and then you guys eventually got scared, right? And you left and you went down the street, right? And people who didn't want to be involved got out of the car, right?
Yeah, I think everyone got out of the car.
But at some point, when you were down the street, do you know whether or not people from the Shelton crew came down to talk to or confront anybody down the street?
He did.
They did, right? And was the defendant out of the car at that point?
Yeah.
And was Tyler out of the car at that point?
He was.
And was there any physical altercation down the street at that point when people were out of the car?
I believe so.
What kind of things were going on? Were people arguing?
I don't remember any arguing at all, any fighting at all.
But at that point, at some point in time, those individuals left. Do you recall them leaving? What do you recall about down the street?
Coming back down the street, and then getting out of the car, and then looking at the damage after I had driven down the street.
And do you recall where the Shelton kids were at that moment in time, or no?
All that work.
Okay. But there was no physical altercation that took place down near the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Road. Nobody complaining about we just got beat up, right? No one said we got beat up. No physical altercation. Did you observe anything? And you indicated that when the defendant asked for the knife, he was more aggressive, more angry with his demeanor. What do you mean by that?
He was just, you could tell he was angry.
Was he mad, pissed off?
Yeah.
Where you before you gave him the knife? Do you know where it was before you gave it to him?
I think when I had gotten out of the car initially to look at the damage, I just put it down at the center console, but the area right in between it, the radio.
Showing you states 32. So you're talking about this area here?
Yeah.
So it would have been just below the radio area?
Yeah. That's a whole platform right there, so I knew we were right there.
By the way, while we're looking at states 32, in order to drive your car, put it into drive versus, is that up here on the
Yeah.
column?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is one of those cars where it has the lower, it's up on the column.
The lower, that's also a compartment, but it's also a platform.
But in other words, if you have to drive this car forward or backwards, the gear shifter is on the column.
Yep.
Now, when you indicated that after you got out of the car, you assessed the damage, the defendant asks for the knife. There's this conversation, and you agree to go back down to 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
You could have left Laurel Glen at that point, right?
Yeah.
You could have driven the other way. Could you have?
I thought it was a dead end.
Could you have put maybe Tyler's address into your phone and followed Waze or Google Maps and driven out of the area? But you didn't do that. And when you went back down to 43 Laurel Glen, you indicated there was a lot of people in the front yard. Counsel asked you on cross-examination about people swarming everybody, and you indicated that, yeah, look, 30 people were involved. Are you certain that 30 people were fighting during the fight?
No, it just appeared like a lot of people. I asked probably 30 people there.
So you're not sure, not everybody was fighting.
But
Were there a lot of people watching?
I couldn't really tell who was fighting and who wasn't, but it was pretty chaotic.
So when counsel asked you about, 30 people were fighting your friends, you can't really tell for sure who was fighting. You just know there was a lot of people and it was chaotic.
Right. I don't know who was fighting, but there was a lot of
Right. So when he indicated that it could have been, 15 kids on each person, it could also have been 2 or 3 kids on your friends. You just couldn't say, right?
No, I saw more than 2 or 3.
All right.
Yeah.
But it wasn't all 30.
No, I don't think so.
Now, when you get down to the Adams Drive and the defendant throws the knife, he doesn't say, let's get out of here, let's go.
That's possible, but I don't remember the conversation. Or,
Now, with regards to your immunity agreement that the defense counsel brings up, did the state of Connecticut approach you about your testimony in this case?
I think my attorney did.
Your attorney approached us
Yeah.
because you had information for us.
Yeah.
And with regards to your exposure in the case, was it explained to you that you could be paroled on certain crimes if you were convicted because of your age?
I believe so. Yeah.
In your understanding about your agreement is what?
My understanding of the agreement
Of the agreement with the state of Connecticut is what?
is that I gave a detailed explanation on what happened. The truth on what happened, and that I wouldn't be prosecuted for it.
And is that explanation from your perspective about what you remember happened on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any additional questions?
And you were just asked, the state didn't approach you about this prosecution agreement, right?
Right.
Your attorney, I guess, approached them and said, hey, can we get a prosecution agreement here?
I believe so. I think my attorney went to state.
State's attorney didn't come to you and say, nope, sorry, son, we got to arrest you. We're not giving you an immunity agreement, right?
Objections with the state's attorney.
State's attorney didn't say, no, we're not good. The state's attorney didn't refuse to give you this immunity agreement, did they?
I don't believe so.
No, you signed it, right? In this courthouse, right? Nothing further.
Anything else?
Nothing.
You may step out of your witness. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We are here to move forward with the evidence this morning. Counsel, please confirm on behalf of the general jurors with you.
State would stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Steve, you're the call next.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Tyler.
Good morning.
Tyler, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you go to school?
Yes, I do.
Where do you go to school?
University of Dayton.
And what are you studying?
Entrepreneurship business.
Are you playing any sports there?
I'm not.
And do you know why you're here today?
I did.
Why are you here today?
What happened today?
What night? Do you remember?
The 14th.
22? On a prior occasion, prior to your testimony today, have we met before?
Yeah.
About how many times would you say?
About 3 times.
And prior to that, did you, through your lawyer, approach the state of Connecticut in connection to this case? And can you please describe how that occurred?
My attorney approached the state of Connecticut to come to agreement with them that if I came in and gave a statement fully of the truth, to my knowledge of what happened that night, I would not be prosecuted.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Tyler, I'm showing you the marked State's Exhibit 96 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State's 96?
I do.
And what is State's 96?
It's a agreement.
Is this the agreement concerning prosecution and consideration for your testimony concerning State versus Raul Valle?
It is.
Is this agreement executed between you and the State of Connecticut, signed by your lawyer and your parents on or about December 6th of 2022?
It was.
Does this agreement encompass the entire agreement that is your understanding between yourself and the State of Connecticut concerning this case?
It does.
Steve Rock, this is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Court will accept into evidence states 96 only.
Now, with regards to that cooperation agreement, just so we're clear, what is your understanding of the agreement?
My understanding of the agreement is basically I'm going to give my story, what I remember from that night, fully truthfully, and I won't get prosecuted for anything.
And potentially, if you don't, if you deviate from what you've told anybody with regards to this case, what could happen? Is your understanding? And could your statements that you have given during the investigation and in addition to your testimony today be used against you if charges were brought against you and you were prosecuted?
Yeah.
Now, I want to direct your attention, withdrawn. Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
I am.
How are you familiar with Jack Snyder?
I was one of my friends and I classmate at St. Joe's.
And St. Joseph's High School?
Yes.
Where is that located?
Trumbull, Connecticut.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Raul Valle?
I was a classmate at St. Joe's and I grew up playing football with him in Milford.
And does he have a nickname?
Lido.
And is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
Black suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? May the witness record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case, Your Honor?
The court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valle.
Thank you. Now, directing your attention to May 14th of 2022, how old were you back then?
17.
And were you in school?
I was.
What school were you in?
St. Joseph High School.
What year were you in St. Joe's?
My junior year.
And did you play any sports?
At football.
And I want to direct your attention to Lazy Brook Rd. Prior to going, did you go to Lazy Brook Rd that night?
Yeah.
Prior to going to Lazy Brook Rd that night, where were you?
My house.
And at some point in time, were you picked up?
I was.
Who picked you up?
Jack Snyder.
And when Jack picked you up, what time of day was it? Do you recall?
From 7:38.
And when you got into Jack's car, did you bring anything with you?
2 bottles of liqueur called Kinky.
And what is that? What is kinky?
Just like an alcohol.
And you brought that from, where did you bring that from, your house?
No, I got it from a liquor store.
And when you got into the car, had you already been drinking alcohol at that point in time?
I had a couple sips of the Kinky.
And when you got into the car, did you drink when you were in the car?
Yeah, a little bit.
And when you got in the car, did you go right over to Lazy Brook when Jack picked you up?
No.
Where did you go?
I went to Lido's house.
And when you went to Lido's house, who did you pick up?
Lido, his girlfriend at the time.
And who was his girlfriend at the time?
Mackenzie Trefacante.
And when you were in the car after you picked Lido and the defendant Mackenzie up, was everybody drinking in the car?
Somewhat, yeah.
And when you say somewhat, what do you mean by that?
Like we had a couple sips of the Kinky. Not much though.
You weren't like,
No one was
chugging
chugging.
huge chugs. Okay. And was Jack drinking at the time? Do you recall?
Not that I recall.
So you, Mackenzie, and the defendant were drinking?
Yes.
And after Jack picked up the defendant and Mackenzie, where did you go from Lido's house?
Lazy Brook.
And when you got to Lazy Brook, what kind of party was that?
The usual high school party.
Can you explain what the usual high school party is to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yeah, so it was all St. Joe's kids. You get together, beer pong, drinks, talking, socializing. Just your high school party.
So when you got to the party, how many kids would you say were there?
Say around 40 people.
And alcohol was being consumed?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you drink alcohol while you were there?
I did.
Did Jack drink alcohol while you were
Did.
there? Did the defendant drink alcohol while he was there?
You did.
Mackenzie,
She did.
did you see most of your friends drinking alcohol there?
Yes, I did.
And when you say beer pong, what is beer pong?
You take ping pongs, you set up these cups and throw them into the cups.
And if you get it in the cup, what happens?
Usually you fill them with water so you actually drink right out of the cup. But then you take a sip of your beer.
But it's a drinking game, right?
Yes.
At some point in the night, you said you had 2 bottles with you?
I did.
And did the bottles have a specific color?
Yeah, there's one that was pink and one that was blue.
And when you were at Lazy Brook, was there an occasion where, withdrawn? When you were at Lazy Brook, was it all people from St. Joseph's High School at that party?
That I knew of, yeah.
So you were familiar with most of the people there?
Yes, I was.
At some point in time, did a couple individuals show up that weren't from St. Joseph's High School?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that happened?
One time, two individuals came up, said they were invited to the party of the younger son of Maddie Lifer, who's having the party. And basically, she said they couldn't come in because there's way too many people already. And said, can you just tell them to leave? So we went over to them outside and told them to leave, which proceeded to like an altercation.
So when you say we, who are you talking about?
Me, Jack Snyder, Raul Valle.
And do you recall what you were wearing that night?
I was wearing a Ole Miss like baseball jersey.
And do you recall what kind of, did you have shorts on, pants on? What did you have on?
I believe I had short. I don't
You don't recall? It's okay. Do you recall what the defendant was wearing?
wearing an Ole Miss t-shirt.
What color?
Blue.
And at some point in time, you talked to the two individuals that were at the party.
Yeah.
What, if anything, did you observe? What kind of things were you saying to them when they came?
We told them they couldn't come in. They argued with us saying they were invited by Austin. We said it doesn't matter if his sister doesn't want you here. Proceeded to more of an argument. We were kind of exchanging words, saying, get out of here, fuck you guys. And then eventually, Jack Snyder actually went over and took their beer. And it got a little more heated. He was like, I'm not leaving until you give me my beer. I'm like, no, I'm not giving it back. And it led to a fight
So where did the fight take place?
on the driveway.
And do you recall? Who was involved in the fight just before it started? Like who was there? Tell us the scene. Who's where?
So Jack Snyder was facing one of the Shelton kids, almost squaring up. The defendant, Lito, was almost like kind of behind him, to the side of him. And I was like behind Jack Snyder.
And do you recall how did the fight at some point start?
Yes.
How do you recall the fight starting?
What I recalled was Jack Snyder threw a punch at the kid. And then they began to fight. The defendant came from the side and sucker punched him. And then he ended up almost like falling down into a corner. And I actually came in and threw a couple punches myself. Then I was standing over him and it began to be broken up. The defendant was wearing a motorcycle helmet. And he, all fierce, like headbutted him down.
Did he headbutt him more than once?
I only saw one time.
You recognize case 53?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
Jack Snyder in the red, Lito in the blue with the helmet on, and he has the kinky bottle in his hand.
So the helmet that he has on in this picture, is that the same helmet that you saw him headbutt the Shelton kid with that night?
Yes.
That blue kinky bottle that he has in his hand, is that one of the bottles that you brought that night?
Yes.
Now, do you recall seeing the video of the fight?
Yes.
Now,
Could you just reference the exhibit number?
I'm sorry, yes, Ron, this was stated exhibit 58 for the jury. Now, you indicated a few moments ago that you recall Jack Snyder hitting the Shelton kid first.
Yeah.
In that video, does that refresh your recollection as to actually how the fight started?
I mean, in that video, I see the defendant hitting him first.
But that's not how you remember it.
No, it's not.
Now, at some point, how long would you say this fight lasted for?
In my head, probably 15, 16 seconds.
And after the fight ended, what happened next?
Got broken up. It kind of got up. His nose was bleeding a little bit. Words got exchanged, but then they evidently just left. They walked down the hill.
Now, that fight that happened at Lazy Brook, for all intents and purposes, would you characterize that fight as you, Jack, and the defendant on the one Shelton kid?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not the Shelton kid had any weapons on him at the party that night?
You're not.
Now, after the fight ended, at some point in time, did the party continue a little bit?
It did.
For about how long would you say?
30, 45 minutes.
And then at some point in time, did the party end?
It did.
Why did the party end?
The mother came down, shut it off, basically told everyone to get out of the house.
And did you in fact leave Lazy Brook Road after that?
We did.
And how did you leave Lazy Brook Road?
So when we were told to leave, like everyone else, we all went down into the road. There's a lot of cars there for people that were there, so everyone was kind of in the cars hanging out. We actually looked to go to another party. There's nothing else going on. And we were thinking about driving somewhere to figure out what we were going to do until a group chat started.
Okay, now, did the group chat that you just mentioned, did that start before or after you got in the car? If you can recall.
Let's say after.
Okay, now, did you get in the car at some point?
I did.
Whose car did you get in?
Jack Snyder's.
Show your State's Exhibit 30. Is that Jack Snyder's car?
It is.
And when you got in Jack Snyder's car, where did you get in the car?
The passenger seat.
The front passenger seat? Did anybody else get in the car with you?
Yeah.
Who?
The defendant, Lito, Mackenzie, Will Fingerwald, Dimitri, and Keenan Frazier.
And who was driving?
Jack was.
So there were 7 of you in the car?
Yes.
Do you recall where the defendant was sitting when he was initially in the car from Lazy Brook?
What I recall is he was sitting behind the driver's seat.
Okay. And do you recall who else was in the back seat?
Mackenzie, Will, and Keenan,
And where was Dimitri seated?
in the trunk.
In the trunk area? Okay. Now, at some point in time when you're in the car, group chat starts. What kind of group chat is this? Did it have a name?
Not that I remembered what the name was, but it was kind of just a group chat of a bunch of Shelton kids and St. Joe's kids all intertwined.
And were you added to the group chat? Is that how you found out?
Eventually was added, yes.
Okay. And when you say a bunch of St. Joe's kids were in the group chat, who from St. Joe's was in the group chat?
Names that I can name would be Anthony Greco, Harley Jordan, Ryan DeMarco. Me, myself was added eventually. Jack Snyder was added. Leo was added.
The defendant was in the group chat? And when you left Lazy Brook, where were you guys headed at that point?
We were heading to Trumbull High School.
And why were you going to Trumbull High School?
Basically, it was like almost like a meeting point where we could figure out what we were going to do. Like if we were deciding to go to another party or, I don't know.
So you mentioned this group chat. At what point were you added to the group chat? Were you added to the group chat before or after you got to Trumbull High School?
Before, like on the way.
And were you able to view what was being said in the group chat?
Yes.
Now, without telling us what was said, what was the overall tone of the group chat when you were on the way to Trumbull High School?
Aggressive, violent, almost like people looking to pick fights.
And did you say anything in the group chat?
No.
At some point in time when you got to Trumbull High School, was there anything in the group chat said about meeting up at Trumbull High School?
Not that I knew of.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not the defendant said anything in the group chat about meeting up at Trumbull High School?
I don't know.
Now, when was there any talk about during the group chat? Was there any talk in the group chat about fighting?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Tell you about talk?
Yeah.
There's basically another group of individuals telling us to come meet them at a certain place, and us saying to come, like we're going to come, or come to us, or we'll fight.
Now, I just asked you a question before about whether or not the defendant said anything in the group chat regarding Trumbull High School and the fight. Do you recall if that happened? May I approach the witness, Your Honor? looking at a document for fresh recollection.
Would.
You remember, Brett?
Yeah.
Now, with regards to the group chat, do you recall now whether or not the defendant said anything in the group chat regarding coming to Trumbull High School to meet up for this fight?
Yes.
And what did he say?
Said, come to Trumbull High, slide right now.
What does slide mean?
Usually it's used as a term to come here.
And did anybody show up at Trumbull High School?
No.
At some point in time, how long were you at Trumbull High School for?
Around 15 to 20 minutes.
And were you guys drinking any alcohol from Lazy Brook all the way until 15, 20 minutes after you got to Trumbull High School? Was there any drinking going on?
I still had a bottle of Kinky, but I don't believe we were really drinking much.
When you got to Trumbull High School, in addition to the group chat, do you recall what other people were doing at any given moment?
Kind of just talking.
Did you meet up with anybody at Trumbull High School?
There was a car of girls there. I don't remember the girls' names, but they were there. We were talking to them. And then there was a BMW there of Trumbull High kids, Keenan.
And did you have a conversation with those kids?
Yeah.
And what kinds of things were you telling them at Trumbull High School?
So they came around when we were looking to leave, and we had a conversation with them saying, would you guys come with us to 43 Glen?
And what was the purpose of them going to 43 Laurel Glen with you?
To fight.
And you had the address of 43 Laurel Glen. How did you get that address?
All the Shelton kids in the group chat were dropping it in.
And at some point in time, did you leave leave Trumbull High School, excuse me?
Yes.
And where were you headed when you left Trumbull High School?
43 Glen.
And what was the purpose of going there? And just prior to leaving Trumbull High School, did you have a conversation with the defendant about going over to 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
And tell me about that conversation. What was it like? What was he saying?
We were just saying, yeah, let's go fuck these kids up. Like, we already fucked them up once, kind of laughing about it. I was agreeing, yeah, let's go fight these kids.
So, so you left Trumbull High School and you drove over to 43 Laurel Glen. Were you intoxicated at this point? What were you like? You were drinking alcohol. What were you like?
I would say I have like that warm feeling in my body. I wouldn't say I was too intoxicated, but I definitely had alcohol in my system.
Did you think you had beer muscles or anything like that?
A little bit.
Now, at some point, did you arrive at Laurel Glen?
We did.
And when you arrived at Laurel Glen, do you recall the State's Exhibit 1 behind you? Can you tell us if you can recall how you got to Laurel Glen? There's a pointer right in front of you if you want to use the pointer.
What I recall is,
It's right to the, yeah.
I recall basically, my memory is kind of like almost coming down here and like making it turn right here. Stopping right in front of the house.
So when you say you stopped in front of the house, I showed you State's Exhibit 49. Can you show us on State's 49 using the words, where you recall the car stopping?
Kind of in the middle of the street, in front of the mailbox area.
In front of the mailbox for 43 Laurel Glen or
Yes.
across the street? So somewhere along
43
the-
Glen, yeah.
So the record can reflect my finger is pointed to the center of 43 Laurel Glen, somewhere in front of the driveway near the mailbox, but in the middle of the room.
All right, record will reflect that information. Thank you.
And when you got there, was there anybody outside?
There was a couple of kids hanging up in the back like yard, but no one like really outside yet.
At some point in time, did kids come outside?
Yes.
Why was the group chat still going on at this point?
Yeah, it was.
And what, if anything, did you say in the group chat about your presence at 43 Laurel Glen?
I didn't say anything, but I'm pretty sure someone from our car told them that we were there.
And when that happened, did people start coming out of the house?
Yes.
Do you recall where they came out of the house?
Almost looked like from the backyard.
And when they came from the backyard, how did they make their way towards the car?
Running?
And did they come down the front lawn? Did they come down the driveway? How did they come in? Both. And when they, how many people would you say came out of the house at that point?
35, 40 people.
And when they came out of the house, did you have a conversation with any of these people?
Like a semi one.
Tell me about that.
So the car was surrounded quickly by a ton of people. The kid on my right, I started seeing like what happened. One of our boys saying you jumped him, and I was like, I kind of lied to him, said no, we didn't. What do you mean? And then the kid that actually got in the fight earlier that night came over to my side. He started screaming at me, "Fuck you, fuck you!" So I started screaming back, and this is when it kind of almost got a little chaotic. And the car started rocking a little bit. You could feel it getting kicked.
Did the defendant say anything at this point in time?
Yeah, he did.
What did he say?
He was screaming out the window too, like "fuck you guys are pussies."
Now, when the kicking and punching of the car happened, how long did that go on for, would you say?
I would say around 15 seconds.
And after 15 seconds, what happened?
Lito actually said drive to Jack. Jack started like almost like inching, and people started to get out of the way, and then he drove.
And where did he drive? Using State's Exhibit 1, can you show us where he drove?
That's me. We were like right here, and he drove up this road. Up here.
And did you recall if Jack drove up and down the road at all?
What I recall is he drove up here, he turned around while everyone was in the car and drove back down, and then turned around quickly again and drove back up where people started to get out.
Now, when you were in the car, where were you seated at this point in time?
Passenger seat.
Front passenger seat?
Yeah.
Do you recall if anything was thrown at the car when Jack was driving up and down the street?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall if anything was thrown from the car when you guys were driving up and down the street?
Not that I recall.
Now, at some point in time, you indicate that you stopped in the area just prior to 36 Laurel Glen, or Farmhouse Road, excuse me.
Yes.
And can you please describe, when you get to that area, to the best of your recollection, what do you remember happening when does the car stop at that point?
Yes.
What
The
happened?
car stops. Kenzie's actually screaming, "Let me out, let me out." She's crying. We all get out. Jack stays in the car. We all else get out. I start looking at the car, the damages. There's dents. There's a shattered windshield right in front of me. The car is very beat up. The defendant gets out as well, and he's looking at it too.
I'm going to stop you there for a second. I want to show you a video for.
But just with regards to getting out of the car, do you remember who initially got out of the car?
Me and Lito.
Did anybody else get out of the car? That's your recollection.
That's my reaction. No.
But this person getting out of the car, the right there, in the front seat, who's that?
That's me.
That's you. I'm going to point again. This person right here, do you know who that is outside the car?
I'm not.
If you see a person, what's on your mind? You see a person in between these two posts here?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kenzie.
That's Mackenzie. And Mackenzie, was it Mackenzie?
Kenzie Trefacante.
How do you know her?
Last year.
School there?
Last
So is this the point, are you describing in your testimony, this is the point where you remember getting out down the street near Farmhouse Lane?
Yes.
Now, when you get out down the street near Farmhouse Lane, do you recall if anybody from the other party comes down and talks to you guys or comes at you guys?
I did not recall.
Okay. It's about 11:41 at night.
Yeah.
State's 44. This is a different angle of that same video. From a ring camera in front of the house. recall this happening on May 14th, 2022?
No.
But you're clearly standing on the side of the road here, right?
Yes.
But you don't recall them coming down. So to the best of recollection, do you recall any physical altercation happening at around this time down near Farmhouse Lane in Laurel Glen? Do you recall anybody with any weapons on them at this point in time? No. Okay. So at some point in time, actually, can you play the rest of it? Did you see somebody do something at Jack's car? Do you recall that?
No.
So you said you got out of the car, you were looking at the car, you were looking at the damage of the car. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that. What were you guys doing with what you recall about looking at the damage to Jack's car?
Yeah. So basically, what I recall of that is when I got out and I was looking at the car, I kind of saw it all, and especially with the cracked windshield, I already knew it was there because it was in front of me. And going around, seeing the bumpers kicked in, dents everywhere, I was thinking, like, how the fuck can they do this? And this is like going to be very expensive for Jack himself, right? And then the defendant was with me while looking at it, and his demeanor was more, "Fuck these kids! Like, you really gonna let them do you like this?" And not to say, yes, I was upset as well, but I just like basically came to a conclusion with Jack. I asked him, "Yo, bring me back down there, let me go talk."
Now, when you said that the defendant was saying, you know, you're going to let them do you like that, how was his demeanor? How was he acting?
Angry.
Was he more angry than anybody else?
I would say.
And now you indicated that you wanted to go back down there.
Yes.
Why did you want to go back down to 43 Laurel Glen?
My cousin and their family know the Riches themselves. They actually are over by them on that street. Not that street, but street over. So I knew the Riches. I knew Tyler Rich. I also know a lot of Shelton kids too. So I thought I could talk to them. I didn't think I had a problem with them.
So when you were down at the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Road, did anybody else besides you, the defendant, and Jack get out of the car? Do you recall?
I think everyone else got out too.
So Will, Dimitri, Keenan, and Mackenzie.
Yeah.
Do you recall at that point in time, you said Mackenzie was upset?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not anybody wanted to get her right out of there at that point?
Not that I knew.
Do you know whether, well, let me ask you this. At that point in time, could you have left the area and gone home? Could you have called the police at that point about the damage to Jack's car?
Could have.
But you did. At that point in time, if Jack didn't want to drive you home, could you have called somebody for a ride?
Yes.
When you were down there and the defendant was acting aggressively and indicating, Jack, you're going to let them do you like this, tell me, did anything else happen during that interaction with you, Jack, and the defendant?
Outside of the car, it was more exactly what you said. It was aggressive, anger from the defendant. Not to say, yes, I was upset as well, and so was Jack. When I mentioned to Jack, let me go down and talk to him. I know these kids better than any of you guys. We began to get back into the car.
And when you got back into the car, who was getting into the car?
Lito got into the front passenger seat before me, and I was going around the car to get into the back.
And when you were getting into the car, what, if anything, was said when you were getting into the car?
I heard the defendant say, "Jack, give me the knife."
And did you see a knife that night?
I did not.
Did you see Jack hand the defendant the knife?
I did not.
And when you were getting back into the car, did you have a knife on you?
I did not.
And do you know whether or not the defendant knows anybody at the Rich household?
I did not.
Do you know why the defendant was getting in the car at that point in time?
Not really.
And at some point, did you drive back down to 43 Laurel Glen?
Did, yeah.
Tell me about that. Where did you, what happened when you were driving down?
So we drove straight back down, like right when we get in that car, and I explained that point where I heard the defendant ask for a knife. That was very super synced to me getting in and us driving down. And when we drove down, I got out of the car and walked straight up.
Where did you get out of the car? If you could show me the stage 49.
I got out right here. I got out right in front of the mailbox almost.
Okay, so if I'm pointing in stage 49, you got to pull the car up somewhere in this area in front of the mailbox,
Yeah, right around that area.
facing Adams,
Yes.
and you got out of the car, and you walked up where?
I walked up right a little past the grass, but then onto the pavement.
Onto where?
Pavement. Driveway.
Stage 5, maybe up this area here.
Yes.
When you get out of the car, did you notice anybody with you?
So when I got out of the car, I thought it was just going to be me. And then I noticed Vito was on the right hand side of it.
And when you saw Lito on your right-hand side, what did you think to yourself at that point?
I just kind of thought, what is he doing? There's no one he knows here. It's a smart idea for him to be coming up.
Why wouldn't it be a smart idea?
It's because no one knows him, right? Me being me and knowing people, I thought maybe I could talk to Tyler Rich and it wouldn't be a big thing. But seeing him coming up to the right side and having both of us walking up just would not be something that would be smart.
And why wouldn't it be smart?
He was really angry before. I don't think he was looking to talk peacefully like I was to talk to Tyler Rich about the damages. He didn't know Tyler Rich, so what is he going to talk about?
And with regards to going back there and the defendant getting out, did you think that it was going to end well?
No.
Why?
Like I said, he was upset. He was angry. He was showing it way more. He wasn't looking. I feel like he wasn't looking for anything peaceful.
Did you, at that point in time when you got out of the car, did you notice if the defendant had any weapons on him?
I did not.
What was the lighting out like that night?
It was dark.
Could you see in front of you though?
Yes.
It wasn't pitch black. Was there some ambient light coming from the house?
Yeah.
Jack's lights were on in his car. That
Yeah.
light kind of helped out.
Yeah.
Was there anybody outside at that point in time when you started walking up initially?
Not really.
And when you were walking up the house, what if anything happened as you were walking up?
When I was walking up, no one was really around. And then someone said, "They're back." I screamed it out almost. And I was greeted by a large individual straight into my face in the first 3 seconds. Who got really close up to me, started screaming, yelling at me, "The fuck you doing back? What are you doing here?" And I was like, "Yo, I'm trying to talk to Tyler Rich." And then while that was going on, Tyler Rich came to the right side of me. And I was like, "Yo, Tyler." And then he just screamed at me, "Get the fuck off my property before I fuck you up."
So you were walking up. Tyler Rich was somewhere to your right, and he was telling you to get off his property. And when that was happening, where was the defendant at this point? Do you remember?
Like 8 feet to the right of me.
So from maybe here at me to maybe the wood banister there, or the jury cell.
Farther, but yeah.
Further? Okay. And could you see what the defendant was doing at that point in time?
He had a group of kids almost like kind of surrounding him as well, and he was screaming back at them.
He was screaming at them? What kind of things was he screaming?
I couldn't hear.
Did it look like he was acting peacefully?
No.
Did it look like he was trying to calm the situation?
No.
Did it look like he was acting aggressively?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, tell me what happens next.
So right when Tyler Rich came to my face and screamed that into me, I knew this is not going to go the way I thought it was going to go. More kids kept funneling out, got louder, more chaotic. They started screaming at me. I started screaming back. And I'm looking over at Lito because he has a lot of people around him. And I see him get punched. And I almost took a step forward and I got hit from the back of my head and almost fell forward into a group of people. And before I knew it, I was on the ground. And
Now, are you familiar with Jimmy McGrath?
I am.
How are you familiar with Jimmy McGrath?
I grew up playing lacrosse against him.
And I'll show you state 57. You know who that is?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's Jimmy.
Now, do you recall seeing Jimmy during this initial part? Was he in the?
No.
Now, you say that you got hit and you fell?
Yeah.
And when you fell, do you recall what was going on when you fell?
It was so chaotic that it was almost like I just felt stuff coming from all different sides of me, getting like kicked, punched. Kind of was just face down, so I don't really recall what was going on around me.
How long would you say the fight lasted for? Do you recall?
I would say like 10, 15 seconds.
And when the fight started, do you recall seeing where the defendant went?
There you go.
Did you see, once the defendant got hit, did you see what happened to him?
No.
Now, you said you didn't see Jimmy during the initial part of the fight. Did you see him involved in the fight, in the initial part of the fight? Now, at some point in time when you're on the ground, you said 10 to 15 seconds. What happens next that you remember?
What I remember is being on the ground, kind of like getting kicked, getting punched, whatever. Then almost getting pushed, like, so my body would get like almost let go, and like I glide into like the street. Yeah, when I get out of it.
So we're looking at States Exhibit 4. Can you tell us in States 4 where you recall getting pushed out to the street?
I remember like being over by that first far red bush, like that's over there. I believe where I was getting beat up, and then I come out straight out in front of it.
So the record can reflect, Your Honor, we're looking at the red bush to the left, which appears to be next to the blue pickup truck, and then it says indicated that he was pushed out towards the street where the curb is.
Court will allow the record to reflect that information. Thank you.
And when you you said you got pushed out into the street?
Well, it almost felt like they let go of me.
Okay.
So
And when you are out into the street, what, if anything, do you recall doing at that point?
I like stumble out into the street. I turn around and there's just a big wall of kids screaming, like very chaotic.
Were the wall of kids that were screaming, were they coming after you at that point?
No.
Were you going after them at that point? No. Did you have a weapon on you at that point?
No.
Did you were screaming back at them?
Was yeah.
They were screaming at you?
Yes.
Was the fight over at that point?
My knowledge, yes.
And how long would you say the fight was over? How long did that screaming go on?
Like five seconds.
And after that 5 seconds, what do you remember doing?
After that 5 seconds while I was screaming at them, almost like a screaming match, I looked to my left and I saw the car Jack Snyder was driving, driving away.
We're going to play a video. Do you recall watching video in connection to this case?
Yes.
Yes, sir! Come on, let's go again.
Yeah, you recall seeing that?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you state 62. You know who that is in state 62?
I do.
Who was that?
Defendant?
State 63. You know who this individual is on the ground with the shirt pulled up?
I do.
Who is that?
That's me.
Now, do you recall seeing Jimmy McGrath during this part of the fight?
I do not.
State 68. This person that's here with the jeans on with the shirt kind of pulled up going towards, looks like they're going towards the street. Do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
That's me.
And this individual to your left, do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
Defendant?
Lastly, state 69. Do you know who this individual is at the street?
That's me.
You recall seeing Jimmy McGrath at all during this time?
No.
Do you recall seeing him involved in any of the fights during this time?
I do not.
Now, you indicated that you look to your left and you see the car driving away.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I mean, I'm screaming at these kids, are screaming at me. Nothing's really occurring, but I don't know what's going to happen next. I turn to my left and my ride, Jack Snyder, is driving away. I almost went to like that flight mode of like, what the fuck? And I just right away just ran at the car, screaming, stop.
And did you get in the car?
Did.
Where did you get in the car?
The back seat.
The back seat, on the passenger side or the driver's side? And was the defendant in the car?
Was.
Where was he seated?
Seated in the right passenger seat, front.
And when you got in the car, what, if anything, did you say to Jack or the defendant when you got in the car?
I was angry. I just started screaming at them.
What kind of thing? What were you saying?
I was like, fuck you guys. Just let me get my ass beat. Like, no one's going to help me out. You're also about to just leave me, drive away.
At some point, and now when you're saying this, are you just seated in the car or are you?
I'm like kind of head down, like in distraught. Like my head was booming. The adrenaline was rushing through my body. Like I wasn't.
At some point in time, tell us about where the car goes, if you can recall.
Yeah, so what I recall is, I mean, the car is going fast. We take this left turn, and we're going fast through. And the defendant goes, stop, stop, stop. And Jack slams on the brakes where I almost like, because my head was down, I almost smashed into the front seat with my head. And I'm like still screaming. I'm not thinking anything of like, stop, stop, stop. And I'm still screaming. I like look up and I see the defendant entering back into the car.
And did you know why the defendant got out of the car?
I did not.
And when the defendant got back into the car, what if anything, did you hear him say next?
He said, go, go, go.
And do you recall the path the car took after the defendant said, go, go, go?
Yeah, it was almost like we were on like a roundabout. So like it was like a right and a straight, and then another right where we went straight back up.
Do you recall if you went past? Did you pass the house again? Do you recall?
Yeah, we did.
So if we can use states one, did you recall the path of travel to the best of your recollection?
My recollection, like I said, when I got in, short left, and this is where I really stopped. And then we came back out and moved back out there.
And when you flew back down the street, where did you go?
We were going back up the street right around here. The defendant said, stop, stop, stop again. And he got out the car. He just looked at me and Jack and said, love you guys. I'm going home with Mackenzie. And I got out and got back into the front passenger seat.
And when you got back in the front passenger seat, do you recall where you guys went next?
Me and Jack just drove straight. We drove straight. We drove straight is where we eventually hit another dead end.
Let me show you Fence Exhibit A. This is a very large overhead shot of the entire area. It's the fence area. Are you talking about hitting the dead end all the way to the end of Laurel Glen?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got to the end of Laurel Glen, what did you guys do next?
We kind of like, where are we right now? We had no idea. So I grabbed my phone and I put in my address in Milford. We let that go. We finally got it up. Once we got it up, we began.
And on the way home, how long was the ride to your house in Milford from Shelton? And during that 20-minute ride, did you have a conversation with Jack about what had happened?
I did.
Now, without telling us what Jack said, what kind of things were you saying to him?
I was upset. I kind of was continuing old demeanor of like, why did you let me get my ass beat and just sit in the car? And then also, why were you going to drive off without me? And I felt like an anger towards him. So the adrenaline running through my body, and I was just like mad at him.
And during the ride home, did you also talk about what had just happened at the house?
Not in the beginning, but yes, mid-drive, it got brought up.
And tell us about that. Not what Jack said, but tell me what kinds of things were you saying?
So I actually called my cousin, told him about what happened to me. And this is the cousin that knows Tyler Rich. Told him Tyler Rich just jumped me with a bunch of kids. Said, hold up, like I'll call him. Sorry. And he called me back, and that's when I learned that someone's been stabbed, or multiple people have been stabbed.
And when you had learned that multiple people had been stabbed, did you understand the gravity of the situation?
Not really. I didn't know the severity of it. He didn't know the severity of it. I didn't learn it. I knew that can't be good. It's crazy. I had no idea what the hell happened. I just got my ass beat. I didn't know someone was stabbing people. So I didn't know the severity of it. And it basically just led me to ask. I did hear it. I asked Jack, "Yo, did you give Lito a knife?"
And based on that conversation, not what Jack said, but what was your reply to what Jack said?
So Lito killed those kids or stabbed those kids.
And at some point in time, did you get back to your house at Seaview?
Yeah.
In Milford. And did you have a conversation with anybody when you got back to the house?
Yeah, my cousin followed us.
Who's your cousin?
Owen.
And at that point in time, did you understand the severity of the situation?
This is where I learned more of the severity. I learned that there was a kid that might not make it.
And prior to learning the severity of the situation, did you and Jack, when you were talking, did you have, what was your conversation like with regards to, did you want payback?
Yes.
Once you learned the severity of the situation, tell us about what you did during those hours after you learned what had happened.
Once I learned what happened, Jack went home. Told him I loved him. Said just go home. He went home. I went upstairs with my cousin. I sat down. He kind of asked me more of what happened, dude. This is not no normal fight. I kind of just told him everything that I knew, and I didn't know what actually happened, the severity of it. He ate a little something, and he left. I went up to my room, and I'd say 30 minutes later, I called the defendant.
And did you have a conversation with the defendant?
Yeah, I basically confronted him and said, "Yo, did you stab those kids?"
And what was his response?
"I fucked up, bro. I'm sorry."
And is that all he said?
Yeah.
Now, since that night, have you had any other communication with the defendant?
No, other than later that night, I did get a phone call from him, but it was just silence.
Now, at some point during the night, or early morning hours of May 15th of 22, do you know whether or not the Shelton Police Department came to your house to discuss the matter with you?
Yeah, I do.
And did you in fact discuss the matter with them? Why not?
My attorney said not to, and they crossed my head.
And after that, the next morning, what did you do the next morning?
We left with advice from my counsel, and we drove up to Vermont, where we further stopped at a hospital halfway through.
Why did you stop at the hospital?
I was beginning to feel like I was going to throw up. My head was pounding, and I knew something wasn't right, especially after what happened to me last night. Especially my mom, being the mom she is, she was like, "Let's just go get you checked out."
And when you got checked out, what was your diagnosis? Well,
I had concussion, multiple contusions all over my head and body, bruised ribs, bruises all over my body. The hospital basically said, what the fuck happened to you? I said I just got in a basic fight, and they said this is no basic fight.
and with regards to what kind of treatment did they say you had to go through? Did you have to take any medicine?
They gave me Advil for my bruised ribs and all the contusions, the inflammation. But for concussion, they just said rest.
No electronics?
And just,
Now, as far as you're concerned with regards to May 14th of 2022, when you got out of the car that night at Tyler Rich's house, did Jack get out of the car?
No.
So to the best of your recollection, who is the only people that got out of the car?
me and Lito.
And when you got out of the car, did you have a weapon on you at that point?
I did not.
Did you have a weapon on you the entire time during that fight?
No.
And to the best of your recollection, you, through your lawyer, decided to come and tell us your story to the state of Connecticut in December of 22. That was the first time we heard that story.
Yes.
Has that story changed at all between the time you told that story to Shelton Police Department and today? Looking back on it, did you have to go back to the house on 43 Laurel Glen that night, May 14th of 22?
No.
Could have left?
Should have left.
No further questions.
Good morning, Mr. DaSilva. We've never met before. So we've never discussed this case before.
No, we have not.
You don't have any agreement that you've signed with me about testifying here today?
No.
You do have one in place with the state, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't talk to anybody or give them this version of the story until you got that in place, correct?
Correct.
You wanted immunity from anything that you had done that night, right?
Correct.
Before you would tell anybody what you say happened that night.
Correct.
And that immunity covers criminal activity or investigation of a homicide, right?
Correct.
You understand that to be murder, correct? And that includes the assaults of Thomas Connery, correct?
Correct.
Ryan Hines, correct?
Correct.
Faison Teal, correct?
Correct.
And you understand that you have exposure if you were going to be prosecuted and convicted of those crimes, right?
Yes.
Sorry, you just have to say yes or no when I ask a question because the court order has to get it, okay? It's also loud, as you probably noticed, so we got to compete with that a little bit so you can keep your voice up and just make sure you answer
Sure.
audibly. And you understand that if you were tried and convicted for crimes of accessory to murder, conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit assault, that those crimes carry in excess of 100 years in jail, right?
Yes, I understand that, but with my age, I would have had that ability for parole.
Oh, you know about your ability for parole?
Something about it.
What do you know about it?
Because I was told that since I was underage, there's ability for parole.
Ability for parole. Were you told you would get parole?
No.
What's 60% of 120?
I'm good at math.
No. What would 50% of 120 be?
Objection has relevance.
60. So 60% of 120 would be more than 60, right? A lot of time, right?
Yeah.
A lifetime, right?
I would say.
In jail.
Yes.
In fact, for you at the time, you were only 17 years old.
That's correct.
Even 60 years would be more than 3 lifetimes to you at that point, right?
That's correct.
Sounds like forever to you, doesn't it?
It does.
You don't want to spend forever in jail, do you?
Honestly, no.
No, you want immunity, right?
Right.
Without it, you're not telling us anything, right?
Correct.
That was a pretty big incentive for you?
I would say.
And once you got it, and you came in and you told the state what you claim happened that night, right?
From the truth.
Well, you understand that it is your obligation under that immunity agreement that you wanted, that you have to testify truthfully, right?
Yes, sir.
And who determines whether or not you testified truthfully?
I would say myself. It's my knowledge. And then to determine if I'm telling the truth would be the state of Connecticut.
That's right. The people sitting at this table, right?
So, yeah.
Watching you testify here, right?
Correct.
And you did give a statement in this case, correct?
Yeah.
And prior to coming in here and testify, were you allowed to review that statement?
I was.
So you know what's expected of you to come in here and testify truthfully, right?
Yes.
And you said any deviation would equal prosecution, right?
That's correct.
So even if you wanted to, even if you had a change of heart and said, you know, some of that stuff I told him wasn't true, if you said that on this stand, do you think that this immunity agreement would still protect you?
They won it.
Feeling a lot of pressure today, I bet.
Just nervous.
That's not the same as feeling pressure.
I would say could be, but it depends.
So that evening started off at a party that you'd been invited to over at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Correct.
And that was a St. Joe's party, right?
Correct.
You didn't expect to see anybody there but St. Joe's kids. Is that fair to say?
Usually how it goes, yeah.
When you got there, you said there were as many as 40 people there, right?
Yeah.
Did you see Austin Lifer there?
I did.
And what was he doing?
Drinking, very, very intoxicated.
In fact, so intoxicated he was throwing up?
Yeah.
Did you see Madigan Lifer there?
I did.
And in fact, she told you this party's getting a little out of hand. Can you keep people from coming in that aren't supposed to be here?
She did.
She asked you to bounce people effectively, right?
Not directly, but along those lines.
Keep people out. And some folks showed up that you didn't know, right?
Mm-hmm.
You never met Ryan Hines before in your life. Never met Griffin Marcinzik before in your life. And you guys, you approached them, or Jack approached them, or Raul approached them.
It's my recollection to be kind of found them waiting in the garage area.
Waiting in the garage area? What were they doing?
They're going to come in.
Okay. And then you approach these kids, or Jack approaches these kids?
I don't recall who went up first, but eventually it was all three of us approaching them.
Okay. And at some point, Jack grabs one of the kids' case of beer, right?
That's correct.
And at that point, at least, would you agree that it became more of a dispute between Jack and that kid directly?
Yes.
Everybody else is kind of watching to see what's going to happen. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say, yeah.
Were you screaming anything at that kid at that point?
Not that I remember.
Did you reach over and try and help Jack take the beer from the kid?
No.
How far away from Jack were you at that point?
5, 6 feet.
Were you worried that this kid was going to do something to Jack?
I wouldn't say worried, but I was expecting a fight.
You were expecting a fight at that point. Everybody was expecting a fight between Jack and that kid, right?
Yes.
And that kid had come with another kid, right?
Yeah.
And where was that kid?
Just standing off in the distance.
And you told us before that you had brought 2 bottles of, is it Kinky? Like Kinky? Okay. And you got that from a liquor store?
I did.
You had a fake ID?
I did not.
How'd you get that at the liquor store? You stole it?
Talk well with people.
You talk well with people. Talked your way into getting 2 bottles of liquor
Yes.
without having to show an ID.
Yes.
Pretty slick. You'd agree?
How lucky?
Got lucky. Had you done that before?
I had not.
First and only time you'd ever talked your way into some liquor?
Yeah.
Not the first and only time you'd ever talked your way into something you weren't supposed to have? No. You told us that you drank some of that in the car, correct?
Yes.
And that was on the way to go pick up Mr. Valle
Was.
from his house.
Yeah.
He didn't come out with any liquor, right?
Did not.
He didn't come out with any weapons, did he?
Did not.
He came out with his girlfriend, Mackenzie Trefacante.
Correct.
They hopped in the car with you guys and you went over to 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Correct.
No talk in the car of anything violent, fighting going on, anything like that?
No.
Basketball, I'm sorry.
Just socializing.
Just basketball group chat hadn't started yet, right?
No.
And then you described what you've called a usual high school party happening at 5 Lazy Brook.
Correct.
And we saw the photograph. That was you, or that was Jack and Raul at that party, correct?
Yeah.
And did you see he had something around his neck, a pillow of some sort?
Neck pillow.
Neck pillow? What was that about?
I don't know. He's trying to be funny.
Was that fairly consistent with who Mr. Valle was, trying to be funny?
Yeah.
And there was beer pong going on?
Correct.
But it was actually water pong? Is that what you were telling us?
Oh, usually nowadays, the way beer pong works is they fill up the cups of water, you have to refill them with beer, and you just take sips of your beer while you're done.
So as not to waste beer.
Yeah, that and, I mean, so you're not chugging half a cup of beer every time you get a cup,
Evolution of the beer pong game.
I would say.
And you said that there were words exchanged in an argument between Mr. Snyder and Mr. Hines, right?
What?
They squared off, right? Your recollection was that Mr. Snyder was the one who threw the first punch, right?
That's what I remembered, yeah.
But then you watch the video and you say you can see that Mr. Valle throws what you described as a sucker punch, right?
Yes.
Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder, you would agree, they were sort of squaring off and moving around, trying to get position on one another.
They were, yes.
People in that crowd that were watching, which you were one of, you didn't know which way they were going to go, right? Eventually, you saw Mr. Hines tackle Mr. Snyder, right?
Yes.
And they go to the ground and sort of go off the screen, what looks like behind a minivan of some sort. You join the fray.
Yeah.
Mr. Valle joins the fray.
Yeah.
Who else joins the fray at that point?
Only 3 people I remember is us 3.
You would agree, however, after watching the video, there were more people that joined the fray, right? Some girls come over.
Yes.
Yes. Some other people come over, it appears.
It looks like.
Did somebody pull you off, or did you stand up on your own?
I standed up on my own.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle take that motorcycle helmet off?
No.
Did you see him swing it at anybody? People were struggling to get people off in that video, right?
It was a simple fight.
It was kind of a quick fight.
Oh, yes.
He said folks got up, separated, right?
Yeah.
The 2 kids who had come that you were trying to keep out, they left.
He did leave, yeah.
And you said then the party went on for another 30 to 45 minutes?
Did, yes.
Okay. What was going on during that 30 to 45 minutes? Just more of the same typical partying?
Socializing.
No talk about let's go get into a fight, anything like that? And then you said Mama Lifer came and shut it down, right?
He did.
Told everybody to get out of there.
Yeah.
You left Lazy Brook Road trying to figure out what to do with that. Is that fair to say?
Trying to look for another party.
Were you trying to look for these kids that had just come that you just kicked out of the fight? Was Jack, who had just sort of been getting the worst of that end of the fight, was he angry and wanted to go find those kids? And at that point, you described you'd already gotten into the car when this group chat began, right? And you claimed that you were added to the group chat, right?
Correct.
When you say that you were added to the group chat, how could you tell that this group chat pre-existed your being added to it?
Yeah, I couldn't really tell that was pre-existed. I just got added to it, and then they were chatting. So I just thought this was already going on.
Okay. You didn't create it.
I did not create it.
Mr. Valle didn't create it.
I did not.
Mr. Snyder didn't create it.
I did not.
And yet, the 3 of you simultaneously got added to it?
I don't know the points of when we got added.
Okay. And at that point, you started, what you described was the group chat tone was aggressive and violent, right?
Yes.
And somehow you found your way over to Trumbull High School, right?
Did.
You yourself didn't go to Trumbull High School?
I was in the car.
But I'm saying you didn't attend Trumbull High School.
No, I did not.
Nobody in your vehicle attended Trumbull High School, right?
I did.
How far was it from Lazy Brook Road to Trumbull High School?
Don't take my word on it. Probably 7 minutes, 10 minutes.
You weren't going to Trumbull High School looking for the kids from 5 Lazy Brook, right?
At the time.
How many people were on that group chat other than yourself, Mr. Valle, and Mr. Snyder?
I don't know the number, but there had to be a lot of people.
And most of the aggressiveness and violence, was that towards your group of 3, or was that from your group of 3 towards whatever this larger group was?
I would say it was coming from both sides.
Okay.
There was more St. Joe's kids in the group chat that were being probably the most aggressive
Okay.
with those Shelton kids than us 3.
So there were other St. Joe's kids on there in addition to the 3 of you.
Yes.
And you're saying that those other St. Joe's kids were being more aggressive than the 3 of you?
I would say.
Had those other St. Joe's kids been involved at 5 Lazy Brook?
No.
And at some point, you were being told to come and fight. Is that fair to say?
Yes. Correct.
An address got sent to you, right?
Correct.
And at that point, you hadn't seen any knives or weapons in the car, correct?
Correct.
There was no mention of knives or weapons in the car, correct?
Correct.
And no drinking on the way when you started to go towards this address.
I still had one of the kinky bottles, but my recollection, I believe we weren't drinking.
And at Trumbull High School, there were 2 other cars there, right?
Oh, yes.
One car of girls and a white BMW with 2 guys in it, right?
Yes.
And those 2 guys attended Trumbull High School, you told us, and they were friends of Keenan Frasick's.
They were, yeah.
You didn't know them.
I did not.
And that address that got texted to you, that was not an address you were familiar with, was it?
It's not.
You didn't say, oh, 43 Laurel Glen Drive, I know who lives there.
I did not.
At that point, it didn't register to you that that was Tyler Rich's house. But you've told us that you were friends with Tyler Rich's cousins? Is that what you told us?
No, it's my cousins were friends with them.
And how did you know that?
How did I know that?
Yes.
Because my cousins lived in Misty Lane, which is a couple streets over, and they always would talk about Tyler Rich.
Okay. But you yourself had never met Tyler Rich before?
I've met him in the past, yes, before.
But you've never been to his home before?
No.
That you can recall?
That I could recall. No, I have not.
And you said that there was a conversation about going to 43 Laurel Glen Drive with Mr. Valle, and you told us, he said, yeah, let's go. We fucked them up once already. Do you remember telling us that?
Yeah.
You never told the cops that when you spoke to them before, did you?
I believe not.
No, that's the first time any of us are ever hearing that, right?
Yeah.
That's a deviation from what you said before. Are you worried about telling the state something different?
No, because my truth to my memory.
No, and in fact, it's worse than anything you've told them before, right?
I wouldn't say so.
Well, you never before told them, the Valle told you, yeah, let's go, we fucked them up once already. Would you agree that that is worse than what you told them before?
I guess so, yeah. Something like that.
Now, you told us when you got to 43 Laurel Glen Drive that the car parked in front of the mailbox by the driveway, right?
Yes.
Not across the street from the house?
No, we were like almost in the middle of the road.
In the middle of the road the first time that you stopped there, or in the middle of the road when the car came back before the fight? And then you said you think someone from the car texted that you were there. Is it possible that Mr. Snyder honked the horn?
Shut up, yeah.
But somehow, what went from what you claim was nobody being outside in the yard at first, right? People came running from the house, right?
Correct.
And you told us 35 to 40 people, right?
Yeah.
Spilling down the driveway, right? Right? Sorry, she can't pick up a headline. Coming down through the yard as well, right?
Huh?
Pouring out of the house. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And they were coming straight at the car, right?
Yeah.
There's 7 of you in the car.
Correct.
There's 35 to 40 of them coming at you.
Correct.
What were you thinking at that point?
Oh, shit.
You were scared. This was a dumb idea. Yes?
Yes.
Did Mackenzie Trefacante indicate to you in any way that she thought going over to 43 LGD, Laurel Glen Drive, that she was expecting to get into a fight?
Objection as to what Mackenzie says.
The question was, did she indicate by any way? I'll just be clear and instruct the witness. Don't tell us what Mackenzie said, if anything. But I'll allow you to answer over.
Not that I recall.
Did Demetrius Arfanos indicate in any way through his demeanor that he thought he was going over being taken to 43 Laurel Glen Drive to get into a fight?
Yes.
He did.
Yes. I believe Dimitri and Keenan and Will were coming with us to fight.
Keenan Frasick,
Yes, I believe so.
smaller guy with kind of a mustache. Demetrius Arfanos?
Yeah.
Quiet kind of guy. Was going over to get into a fight.
Yeah.
You said that you thought maybe kids were hanging outside in the backyard?
Yeah.
Could you see the backyard?
No, just that's where they came out of.
Okay. And these kids were running at the car,
I would say so.
and they surrounded the car quickly.
Very quickly.
Kids on the driver's side,
All sides.
kids on the passenger side too.
Mm.
Kids in front of the car, right?
Correct.
Kids behind the car, right?
Correct.
You could feel the car rocking and shaking, right?
Correct.
You could hear people kicking the car, pounding on the car, right?
Correct.
Some folks are outside screaming at the car, you said. One of them said, "You jumped our boys."
Correct.
You lied and said, "No, I didn't," right?
No.
You lied because you were scared, right?
Probably.
You were terrified, right?
I wouldn't say terrified, but I would say scared.
What's the difference between scared and terrified?
Objections to relevance.
I'm going to sustain the objection. If you want to claim it, I'll hear it outside the jury.
You were scared but not terrified.
Correct.
Had you ever been surrounded in a car before like that?
I'm not.
You weren't driving the vehicle, right?
I'm not.
You didn't have any way to make that vehicle move, did you?
Not.
Well, but you could have gotten out of the car, right?
Not getting out of the car.
Well, why not?
40 kids surrounding it.
You were terrified of getting out of the car.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
Were you scared of getting out of the car?
Yeah.
Did you see Mr. Snyder reach into the console and pull out a knife and put it in his lap?
I did not.
Were you paying attention to what Mr. Snyder was doing at that point?
I wasn't.
You were focused on what was going on outside the car, right?
More to like the right side of my window where all the kids were.
And then you heard a windshield smash, right?
Yes.
Somebody threw something at it
I don't know how I got smashed, but smashed right in front of me.
right in front of you. At that point, you were terrified, right?
So you got a little more scared.
A little more. You were worried somebody was going to smash the window, right?
Yeah.
Reach in and try to pull you out of the car, right?
I would object based on speculation.
Well, I'm going to sustain the objection. If you want to rephrase the question.
You were scared that somebody could break that window, were you not?
After seeing what happened to the windshield, I would say yes.
And if somebody broke that window, you were scared that they might try and attack you, right?
The way they were acting, yes.
That car was starting to feel very small, wasn't it?
Yes.
You didn't feel like you had any way out of that situation that you found yourself in, did you?
Yeah.
You were worried that you might come to some great bodily harm, were you not?
Felt a little more protected since we were in the car, you know? But what you're saying, yes.
You felt protected, like this is a safe situation right now. I've got this in hand.
No.
You couldn't make Jack drive that car anywhere, could you?
No.
In fact, if he tried to drive the car forward, there were people blocking the way, right?
Right.
If he tried to back up, there was somebody bouncing on the rear bumper, right?
Right.
Had you ever been in that situation before?
No.
Have you ever attacked a vehicle yourself?
No.
And people in the car, their demeanor led you to believe that they were scared as well, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Everybody in that car was terrified at that moment, were they not?
Yes.
And you told us here today that Mr. Valle was screaming at people, "Fuck you."
Yeah.
You never said that to the cops before, did you?
I believe I did.
When you talked to him on December 6th, that's what you told him?
I believe I did.
And you told us you thought that lasted for 15 seconds?
Yeah.
Did it feel like it only lasted 15 seconds when it was going on?
Objection asked and answered.
Felt longer just because of the chaos, you know, because of what's going on. So if you're looking for a number of it, I would say, yeah, if I felt 20, 25 seconds.
20 or 25 seconds was all?
Yeah, if you phrase it in that certain way.
Fair to say you didn't know while it was going on when or if it was going to come to an end, right?
Fair to say that, yeah.
So when it was happening, it felt like an eternity, did it not?
Objection asked and answered.
So,
And then you said, Mr. Valley was saying drive, right?
Did say drive, yeah.
He wanted to get out of there, right? And Jack somehow pulls the car out and gets it down the street,
Slowly started to almost drive and people
spread out of the way. Saw an opening, car splits, goes down to the end of the street. Drives up and down, back and forth a few times, right?
did.
Throwing things out the windows.
Not that I remember.
And we watched a video here, State's Exhibit number 44, from in front of that house where you said later folks got out of the car. We didn't see the car going back and forth, up and down, right?
Not that I know.
But what we did see was some people getting out of the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And then the vehicle pulls ahead and moves on.
Yes.
You identified those three people that got out of the vehicle as Mackenzie Trefacante, correct?
Yes.
Yourself.
Yes.
And Mr. Valley, right?
Correct.
And then you didn't remember what we saw on the video, and you would agree that the vehicle was chased by kids coming from the Shelton party, right?
That's correct.
You didn't remember this, you told us, but you saw on the video that those people were throwing things at the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you heard people screaming things at the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you saw those people running at what you've told us now is yourself and Mr. Valley, correct?
Correct.
And then you saw in that video, the vehicle pulls ahead and leaves you there with those kids from Shelton High, right?
Correct.
And where did the vehicle go when it pulled off and left you there?
I don't know.
You had no idea where that vehicle went, right? Do you remember being scared at that point?
I do not remember being scared at that point.
But you do remember that Mackenzie was screaming, "Let me out," right?
I do.
And at some point after leaving you there, you say Mr. Snyder came back and parked the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And at that point, everybody else in the car got out, right?
Yes.
And did some folks go over and sit away from the vehicle?
I did, yeah.
And who was that?
I don't really recall, but pretty sure it was Mackenzie Traff, Dimitri, and Keenan, and Will. I think everyone else kind of sat down.
And that left just the three of you, Mr. Snyder, Mr. Valley, and yourself, around the vehicle?
Yes.
Were any of the Shelton High kids there at that point?
Not that I recall.
Do you know an Enrico Fiola?
I do.
And you recall Mr. Fiola coming down and talking to you while you're at the car, right?
I actually don't.
And you recall Tyler Rich coming down and talking to you while you're at the car, right?
Not.
You don't recall any of those Shelton High kids coming down while the three of you were at the car inspecting it for damage, right?
Not.
Because it never happened, right?
Objection.
so,
And so you're inspecting the car, you said, and you see that it's damaged, right?
I do.
So now you're looking at the vehicle and seeing what happened to it while moments before you were trapped inside that car, right?
Correct.
And you can see that the windshield has in fact been smashed, right?
Correct.
You told us there was damage to the car all over it, right?
Yes.
And your thought was, this is a lot of damage. This is going to cost a lot of money for Jack Snyder, right?
Agreed.
Because it was Jack Snyder's car, right?
Was.
Not your car. Not Mr. Valley's car.
Nope.
But you said that Mr. Valley was the angriest of anybody?
Seemed like it through his demeanor and his words.
And he was angrier than Jack Snyder about the car.
I mean, Jack was angry. I was angry. But it was like almost like he was more angry. At least more vocal about it than us.
You didn't see a weapon at that point?
Not.
No knife anywhere?
Nope.
Did you see, though, Mr. Valley, when he went scrambling through the glove box looking for the knife?
Not.
Okay. Well, then you saw him when he went scrambling through the console, right, to get the knife out?
Not.
And you heard him say, "Jack, where's the knife? Give me the knife!"
Say, Jack, give me the knife.
Just like that?
Yes.
Like you just said it?
The way he said it, I don't really recall.
Because you told us you weren't there right beside him, right? You were going around the car or something like that,
Correct.
but you overheard what you think was him saying, "Where's the knife?"
Correct.
And you got back in the car, got into the back passenger seat,
Yes.
and Mr. Valley got into the front of the car.
Correct.
And you told us before that you've known Mr. Valley from growing up in Milford, right?
Correct.
How old were you when you first met Mr. Valley?
I don't remember the age. I was young, but it was about 3rd grade football.
3rd grade football? You guys have been close ever since, right?
We got close around 5th grade.
A year and a half later, you got close with Mr. Valley. And since 5th grade, you'd been fast friends, right?
Correct.
Hung out almost every weekend?
Correct.
Slept at his house?
Many times.
He'd slept at your house?
Many times.
You felt like he had your back?
Objection as to what he felt the defendant thought.
Sustained.
And you told Mr. Snyder, "Take me back there. I know these kids," right?
Correct.
Were you still angry at that point?
I was upset for Jack's car, but me being angry didn't do anything.
Okay. And you said, "Take me back. I want to make peace. I know these kids."
I said, take me back, yes. Let me talk to Tyler Rich.
Are we going to take the morning break? I just looked.
We are. Is this a good place
I
to
think this might be a good spot.
All right, thank you. You may continue with your call.
You were, when we left for the break, you were telling us about getting back into the vehicle to go back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And you told us that you had been looking at the damage and you knew that it was going to be very expensive for Jack Snyder, right?
I assumed, yes, correct.
And you said that Mr. Valley said, "Fuck these kids. You're going to let them do you like that?"
Correct.
That? And that he was more angry than anyone else, correct? And that because you knew Tyler Rich and the Riches through your cousin and lots of other Shelton High kids, right?
Correct.
That you thought it would be a good idea to go back down there and talk to them, right?
The little liquid courage, I thought it would be a good idea.
A little liquid courage. You thought it would be a good idea. Well, you told us I didn't think I had a problem with them, right?
Didn't it?
You've been involved in the fight at 5 Lazy Brook earlier that night.
I was.
You just pulled up and been swarmed by 30 to 40 kids, right?
Correct.
Pounding on the car, right?
Correct.
Smashed the windshield, right?
Correct.
Chased you, as you saw in that video, down towards the end of the road even after you'd left, right?
Correct.
You thought you didn't have a problem with them?
Just thought they wouldn't just jump me. Like, I thought I would be able to talk to Tyler Rich.
Okay. And if you were in a troubling or unsafe situation, you would expect Mr. Snyder to help you, right? That would be your expectation?
That calls for speculation.
It's an expectation. I'll allow it overruled.
I would expect, yes.
If you were in a dangerous situation, you would expect Mr. Valley to help you, right?
Yes.
It didn't surprise you when Mr. Valley got into the car with you, did it?
Not fully.
No, not at all, right? It didn't surprise you at all that somebody you'd known since 5th grade, spent nights at their homes with, saw every weekend, got into the vehicle when you were heading back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. It did not surprise you, did it, sir?
That did not surprise me.
No, it didn't surprise you at all. You didn't say, "Whoa, Mr. Valley, you seem angrier than anybody else here. Don't get in this car with me," did you?
Did not say that.
And you weren't scared that if you went back there, these 30 to 40 people might swarm you again?
Like I said, knowing Tyler Rich and knowing the Shelton kids, no, I wasn't.
Well, Tyler Rich and the Shelton kids were the same ones that had just swarmed you only minutes before, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now for some reason you thought that they wouldn't do that again?
Well, I thought because, that's all of us in a car. Me coming up alone, trying to talk to them would be a different situation.
Well, again, You weren't expecting to go back there alone. You got into the car, so you knew that Mr. Snyder was going to be in there with you, right?
I knew Mr. Snyder. I knew Schneider. I knew Valley was going to be in the car, but I knew myself was going to get out. I did not know Vito was going to get out.
You didn't expect if you were going to get out and go face 30 or 40 people that had just swarmed you, that Mr. Valley would get out of the car to be there with you.
I did not expect it.
I'll allow it.
I did not expect that.
But you told us you would expect him to help you if you were in a dangerous situation.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Why didn't you just walk back to the house?
Asked Jack to drive me.
I understand what you did. I asked, why didn't you just walk back to the house?
I don't know. I don't have a clear answer for that.
Well, you just told us that you were expecting to go up there and talk to them by yourself.
Yeah.
But you got into the car
I did.
that Mr. Valley and Mr. Snyder were already in, according to you.
Correct.
And you told Mr. Snyder, take me back there.
Did.
When you got back to the house, or at some point before you got back to the house, you say you heard Mr. Valley say, Jack, give me the knife.
Correct.
But you didn't see him give him the knife.
Did not.
And you didn't see the knife anytime thereafter.
Did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valley with the knife in his hand opening the blade.
Did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valley take the blade and flash it out the window.
Did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valley do anything with the knife at any time. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And you get out of the car once you got back there, right?
Correct.
And you start walking into the yard.
Correct.
It's your recollection that there was nobody in the yard when you pulled up?
Yes.
And you got out and you walked straight up into the yard, right?
Correct.
You said right in front of the mailbox?
Yes. I walked almost like a straight shoot up.
And you were just a little past the grass and onto the driveway?
Correct.
Where were you heading?
I was heading to talk to someone. So I was greeted.
You were going to go knock on the front door?
No.
Were you by the cars that were parked in the driveway?
Not that I could recall.
Do you remember any vehicles being along the sides of the road?
Not that I can recall.
And then at some point you realized that Mr. Valley was also out of the car with you, right?
Correct.
And you turned to him and you said, Mr. Valley, go get back in the car, right?
No, I actually did not say that.
Well, you didn't say, what are you doing? Get out of here. You're going to cause a problem.
I said, what are you doing?
Oh, you did. You said, what are you doing?
Yes.
Did you tell that to the cops when you spoke to them?
Did.
What was his reaction when you said, what are you doing?
He just didn't say anything back.
They didn't pull the knife out and say, well, I'm here to kill somebody.
He did not.
An object based on that call.
I'll allow it.
You didn't turn around and get back in the car because now your plan that you told us about had changed, because now it wasn't just you out of the car.
Correct.
Why didn't you just go get back in the car at that point? Your plan had changed.
So in the moment, I didn't think of it. Kept walking. My plan was to talk to Tyler Rich.
Because it didn't surprise you that Mr. Valley was out of the car with you when you were going to do this, right?
I did, but I didn't think anything too heavy about it.
You knew this was a dangerous situation that you were walking into, right?
At the time, the way I felt, I didn't think it was going to be dangerous just because I thought it was just me walking up, talking to kids that I know and they know me and my family.
You thought those 30 or 40 kids that had surrounded the vehicle and knew you and your family and were jumping on it and smashed the windshield were now going to be happy to see you.
I wouldn't say happy.
He thinks those 30 kids were responding.
Sustained.
Your expectation was that you would be greeted peacefully.
Yeah.
You knew some of the kids there at that party, correct?
Yeah.
How many?
I don't know.
And by your own account, Mr. Valley didn't know any of those kids, right?
My knowledge, no.
And you said seeing him coming up was not smart.
No, I don't think so.
But you walking up, that was smart.
My head, yes, it was.
And you described Mr. Valle as being upset and angry at that point.
I did, correct.
And that was based on his face?
It was based on before we went down his words of the car.
Okay. So when you got out of the car and he was following you up, how close to you was he?
7 to 8 feet to my right.
To your right and behind you?
I would say a little bit behind.
You were leading the way.
I was, but he was 6 to 7 feet to the right, and maybe a little bit behind.
And watching your back.
You could say that.
At that point, he wasn't doing anything like squaring up with anybody.
No.
He wasn't flashing a knife at anybody.
Nope.
Didn't have his hands in his pockets.
Nope.
Didn't have his shirt pulled up over his head.
Nope.
And you heard somebody yell, "They're back."
Correct.
And you told us you thought you were going to go talk to Tyler Rich about the damages to Mr. Snyder's car.
Basically, yeah, about the whole situation.
And you thought Mr. Rich was going to want to talk about the damages to the vehicle.
I thought he would hear me out.
You expected him to want to have a conversation about the damages to your car. What do you expect? Is that called speculation?
You know, it's what he expected, his reason for going all out.
Say the question again.
Sure. You expected Mr. Rich was going to want to talk to you about the damages to the vehicle.
I did at the time.
And after you heard their back, you told us you were confronted by a large individual that was screaming at you, right?
Correct.
Was that Tyler Rich?
No.
Did you know who it was?
I did not.
He was not alone, though, was he?
No.
Shortly thereafter, the 30 to 40 people swarmed out again, right?
Correct.
Looked like the whole house was pouring out from that backside, right?
Correct.
You were scared at that point, weren't you?
I was.
Not because of anything Mr. Valle was doing at that point, was it?
Correct.
Because of what you had just walked into, fair to say?
Correct.
At that point, were you terrified?
Correct.
You didn't know if any of those people had weapons, did you?
I did not.
You saw somebody throw things at you while you were down there at the end of 40, easy for me to say, 36 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Objection.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that, but you saw it on the video, right?
Stating the objection, I'm motioning, I'm going to instruct the jury to strike the witness's answer. And when there's an objection pending, let's please pause. Thank you.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle get sprayed in the face with WD-40 or PB blaster?
I did not.
At the point when the large individual was screaming at you, 30 to 40 people come out and they start to surround you and Mr. Valle, correct? You notice people on all sides of you, right?
Correct.
In fact, how many people were in front of you?
I don't know the exact head count, but I would say around 10.
And were those 10 all just in front of you talking peacefully?
No one was talking peacefully.
And they weren't just in front of you, right? They were surrounding you,
Correct.
cutting off your exit.
Objection.
Overruled.
You could say that.
You felt like you were being enclosed.
You could say that.
Didn't have a car around you now, did you?
I did not.
Did you think you were going to get beaten up?
Yeah.
Did it cross your mind that you might die?
No.
How badly did you think you might get beaten up?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
How badly did you think you might get beaten up?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. What he was thinking.
I mean, when shit hits the fan like that so quickly, there's only a certain amount of time to think. I could say, yeah, I was like, I'm going to get my ass beat.
You didn't know if you're going to live through that, right?
Objection, ask an answer.
Sustained.
And pretty soon you had confirmation that your idea that Tyler Rich might want to peacefully talk with you was wrong, right?
Yes, correct.
Tyler Rich was screaming to you, get the fuck off my property or I will fuck you up.
Correct.
He had 9 other people that you could see supporting him, right?
Correct.
And you turned around and you ran back to the car, right?
No.
Why not?
Just wasn't how it's gonna work. There's people behind me, people in front of me. It was chaotic. He's screaming that. I'm screaming at him to just let me talk to him. And then it all happened so fast before you knew it. Vito gets punched to the right of me. I get hit from the back of my head.
You were screaming at him, just let me talk to you.
On those lines.
You were pleading with him. Just let me talk to you. Just let me talk to you.
On those lines.
Our families know each other. I know your cousins.
On those lines.
You're trying to talk your way out of that situation, right?
On those lines, yeah.
Trying to use your words to save your life.
Objection as to the characterization.
Sustained.
Did you think you might die at that point?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
What was your state of mind at that point?
Fight or fight.
To save your life?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Sir, at any point did it cross your mind that your life was in danger?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Darren, may we approach?
Certainly.
And you told us things were happening so fast, right?
Correct.
Your pleading with Mr. Rich did not in any way calm the situation, right?
Not even close.
And then Mr. Valle got punched in the face, right?
Correct.
Chaos ensues.
Correct.
You're down on the ground, face first in the dirt, right?
That's what I remembered.
Getting punched and kicked by you don't know who.
Idea.
At that point, did you think you might die?
Objection asked and answered.
I don't know, to be honest.
You didn't know if you were going to live.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
I just didn't know what was going to happen. If I was going to get out of that or I was going to get knocked out and God knows what else.
God knows what else. You didn't, right?
No.
Had you ever been in a situation like that before?
Never.
Never in your 17 years to that point.
Never.
Before Mr. Valle got punched, how far away from you was he?
6, 7 feet, 8 feet.
Close enough that you could reach out and touch him?
No.
Were you worried about what was going to happen to Mr. Valle?
A little bit.
How many people were facing Mr. Valle?
I don't know the head count, but probably another 10
At least?
at least, yeah.
Surrounding him as well?
Correct.
You didn't see Mr. Valle take a swing at anybody?
I did not, because when I saw him get punched, so I knew I got punched from the back of the head.
You saw him punched. Crowd swarmed him, did they not?
Kinda, yeah.
He went down to the ground
That's what I saw.
because you were down on the ground,
Correct.
face in the dirt.
Correct.
Couldn't tell who was punching you.
Objection, this is asked and answered.
Sustained.
You got punched in the back of your head.
Correct.
How many times?
I have no idea.
Did you lose consciousness?
No.
And you told us that you were familiar with Mr. McGrath because you grew up playing lacrosse with him.
Correct.
But you didn't see him there that night.
I did not.
You weren't watching to see what he was doing that evening. Is that fair to say?
It's fair.
You did see him in the video that was played for you.
Did see him.
You told us after you fell, it was so chaotic and you were getting kicked and punched on all different sides. Remember that?
Correct.
And you told us you thought maybe that went on for 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking now, right?
Correct.
At the time, didn't feel like that, did it?
Probably not.
Felt like an eternity, right?
You could say that.
You didn't know if that was going to end at all, did you?
Yeah.
You didn't hear, okay, just a few more and then we're going to let you up.
No, I did not.
You couldn't see Mr. Valley.
No.
You told us you remember being on the ground and then getting shoved into the street, right?
Almost like people backed off from me. I stumbled into the street. Yes.
People backed off of you.
Like a release, because before it was like I couldn't even get up if I wanted to.
Did you watch that video and see yourself getting shoved into the street by Jacob Villalobos?
Did see that? Yes.
Didn't look like he was just letting you up, did it?
No.
Did you know Jacob Villalobos?
I did not.
Shelton High, did they ever play St. Joe's in football?
I did not.
Did you know that any of these kids were members of the Shelton High football team?
I did not.
And then you said you turned around and it was just a big wall of kids.
Correct.
Could you see Mr. Valley at that point?
Couldn't.
A wall was blocking you from seeing Mr. Valley.
You say that? Yeah.
And you turned around and you were screaming at them, you said?
I was. Yes.
Did you see yourself screaming at them in that video?
Did.
After you got shoved into the street?
Yes.
You said you looked to your left and you saw Jack Snyder's car pulling away.
Correct.
Were you scared at that point?
I was.
Thought you were going to be left there with those kids, right?
Correct.
And you were terrified that you were being abandoned by Mr. Snyder.
Correct.
And ultimately you said you ran to the car and got into the car, correct?
Correct.
You said Mr. Valley was already in the car before you?
Was.
Did you see him run past you?
Did not.
Which side did you get in?
I remember it was I got in the left back side. Exit.
Behind the driver?
Yes.
And Mr. Snyder was still driving the car when you got in?
Was.
You didn't see Mr. Valley with a knife at that point?
I did not.
You said Mr. Valley takes off, he makes a left turn, slams on the brakes, and you almost hit your head
Correct.
on the glove box or the dash in front of you?
Seat.
The seat in front of you. Okay, right, because you're no longer in the front passenger side, now you're behind it.
Correct.
And that you looked up after that quick stop and you saw Mr. Valley getting back into the car.
Correct.
How long did that take?
1-2 seconds.
Were the windows up or down in the car?
I have no idea.
But you remember Mr. Valley saying, go, go, go.
Correct.
You go past the house back to where everybody had been left.
Correct.
And that's when you saw Mr. Valley get out of the vehicle.
Yes, he just stop. Exited the vehicle and turned back around to me and Jack. Said, "Love you guys. I'm going home with Mackenzie."
And at that point, you did get out of the car and got to the front passenger seat.
Got back in his seat. Yes.
Then there must have been a sense of relief on your part.
Not really.
No, because you still didn't know where you were, right?
Did not.
It was dark outside.
Correct.
You just had this terrifying experience.
Correct.
You told us that you were injured.
Correct.
You were in pain.
I wouldn't say too much just because of how much adrenaline that was running through my body.
And the car takes off and drives. And you got to a dead end.
That's correct.
And at that point, again, you didn't know where you were, right?
Correct.
Were you worried that these kids might come and find you?
Not that I remember.
Your reaction at that point was, "Where are we?" You said, right?
Correct.
So you were scared about being lost in a place that you had no idea where to get out.
All that chaos, yes.
Why didn't you just get out of the car at that point and say, "Jack, I'm done with this"?
Why you want me to just sit there in the road by myself?
What might happen if you did?
I don't know.
You were yelling at Jack from the moment you got into that car about why did he abandon you, right?
Correct.
You weren't expecting to go down to that house alone. You didn't want him to abandon you there, right?
No, Jack, this is Vanessa.
Sustained.
You said you were angry and mad, correct? Yes.
Correct.
At that point,
Correct. Yeah.
as mad as you claim Mr. Valle had been before he got into that vehicle,
I wouldn't say so.
not that mad?
No.
You were calm, cool, and collected.
No.
Just not as mad as Mr. Valle.
Yeah.
And along the way, you decided to call your cousin Owen, right?
Correct.
And you say at that point you learned that this was more serious than you thought it had been, right?
Correct.
You still wanted payback though, right?
Correct.
So you were angry, right?
Correct.
Just not as angry as you claim Mr. Valle was.
Correct.
So when you want payback, you're only kind of angry?
Sustained.
At that point, you told Jack Snyder to go home, right?
I'll go back to my house, yes.
And you ate and you went to your room, right?
Correct.
And you claimed that you called Mr. Valle and you confronted him. And you asked him, "Did you stab these kids?"
Correct.
And all he said to you was, "I fucked up, bro. Sorry."
I fucked up. Sorry.
And then he hung up? Or you
I
hung up?
remember, yes.
Did he say it like that? Just, "I fucked up, bro. Sorry."
My memory, I mean, I fucked up, bro. Sorry was more, how do you say, meaningful sorry. It wasn't like a no emotion sorry.
So he didn't say, "Yeah, that's right. I stabbed those 4 kids."
I did not say that.
And then you called the cops, right?
Eventually, later that night, after I found out through my brother who called me, when I learned the severity of how someone had passed away, I woke up my parents, called the cops.
You called the cops?
Called the cops. Called my attorney.
Call who?
My attorney.
Why didn't you call the cops?
Under advice of people around me.
You were scared to call the cops.
Since I knowing me and I was involved, just under the advice of people around me, told me to contact. Florida.
You weren't going to talk to the cops until you got them to agree not to prosecute you, right?
No, Jack.
Sustained.
You didn't call. You didn't talk to the cops until December 6th of 2022.
Correct.
Almost 7 months after this went down.
Correct.
After you'd gotten your immunity agreement.
Correct.
Not once before.
No.
In fact, you didn't call the cops. You went to Vermont, right?
Correct.
And then on the way home, you were feeling ill, right?
It's the way up.
On the way up.
Correct.
And you were feeling ill
Very.
from the injuries that you had gotten during the fight.
Correct.
And you went in and you sought some medical treatment.
That's correct.
And you told us that you had a concussion, multiple contusions and bruises all over your body, right?
Correct.
The doctor looked at you and said, "What is going on here?" And you said, "Oh, I got into a fight," right? And that doctor told you,
Jack, show us what the doctor said.
Your Honor, he testified to this on direct.
If you want to explore the actual statement, you can explore the actual statement. Please make sure you don't mischaracterize the statement that was made. Thank you.
You told us, the doctor told you, this is no basic fight.
Correct.
From roughly May 15th until, well, on roughly May 15th, you learned that somebody had died in this fight that you've been involved with.
Correct.
And you waited 7 months before you talked about it.
No advice of my attorney, yes.
Because you were worried you might get arrested and prosecuted for this.
I'll say that.
And your expectation is that by coming in here and testifying to us today, that you're not going to get prosecuted for anything, right?
Correct.
Have you talked with Jack Snyder since this happened?
We have, yeah. We're friends.
You and Jack remain friends, right?
Correct.
In fact, you've talked about this very incident together, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever gone back to the scene?
No.
Prior to coming in here and testifying today, how many times have you watched those videos that you watched with us today?
Two times, 2 to 3 times.
That's it?
I want to say, yeah.
How many times have you reviewed the police reports of your statements?
Are you saying the interview video?
Well, okay, tell me about that. You watched your own interview video?
I have.
How many times you watched that?
3 times.
3 times? 3 times you watched a video of yourself giving a statement on December 6th?
Correct.
Why'd you have to watch it 3 times?
Because we're 3 years now from that moment. And I still live my life, do my things, and I've been trying to put this in the past. So I have to watch that video and remember what my statement was.
Well, you don't want to come in and deviate from that at all, do you?
Lastly, let the witness answer the question.
Allow the witness to ask the question. Thank you.
Saying I just have, I don't know, I have to watch it. I remember stuff, but I might forget little like key couple stuffs. I just have to, memorize my memory of. Well, people don't always remember things 3 years later.
Hard to tell the same story twice.
I wouldn't say that.
Not if you watch a video of yourself doing it 3 times.
I mean, it's always not going to be perfect, but everything will be around the same. As long as you're telling the truth.
When was the last time you watched that video?
Today is Friday.
Today is Friday.
Tuesday.
3 days ago, you watched the video of yourself giving your statement?
Correct.
From beginning to end?
Correct.
Did you pause it?
Yes.
Go back over it a few times in certain spots?
Not really.
Didn't want to deviate from it, did you?
I just really wanted to watch it and revamp my memory.
Well, that original statement was what you recalled at the time 3 years ago, right?
Correct.
And so now you've watched it 3 times as recently as Tuesday in order to come in today and testify under this immunity agreement.
No objection.
Sustained.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Tyler, counsel just asked you about the moments at the end of the fight. When you get pushed out into the road, and I think you said during your testimony it was about 5, 6, 7 seconds at that time. What are you doing at that moment when you're pushed out into the road?
I'm looking back at a big crowd of people in chaos screaming towards my way.
Are they advancing towards you? Are you advancing towards them? Is the fight over at that point?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not the fight was over then?
Yeah, the fight was over.
And counsel asked you a little bit about, at some point, State's Exhibit 69. Towards the end of that video, fair enough to say? This is what you're talking about?
Correct.
Shortly after the end of this video, a few seconds go by and you look to your left
The car is moving.
and the car's moving, right? All right, so when you get in the car, shortly after this video ends, when you get in the car, counsel indicated you got in the back, driver's side?
Absolutely.
Who's in the car when you get back in the car?
Defendant and Jack Snyder.
So the defendant was already in the car when you got back. Correct. No further questions.
Anything on that limited cross, to redirect, excuse me?
You just told the state's attorney that at that point, the fight was over, right?
Right.
Because that big crowd of people said, fight's over? In that picture, sir, what are you doing with your hands?
Holding them up like that.
Hitching up your pants, right? Hitching up your pants because you're not sure what's going to happen with that crowd of people, right?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
I'll allow it.
You could say that.
Your expectation at that point was these folks might still be coming at me, right?
Right.
You couldn't see Mr. Valley at that point
No.
because the people were still surrounding Mr. Valley, right?
I've seen.
Not that you saw. Did those people just disappear?
No. They were there, but I didn't see any fighting going on.
But you're hitching up because you don't know what's going to happen,
Objection
right?
has to answer.
Sustained.
But the fight was over.
My opinion, yes, it was.
Did you feel safe right there?
After what just happened, no.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Nothing further.
All right. Here's one. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Mackenzie Trefacante to the stand, please. Hi, Mackenzie. How you doing today?
I'm okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna have you take a couple deep breaths. Okay. If you want a drink of water, you can do that before we start. It's really difficult to hear in this courtroom, so I'm gonna have you just speak as loud as you can. Keep your voice up as much as you can. Okay. And that microphone does amplify slightly, so if you can speak closer to that, that'd be great. Okay.
Okay.
So Mackenzie, how are you feeling today?
Anxious a little bit, just being in the room, obviously. A little emotional, but I know I'll be okay.
A little bit nervous?
Yes.
If you need to stop at any point, just let us know, okay? Mackenzie, I'm going to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. Do you remember that day and why?
That was an awful day. One of my good friend's younger brothers died that day.
Previous to today, do you recall meeting with me, Mackenzie?
Yes.
Okay, and why do we meet?
We met to prep me for the trial as a witness.
And are you prepared to testify today?
Yes.
How old are you, Mackenzie?
I'm 20 years old.
And do you have a nickname? Do people call you something other than Mackenzie?
Not really. Mainly by my full name, Mackenzie.
And do you go to school?
Yes, I go to Fairfield University.
And what year are you?
I'm a rising senior.
And what is your major?
Finance and accounting.
You're home for the summer. What are you doing for the summertime?
Working.
In your area, your field?
Yes.
And other than when you're in school, you indicated that you live in Shelton.
Yes.
And who do you live in Shelton with?
I live with my family, my 4 older sisters, and my mom and dad.
Did you attend Shelton schools growing up in Shelton?
Yes.
All schools, including high school, or did you attend a different high school than a Shelton high school?
And so up until high school, and then I attended St. Joseph High School in Trumbull.
And you indicated St. Joe's is located in Trumbull, Connecticut.
Yes.
And what year did you graduate St. Joe's?
2022.
Did you play any sports at St. Joe's or do any activities?
I was a cheerleader and a lacrosse player.
I'm going to direct your attention to the year of 2022. Were you a student at St. Joseph High School at that time?
Yes.
And what year were you?
I was a senior.
In May of 2022, were you dating anyone?
Yes.
And who were you dating?
Lido Valley.
Does Lido go by a different name,
Raul.
but you would refer to him as Lido?
Yes.
How long did you and Lido date?
3 months at the end of the year.
And what year was Lido in school when you were dating him?
Junior.
Mackenzie, do you happen to see Lido here today in the courtroom?
Yes.
If you can please just point him out and describe what he's wearing.
He's wearing a black suit. Tie.
Let the record reflect on the witness identifying the defendant in court.
Court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valle. Thank you.
Mackenzie, was it really difficult for you to just do that?
Yes.
Is this the first time you've seen Lido since the date of incident?
Mhm.
Now, Mackenzie, I'm going to refer to Lido as the defendant moving forward, or Lido. I'm going to be going back and forth just so you're aware, okay? But I'm talking about the same person. How did you and the defendant meet?
We went to the same high school. I met him that year, my senior year.
And were you in the same friend group as Lido?
He was a grade below me, but mutual friends, I guess, yeah.
And I'm going to direct your attention back to May of 2022. What occurred on May 13th of 2022?
I had my senior prom.
And did you attend the prom?
Yes,
And who did you go with?
Leah.
And after the prom, did you do anything with your friends?
The night of the prom, there was a arcade thing that we went to. The next day, a bunch of my friends went up to a prom house, which they rented a house in either New York or Vermont. I wanted to go, but my parents didn't want me to go because they didn't think it was safe, so they kept me home that next night.
So it's fair to say you did not attend that prom house in upstate New York with your friends.
Yes,
You stayed in the area of Shelton?
yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next day, May 14th of 2022. What, if anything, did you and the defendant do during the daytime hours?
We went to the beach.
And approximately how long were you at the beach on May 14th of 2022?
Maybe a couple hours. Sorry.
At some point later on in that evening, did you go back to the defendant's house?
Yeah, briefly.
And did you do something later on that evening with the defendant?
There was a party going on at a friend of mine's house. Her name is Madigan Lifer. And I guess she was having a party, so we planned to go there.
And you indicated you were friends with Madigan Lifer?
Yes.
How were you friends with her?
She grew up with me. She was from Shelton. We went to school together. She went to my high school. My dad coached her in lacrosse as well.
Was she on the lacrosse team as well with you?
Yes.
Now, were you personally invited to the party at Madigan Lifer's house?
I had just heard through other people, so I've been there a ton of times, so I knew that I was welcome.
Do you know what kind of a party? What was the occasion for the party?
I think it was mainly juniors who attended the party because her brother was a junior, Austin Leifer. I think he invited his football friends, some girls in their grade, and I think Maddie also had a couple girls in her grade who came.
Now you say Maddie. Is that Madigan Lifer? Maddie short for Madigan?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, what was the address of the house of Madigan Lifer?
I know she lives on Lazy Brook. I don't know what the actual number is.
Now, prior to leaving to go to the party, do you recall what clothes the defendant put on before he left?
I remember he was wearing an Ole Miss t-shirt. It was blue.
Dark blue, light blue?
Yeah, light blue.
And how did you get to the party at Madigan Lifer's house?
That night, Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva picked us up and drove us to the party.
And when you say Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva, who came to pick you up? Who drove?
Jack Snyder picked us up in his car and drove us.
And to your knowledge, what type of a car did Jack Snyder drive? Or what car did he pick you up in that night?
I don't know the car type. It looked a little bit bigger. It wasn't like a tiny vehicle, but I'm not sure what type of car.
Mackenzie, I'm showing you what's been admitted to evidence, states 30. Does this look like the vehicle that Jeff Snyder picked you up in that night? You can recall.
Yes.
Now, Mackenzie, when Jack came to pick you up, who else was in the vehicle at that point?
Tyler DaSilva.
And had you been in this Honda Pilot prior to you getting into it that night?
No.
Now, are you familiar with either Jack Snyder or Tyler DaSilva?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with them?
They also went to my high school. They were on the football team, and I was a cheerleader.
So is it fair to say you, on occasion, hung out with them?
On occasion, they were in the grade below me, so if there was maybe a combined get-together or party that they would be at, that would probably be the main time I would see them.
And to your knowledge, were the defendant Tyler and Jack friends with the lifers?
Yes. They were friends with the younger brother, Austin, who was on their football team.
To your knowledge, do you know if Jack, Tyler, and the defendant were invited to the lifers' party?
I believe so, yeah.
Prior to arriving at Lazy Brook, Madigan Lifers, and Austin Lifers' house, did Jack drive anywhere else?
I remember stopping to get alcohol somewhere. I didn't get out of the car, and it was dark, so I'm not sure where we had stopped, but it was brief.
Now, when you say stopping somewhere, was that at a liquor store? Were you able, do you have a recollection of it being a store? You can explain.
Either a store or gas station, maybe.
And you indicated you did not get out of the car. Who got out of the car to get that alcohol?
I don't remember who exactly, but someone must have.
And to your knowledge, what type of alcohol was purchased?
Not sure.
Do you recall seeing the alcohol when the person who went to the store or the establishment to get it came back out?
I don't remember like any specific type or seeing it. They got it, but I don't remember.
So you don't recall the color of the alcohol either then?
No.
Now, after getting the alcohol, where did Jack drive to?
We drove to Lazy Brook.
The Lifers' house?
Yes.
And either on the way to the party or even prior to the party, getting to the party, had you been drinking any alcohol?
I might have had a sip or two in the car, but not really.
So if you had a sip or two in the car, do you recall what you were drinking?
No, maybe a seltzer or something around those lines.
Do you recall seeing if anyone else in the vehicle was drinking? Either you, either the defendant, or Jack, or DaSilva?
No, I don't recall.
And once you got to Lazy Brook, where did you go? How did you get into the house? How did you get into the party?
We went through the basement door. Madigan had parties in the past. I've been to her house a ton of times, so normally we would just go through the basement door. The garage door, and then we'd be in the basement.
So the party was in the basement?
Yes.
And when you got to the party, approximately how many people did you see down in the basement?
I would say 40. That's a good number, I guess. 40, 50.
Did you recognize most of the individuals down in the basement?
Yes.
Would you say most, if not all of them, were St. Joe students?
Yes.
And when you got there, who did you hang out with?
So since there was a ton of underclassmen at the party, who I wasn't, super, super friendly with everybody. I just knew them, knew their faces. There was one girl that I was hanging out with majority of the party who was a senior. She was friends with Madigan.
Do you recall her name?
Sydney.
And did you hang out with Lito at all?
Throughout the party, I didn't see him at all, really.
To your recollection, do you know who the defendant was hanging out with?
I think majority of the party, he was with some of the football guys and some of his closer friends.
And did you observe people drinking at the party?
Yes.
Do you recall what type of alcohol they were drinking?
A mixture of probably vodka and beer, maybe.
Do you recall anyone playing games at the party?
I don't recall, no.
Now, you indicated that you had, you indicated in the car ride you might have had a sip of some alcohol. At the party, did you drink anything?
I had vodka at the party. I think someone had provided me with. I'm not sure who.
And do you recall if it was it a sip of vodka? Was it a cup of vodka? Was it vodka mixed with something else? And how many drinks would you say you had?
I probably took a couple shots that night. Nothing crazy.
When you say nothing crazy, nothing to the point where you felt intoxicated, where you couldn't stand, or you were vomiting, or you couldn't recall.
Yeah, none of that.
To your knowledge, was Lido drinking at the party?
Yes.
And how do you know this?
I just remember seeing many people at the party drinking. I think he was one of them.
Mackenzie, at some point, to your knowledge, did individuals show up at the party who were not St. Joe's students?
At the time, I wasn't aware of it. I think after that incident had happened, it was running around the party. There was like a rumor around the party that people had shown up.
So is it fair to say that you didn't see these individuals, you were not aware who these individuals were, and you didn't know what school they went to?
No, I didn't see any of them.
Did you learn at some point that something happened between these individuals that came to the party that were either uninvited and who weren't from St. Joe's?
When they had left, we had found out that someone had shown up because whoever was outside in the garage at that time. So I was in the basement. People were in the garage. They had come back in and kind of announced to the party that boys had shown up. And I think that maybe there was some type of connection between them. I wasn't sure what.
So is it fair to say you stayed in the basement for the majority of the party?
Yes.
You never witnessed any fight that occurred between the defendant, Tyler DaSilva, or Jack Snyder with these individuals that came from a different high school?
Yeah, I didn't see any of that.
And at some point after you learned about this fight, did you observe the defendant and his friends?
I remember when some of the boys had rolled back into the house. They just seemed kind of drunk. And I did see them, yes, when they had come back in.
Mackenzie, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 53. Do you recognize who is in States 53?
I recognize both of those boys, yes.
Okay, and the individual who's in the light blue Old Miss shirt, wearing the helmet and the pillow, who is that?
Lido.
And the individual who's wearing the red hoodie, who appears to be holding up a cell phone, who is that?
Jack Snyder.
Do you have a clear recollection of seeing these two boys that night appearing as such?
I remember them walking inside and looking like that, yes.
Do you know when that photograph was taken?
I believe this was after boys had shown up outside, because I think when they came back in, that's when word got around the party that people had shown up.
So it's your understanding that this photograph was taken after the fight occurred?
Yes.
Do you recall the defendant putting on this helmet and this pillow at any point at the party?
I don't remember. I think I just saw him wearing it.
Did you wonder why he was wearing it?
No, I thought maybe he was drunk. He just kind of looked stupid.
And that blue bottle that he has in his hand, do you recall seeing that either in the car on the way to the party? Do you recall taking a sip from that bottle? Do you recall seeing that bottle at all?
Maybe through the picture, but I don't remember specifically that he was drinking that, no.
Now, Mackenzie, did you stay at Madigan Leifer's house for the remainder of the night?
We did not.
And why not?
Basically, I think the party might have been getting too big. And at one point, Madigan's parents, or at least her mom, came downstairs and started telling everybody to leave. So I guess the whole party started just moving towards the driveway. People were trying to figure out rides home. People were getting into random cars. So yeah.
So at some point you left the Leifer's house.
Yes.
And when you left the Leifer's house, did you have a ride anywhere? Did you know where you were going to go?
Yeah, I was under the impression that Jack Snyder was going to bring me home.
So at some point, did you get into Jack Snyder's car again?
Yes.
And in addition to yourself, who else got into Jack Snyder's car?
I don't recall everybody. I can definitely say I think Lito, Tyler DaSilva, Keenan Frazic, Dimitri. There might have been a couple other people, and those people I don't recall.
Now, you mentioned,
That's a good time.
okay, I'll ask this final question. You mentioned the names Keenan Frazic, Demetrius, I don't know if you said Will.
Will, yes, as well.
Are you familiar with those people?
I knew they went to my school. They were a grade below me. I wasn't super close with them, but I knew them, yeah.
Would you have a direct recollection of them getting into the vehicle,
Yes.
Jack Snyder's vehicle?
Yeah.
When you got into the vehicle, do you recall where everyone was sitting?
Tyler DaSilva was sitting in the passenger seat. Jack Snyder was driving. And then 4 of us were squeezed into the back seat, and there was maybe one person in the trunk. I just don't know which one was in the trunk.
Do you recall sitting on the defendant's lap at any point?
I think I was lapped up in the back, yeah.
So we are going to move into our lunch recess. Returning the scene, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mackenzie, welcome back. I believe we left off where you were talking about at the end of the party at the Lifers house. At some point, you got into Jack Snyder's car along with some other people. And what was your intention? What was the, where did you think you were going?
We were supposed to be going to, well, we did go to Trumbull High School.
When you got into Jack's car, did you have, which one? Did you indicate to him that you wanted to go home?
Yes. At one point, I knew that he was driving me home.
So when you got into the car, you indicated Will Sinjwell was in that vehicle.
Yes.
Who else was in that vehicle?
Tyler DaSilva, Lito, Jack Snyder, Keenan, Dimitri, Will, and maybe somebody else who was trying to catch a ride to Trumbull High School.
Was there about 7 of you in there, is it fair to say?
Yes.
And when you got into the vehicle, did Jack take you home at that point?
No.
And where did you go?
A bunch of people from the party were meeting up at Trumbull High School, kind of relocating to hang out and maybe continue the party a little bit.
Were you familiar with Trumbull High School?
I've been there before. I guess we were just a bunch of people were going to park their cars there in the parking lot.
And did Jack indeed go to Trumbull High School?
Yes.
When you arrived at Trumbull High School, where did Jack park?
I don't recall. In the same parking lot as all the other cars that were headed over from Maddie's house.
When you arrived there, did you indeed see other vehicles there?
Yes.
And do you remember interacting with anyone else, either from the party or otherwise?
When we got there, I was a captain on the cheerleading team, and I saw the freshman girls. They were surrounding a car, so I went over there and I hung out with them.
Were they at the Lifers party as well?
No.
So you went over and spoke to some of the freshman girls from the cheer team.
Yes.
Do you recall what the defendant and Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva were doing?
No.
Do you recall what Keenan or Demetrios or Will Sinjwell were doing?
No.
How long would you say you stayed at the parking lot of Trumbull High School?
Maybe 25 minutes.
And do you recall, just going back, how long it took to get to Trumbull High School from the party at Lazy Brook?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And on the car ride to Trumbull High School, what was the vibe in the car, if you can recall?
The vibe was light to me. Music was playing, I think. That's about it.
Was any drinking going on in the car ride to Trumbull High School?
Probably.
Do you recall if you were drinking at all?
No.
Do you recall if the defendant was drinking?
No.
Do you recall if Jack or Tyler were drinking?
I think we were drunk, but I don't recall if they continued drinking at that point.
And how long would you say you stayed at Trumbull High School for?
About 25 minutes, maybe, or 30.
And at some point, did you leave the parking lot at Trumbull High School?
Yes.
Who got back into withdrawn? And did you get back into Jack's vehicle?
Yes.
Who else got back into Jack's vehicle to leave Trumbull High School?
The same kids as before. Should I go through them?
No, that's okay. Now, when you got back into Jack's car, where were you sitting at that point?
I was, I think, still sitting in the second row.
Were you on Lito's lap?
I don't recall.
Do you recall who was sitting in the passenger seat?
Tyler DaSilva.
and the individual sitting next to you in the back row. Do you recall who those individuals were?
I can recall Will Sinjwald. I'm not sure about the other boys where they were sitting exactly.
Do you recall if anyone was in the trunk of the vehicle?
Maybe one kid. I don't know which one.
Now, you got back in the vehicle. At that point, where did you think you were going?
Home.
And why did you think that?
If you live in Shelton, we were about to pass the reservoir, which is towards my house.
Did you indicate to Jack that you wanted to go home at that point?
Yes.
Now, at some point, we'll withdraw. Did Jack take you home at that moment?
No.
At some point while you were in the vehicle, were you made aware that some boys in the car were part of a texting chain or a texting conversation?
It was mentioned. I didn't know who was in it or what was going on in it.
Were you part of that texting chain?
No.
And how did you become aware that there was a texting chain going on?
It must have been mentioned at one point in the car. I think I just noticed that we had changed route. I think someone must have sent a text message in that group chat, and that's how I was aware.
Now, what was the atmosphere and the vibe in the car at this point? Once the texting chain had developed and you indicated that you were made aware of it, describe what the vibe was in the car.
I definitely could tell that the vibe had changed. I was close to being home, and then it seemed like in an instant, the boys were set on going to Tyler Rich's house.
Now, how did you become aware or withdrawn? Are you familiar with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
And how do you know Tyler Rich?
I was good friends with him growing up. He was in my friend group, and I've been to his house a ton of times.
Did you attend schools with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
Other than high school?
Yes.
And you said you just indicated you've been to his house a ton of times?
To a bunch of his parties and hangouts.
Now, how did you become aware that you were going to Tyler Rich's house?
I just remember being close to my home, and I remember then taking a left towards Isinglass rather than going straight back. So I knew that we had changed direction.
So is it fair to say at some point you thought you were going home, you thought you were being dropped off at home? That did not occur because did you actually pass your street?
No.
But the car diverted to another direction.
Yes, and the two boys in the front had made it known that they were now going to Tyler's house.
Okay. So without obviously going into what they said, you became aware that that's where you were going.
Yes.
Do you recall hearing anything from Lido at that point regarding going to Tyler Rich's house or going to fight anyone, anything to that effect?
I don't remember him saying anything, but I had objected multiple times to us going, and he didn't stand up for me or say anything in that regard. I didn't want to go to Tyler Rich's house.
Why didn't you want to go to Tyler Rich's house, Mackenzie?
Because I grew up in Shelton, and a bunch of people who I was friends with, I knew would probably be at that party. So it seemed as if there was some type of confrontation going on between them, and I knew I didn't want to be a part of it.
Do you recall the address of Tyler Rich's house offhand?
Laurel Glen, I'm not sure what number.
And was there anyone in particular in the vehicle that was pushing going to Tyler Rich's house more so than anyone else?
I would say that Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva in the front were pushing it. Jack was one driving, and I had pleaded with him multiple times that I wanted to go home, and it seemed like he was adamant about going.
On the way to Tyler Rich's house, who, if anyone, did you have contact with on your phone?
As soon as I was made aware that they were now headed to Tyler Rich's house, I had texted my sister, and I had asked her to pick me up from Tyler Rich's house.
And why did you do that?
I knew I didn't want to be at Tyler Rich's house. I didn't want to be anywhere near his house. A lot of the people there were my friends, so I didn't want to get involved.
Based on the conversation you heard in the car, as well as just your overall gut feeling, did you know something bad was going to happen in going to that house?
I assumed it wasn't going to be friendly. I assumed it was going to be some type of confrontation.
Now, at some point, did you arrive at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Now, Mackenzie, if you can look, if I just may approach the witness, Your Honor. In this exhibit, are you able to show the jury, and there is a pointer there, where Jack Snyder parked his vehicle when he's arriving at Tyler Rich's house? If you can't, this exhibit, I can show you another exhibit.
Assuming that this is his driveway, I think we were parked facing that way. Right there.
So the record of trial witnesses use the pointer to point to the bottom half of State 52 and directed her pointer over to the right-hand side of the exhibit as well.
That'll be reflected on the record, thank you.
Mackenzie, I am going to show you another exhibit. This is exhibit 49. You can look on your screen there. So this is a more pulled back picture of State 52. If you could describe in State 49 where Jack Snyder pulled up to Tyler Rich's house on that day. You can just use your words to describe it. You can't point on the screen, it doesn't show up on them.
I remember he had pulled up probably near the driveway.
Okay, so I'm going to use the pen here. You're indicating that Jack Snyder pulled his vehicle up around this area.
Yes.
Okay. Was it directly in front of the driveway, or was it more to the right-hand side? Was it back more? You can stop me with my pen.
I would say closer to the driveway.
Maybe around this area.
Yes.
Okay. Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the state is pointing to the middle to bottom portion of the exhibit towards the driveway of State 49.
It'll reflect the information on the record, thank you.
Now, when you arrived, Mackenzie, can you explain to the members of the jury what you saw initially? And what I mean by that is, did you see anyone out on the road? Did you see anyone out on the front lawn of 43 Laurel Glen? What did you observe?
Before we had pulled up to the house, I had climbed over the back seat and hidden in the trunk. I didn't want to be seen. I didn't want to be there. So I don't remember seeing who or anyone in the crowd. I would say I maybe remember one or two people coming up towards the back, and someone even said hi to me.
When you got into the trunk of Jack's car, who, if anyone, was in the trunk with you?
Either Keenan or Dimitri. I'm not sure which one.
Back of the trunk, was there windows in the trunk of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall sitting on items in the back of the trunk? Were there other items in the trunk that you were sitting on because there wasn't enough room?
I think there was probably some items around that I just was sitting over.
Were you able to see out the back of the trunk area? Meaning, was there a window out the back of the trunk?
I don't remember looking out the back of the trunk, so.
So you indicated you were able to see a few people. When Jack pulled up, did you initially see anyone, or was there a moment in time that passed before people started coming out of the house and approaching the car?
It seems like there had been a group that formed outside, maybe. The one or two people that I saw was because I think they came up to the back window in the second row and then looked back, and I was kind of in the trunk.
Now, do you know if anyone from your vehicle alerted on the texting chat that you had arrived?
I have no idea.
Now, when you saw these one or two individuals that you just indicated come up to the car, did you recognize them?
Yes.
And who did you recognize them as?
I remember, at the least, I remember Faison coming up to me.
Did you have interaction with Faison?
Yes, it seemed friendly.
Okay. And were any windows rolled down in the Honda Pilot that you were in?
The driver one and the one that Faison came in and said hi to me.
The one that Faison came in to say hi to you, was that the one that Lito was sitting closest to, or either Keenan or Will that you indicated were sitting closer to?
I'm not sure.
When he came over to you, and without telling anyone what he said, were you able to hear him through the open window?
When he acknowledged me, I heard him, yeah.
And when he acknowledged you, did you respond back to him?
Yeah.
And what did you say?
I think I just said hi back.
How do you know Faison?
I didn't know him too well, but he went to my schools, so I knew him through, middle school and maybe intermediate school.
Do you know his last name?
No.
Now, if you can explain to the members of the jury from what you can remember, Did any additional people come out of Tyler Rich's house and approach the vehicle?
It seemed like at one point, somebody from the outside had approached the driver's seat window, so Jack Snyder, and it seemed like there was maybe some type of confrontation going on there.
When you say that, what did you hear? What did you observe as far as you terming it a confrontation?
I didn't hear anything specific that stood out. It just seems that maybe they were arguing back and forth through the window.
Withdrawn. At some point, no, withdrawn. Did you see anyone throwing anything at the vehicle that you were in? Was anything thrown from the vehicle that you were in back out onto the lawn or at individuals from Tyler Rich's house? Do you remember any of that?
I don't remember seeing anyone outside throwing anything, just because I was kind of hidden a little bit, but I do remember hearing a bunch of noises coming, maybe banging on the car or something like that.
Do you recall the car being rocked at all? Do you recall anyone standing on the bumper of the car and moving the car at all?
I don't recall.
When you were in the trunk, Mackenzie, you just indicated that you were kind of hiding. Were you almost laying down in the back of the trunk?
I think so, yeah.
Did you hear Lido saying anything to anyone during that interaction at all?
No.
Do you recall how long that interaction occurred between the kids from Tyler Rich's house and the individuals in your vehicle?
No more than a couple minutes.
And what, if anything, happened next that you can recall?
I remember it seems like things were being thrown at the car, so there was a little chaos there, and then we just immediately started driving down the street.
Do you remember anyone telling Jack to drive off?
No.
Now, when you say went down the street, I'm going to direct your attention to states. Can I push this runner? Stage 1. Can you use that pointer again? Okay. So this is the area, Laurel Glen, Farmhouse Lane, it's all Adam Drive. This little red dot here, stage 1, is 43 Laurel Glen. Can you indicate, members of the jury, where you think that Jack Snyder drove the car down?
You were person here, and I drove this way. Down Laurel Glen Drive, towards Farmhouse Lane. If your pointer is now, are you indicating where the car? At some point, did Jack Snyder stop the vehicle down Laurel Glen Drive? So he did originally stop there right here. Okay. Did he only go down Laurel Glen Drive once and stop, or did he drive back and forth several times? I don't remember him driving back. Okay. So it's your recollection that he drove down once and stopped on Laurel Glen? Yes. Now, if I reflect what this is pointing to, the area on Laurel Glen Drive, say, three-fourths down the street on Laurel Glen, like in 436.
All right, that'll be reflected on the record. Thank you.
Now, Mackenzie, you had indicated just now that Jack had stopped his vehicle about 3/4 down the road on Laurel Glen Drive. Why did he stop his vehicle? Do you recall saying something to him to make him stop his vehicle? To your knowledge, why did he stop his vehicle?
I believe me, at least, wanted to get out of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you tell him to stop his vehicle?
I'm not sure. I must have said something yeah.
Did you tell him you wanted to get out? What was your demeanor at that point? Were you crying? Were you yelling? Were you screaming? Explain to the members of the jury.
I was very upset that we had gone there in the first place. I guess I was angry that we were there.
Do you recall crying at all?
No.
Who were you angry with?
Mainly, I was angry that Lido hadn't, stood up and said, let's not go there, because I was objecting a lot in the car. And then I was also angry with Jack Snyder and Tyler because they also knew that I didn't want to go.
You just wanted to go home?
Yes.
Now, you indicated earlier to members of the jury you were in the trunk of the vehicle. At some point, did you get out of Jack Snyder's car?
Yes.
And how did you describe how you got out? Did you pop over the trunk? Did you jump over seats? How did you get out of the vehicle?
When the car came to a stop, I crawled over the seat and I got out of the side door, and I immediately walked to the end of the road and sat on the curb.
At some point, did other people also get out of the vehicle?
I think I think they did.
Do you know who got out?
I'm not sure exactly who at that point in time got out.
I'm going to be showing you State's Exhibit, State's 44. Mackenzie, did you see yourself getting out of that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and what, can you indicate to the members of the jury what you saw yourself doing in State's 44?
I got out of the car and my arms were crossed. I think because I was mad, and I just walked to the end of the street and sat down. I was facing the opposite way.
Can I have that pointer, Mackenzie? Mackenzie, in pointing to State's 44, I'm going to direct your attention. You can look on this big screen here. Pointing here, is that you sitting on the curb there?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall at this point if anyone else in State's 44 in this vehicle here, this is Jack Snyder's vehicle? If anyone else got out at that point?
At that moment, I was alone at the end of the road. So maybe they got out.
Now, from your recollection that night, you don't recall anyone else getting out because you just indicated you were sitting on the curb. What were you doing when you were sitting on the curb? Demonstrate to members of the jury what you were doing physically.
I had gotten to the curb and I called my sister Madison, and I was just making sure that she was on her way to pick me up and just asking her her ETA.
Were you looking around? Did you have your head in your hand, your head in your hands? Were you slumped over at all? Explain to members of the jury what you were doing.
Yeah, I was slumped over, kind of just on my phone in a little bubble, calling her, texting her.
I'm going to direct your attention again to State's 44. If you can look at the rest of the video, you can see. Mackenzie, pointing to State's 44, you see these two individuals here? I don't know if you can see. So this individual here, as well as this individual here, do you know who those two individuals are that just got out of the vehicle?
Can you replay it one more time, please?
Referring to State's 44, those two individuals that just got out of the vehicle, you're walking down towards the curb, you sit down. Do you know who those two individuals are?
I believe the one coming out of the driver's seat is Tyler DaSilva, and the other one, maybe Lito.
Now, Mackenzie, you see here on State's 44 that you're sitting on the curb here, right? At some point, do you leave that curb area? Do you recall if you left that curb area and went to a different curb or a different area of the street?
I don't recall. I remember being on a curb.
Is it possible you left that curb area and went somewhere else?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for
I'll withdraw
stipulation.
it. Now, Mackenzie, at some point when you were sitting in that curb area or a different curb area, did you see anyone from Shelton High School approach?
I didn't see anyone come up and approach me.
And when I say Shelton High School, I mean the individuals from 43 Laurel Glen from Tyler's party. Do you recall anyone approaching you or approaching that area?
No, not me. I did recall maybe some noise coming from behind me. I hadn't looked over and I was on my phone, so I don't remember who.
So you had indicated earlier before we played States 44 that you were on your phone and you were contacting who again?
My sister.
And what were you saying to your sister at that point?
I had already texted her before we even arrived to Tyler's house. As soon as the direction changed, I had texted her saying that I was going to need a ride from Tyler's house. So when I had called her, when I got out of the car, I was just making sure that she was on her way there.
Now, Mackenzie, you saw yourself get out of Jack's vehicle. At some point, either simultaneously to when you were getting out of the vehicle or prior to, did you hear anything about a knife being talked about?
I don't remember in the car. I don't think that was the case. I remember at one point, maybe when I was getting out and leaving the area, I heard someone say something about a knife.
Do you know who that was?
I'm not sure.
And did it alarm you when you heard this information about a knife?
I didn't really I overlooked it completely. I just didn't think anything of it. I didn't think anything would have happened with a knife.
So you heard talk of a knife. You don't know if it was the defendant who said it or anyone else in the vehicle.
Yes.
Do you know how close you were to that conversation you heard about a knife? Do you know if it was when you were getting out of the vehicle? Do you know it was when you were standing by the vehicle? Do you have any recollection of when you heard it?
I believe it was I think it was when I was walking away. I don't remember the conversation being had. I don't remember what they had been talking about.
At any point when you were sitting on that curb, did you see Lito?
At one point, the boys that were in the car had walked down to the end of the street where I was sitting. I had offered all of them rides home, and including Lito, I offered him a ride home. So I saw him at that moment.
So when you say all the boys, Lito walked down there, Jack Snyder walked down there. Oh, withdrawn. Did Jack Snyder walk down there as well?
I don't know.
Okay. Tyler DaSilva walked down there. Keenan Frasick walked down there. Will Sinjwal walked down there. And Demetrios Arfanis walked down there.
Yes.
And what did you offer them?
I told them that my sister would be there in a couple minutes, and anybody who wanted to leave could get into my car, and I would drive them home.
And you told all of them that? Every single person that I just indicated?
Yes, I told all of them. 3 of them accepted the offer. Will, Keenan, and Dimitri. They sat down on the curb with me, and then I also offered to the other 2 boys, and they were adamant about not coming with me.
So they did not want to go with you and your sister and leave the area?
Yes.
When you say adamant, how were they acting?
They seemed like they were getting like hyped up a little bit. I felt like I was begging at one point for them to just not go back down there. My sister's going to be here in 2 minutes. Please come back with me.
Why were you begging them?
I could tell that there was 50 guys that are about they're having confrontation. It was scary. It was not a good scene, and I knew that nothing good could come out of it. So I was just kind of begging them to, leave the area. Let's go back home. Let me drop you guys off.
At some point, when you were sitting on the curb area, what was wrong? Did Will, Keenan, and Dimitri come and sit down with you and join you on the curb?
Yes.
When Tyler and Lito, as you indicated, denied or objected to going home with your sister, where do you recall them going?
I just remember I offered them the ride multiple times, and they declined, and it seemed like they had just disappeared. They ran off.
At some point, what was wrong? Was Jack's car still in the area at that point?
It may have been. I don't remember exactly where, but definitely somewhere down the road.
Do you have a recollection of Tyler and Lito getting back into Jack's car and going back towards Tyler Rich's house?
I just remember them leaving. I don't remember if they walked down there or drove their car down there.
When they left the area, who was left where you were?
It was me, Keenan, Dimitri, and Will.
When you were sitting there waiting for your sister to show up, did you hear anything at all from down the street near Tyler Rich's house?
I heard noise, but I had been hearing noise and, loud talking or shouting all night. So I just assumed that it was the same thing.
From your vantage point and sitting on the curb area down Laurel Glen, if you were to, John, did you look down Laurel Glen towards Tyler Rich's house? Did you see anything going on? Were you able to see anything from your vantage point?
I didn't see anything. I also wear glasses or contacts, so I just don't think we were really looking at in that direction. Me, Keenan, Dimitri, and Will were maybe a little bit in conversation.
And at some point, did your sister come pick you up?
Yes.
And your sister's name?
Madison.
And when Madison came to pick you up, did anyone else get in the vehicle with you?
So she pulled up at the end of the road. I got into the passenger seat. Keenan and Dimitri got into the back, and we were waiting to see if Will needed to ride home. He was on the phone with his girlfriend, trying to get in contact with her to see if she would pick him up instead.
So Will did not enter your sister's car?
No, he was waiting near the passenger door next to me.
Did your sister wait before his girlfriend came to pick him up, or did you leave the area before that occurred?
She was waiting to see what he was going to do.
And indicate again where you got into your sister's car and where Keenan and Dimitri got into your sister's car.
I got into the passenger seat and they got into the second row in the back of me.
Mackenzie, I'm showing you stage 44. This is a video taken. You can describe the members of the jury. Will indicate if you recognize your sister's car at all, and if you recognize or if you see Jack Snyder's car at all. I'm going to play it through once, okay?
I believe that's Jack Snyder's car passing from the one in the front and then
Laurel Glen.
going up. Yeah,
And that car that just stopped right there. Whose car is that?
that's my sister.
Is that when you and Dimitri and Keenan got into your sister's vehicle?
Yes.
Do you recall this happening?
Yeah, we had gotten into the vehicle. As I said, I was waiting to see if Will needed a ride home, and we were connecting to the Bluetooth.
Now, Mackenzie, at some point, did anyone else get into your vehicle at that moment or that shortly after that moment?
Yes.
Okay. And, excuse me, who else got into that vehicle?
At one point, Lito maybe came from behind the car and he kind of came up to the window, the passenger seat window, and he asked quickly to my sister, he said, "Hey, Maddie, can I get a ride home?"
Was that before or after Jack's car drove off as you see it?
I think after.
Now, he came up to your passenger side window or Madison's passenger side window?
To my window.
And he asked your sister through your window if he can get a ride home?
Yes.
When you were withdrawn, how was the lighting at that point? Were you able to observe Lito? Did you observe any injuries on him? Did he look like he had just been in a fight? If you can explain.
He quickly came up to the window, and I didn't observe anything. I didn't observe him looking like there was any like marks or anything on him. And then he just quickly got into the back seat.
When he got into the back seat, did he sit directly behind you?
Yes.
And at some point, did your sister Madison drive off from out of the area to take the individuals in her car home and also bring you home with her?
Yes, we were facing away from Tyler's house and we drove, continued to drive that way.
So down Laurel Glen?
Yes.
Withdrawn. Well, down Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse, or did you turn around and go back towards Adams, towards Tyler Rich's house?
We did not go back towards his house. We continued going, I guess, towards Farmhouse. Yeah.
Now, on the car ride back to everyone's designated houses, explain or describe the atmosphere in the car. Was there music playing? Were people talking?
So we had the music playing pretty loudly. There was no talking in the back, or none that I heard. I didn't hear anyone talking in the back. I was already kind of in a bad mood, so I was just kind of sitting in the front.
When you say the music was playing loudly, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Was it so loud that you couldn't even hear your sister talk? Explain the loudness.
It was pretty loud, I would say. We normally play the music pretty loud in the car, and yeah.
Did you recall hearing Lito say anything in the car?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Lito?
No.
And why not?
I was very angry this night because I didn't want to go to Tyler Rich's house. Once again, I had a lot of friends that were there, so I just didn't want to get involved during the middle of it. So I think I was just very upset that we had been there. So there was no conversations really going on.
And who did your sister drop off first, if you can recall?
Keenan and Dimitri, they were staying together at one of their houses.
And then at some point after your sister dropped off Keenan and Dimitri, it was you and Lito and your sister left in the vehicle.
Yes.
And was there conversation and withdrawn? Where does Keenan and Dimitri live? Whoever's house you went to, do you recall where they live? What town?
I think Trumbull.
Now, going from Trumbull back to where Lito lived, do you recall what town Lito lives in?
Milford.
Going back from Trumbull back to Milford where Lito lived, was there conversation in the vehicle between you and him, your sister?
No.
It was silent.
Yes.
Do you recall how long it took your sister to go from Trumbull, from Keenan's house, to Lito's house?
I would say 15 minutes max.
And what happened with John, did your sister indeed get to Lito's house?
Yes.
And what happened when you got to Lito's house?
He then asked me if I could step outside with him.
Out of the car?
Yes.
And did you indeed step out of the car?
No.
And why not?
I didn't want to talk to him.
And when you refused to get out of the vehicle, what happened next?
He just left.
And your sister left?
Yes.
Mackenzie, while you're in the car ride from Laurel Glen to drop off the kids in your car, did you receive any FaceTime calls or any Snapchat messages from friends of yours?
So on my way back home to my house, I got a text message from a group chat with girls that I went to high school with.
Now, without telling us what they said, just tell us the vibe of what it was.
It seems like someone had heard that there was a fight. So there was maybe rumors going around. Someone said, there was talk about a stabbing, that someone had been stabbed.
Were these friends of yours that were local, or were these friends of yours that were in upstate New York at the prom house, as you indicated earlier in your testimony?
They were at the prom house.
Prom house. These were girls that were in upstate New York that had heard about what had happened at 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And did you receive any other messages from anyone else?
So initially, after that message, we had a little group FaceTime call, and I guess everybody was just confused. We didn't know what was going on. We didn't believe that anything had happened. We were like, there's no way that something like that could have happened. So I even was like, I just dropped him off. I don't believe that could have happened. What then started to make me nervous was I received a Snapchat from Rosie McGrath and Peyton Keeman. And when I went to go look to see what they had said, it seemed like there was some foul language, and that definitely made me, I was nervous. I didn't know what was going on, and I was confused why they were reaching out to me.
Did you respond to that Snapchat message?
No, I didn't open them.
Now, in addition to dropping Lito off, in the car ride home from Lito's house, so after you dropped Lito off, in the car ride home to Lito's house, did you engage in any text message conversations with him?
So when I received that phone call from my friends, as well as from Rosie and her friend, I immediately texted Lito and I asked him what was going on.
And why did you ask him that?
Because in the messages from my friends, they indicated that there was a rumor going around that he had been in a fight and that he had stabbed someone. And people were throwing around names to see like who had maybe been involved.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor? Mackenzie, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Mackenzie, I'm showing you what's been marked as states 97 and 101, right? So this is only at this point. I recognize that document, and there's several pages to that document, but you do recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you recognize that document to be?
These were text messages between me and Lito.
Now, do you know the defendant's number offhand as you sit here today?
No.
Okay, and at some point, did you have an opportunity when you started dating Lito to exchange phone numbers with him?
Yes.
And when you exchanged phone numbers with him, did you put a name, you got the phone number, did you put a name associated with that phone number?
Yes.
And what name did you associate his phone number with?
Lito.
And at times while you were when you were dating him, did you have opportunities to text message him, have phone conversations with him? And when you did you access this number under the name Lito in your phone?
Yes.
And these text messages you see here, when were those text messages produced?
After I had dropped him off on the way home to my house.
Now, in looking at states 97 through 101 in the text messages, is there a back and forth conversation between you and Lito at this time?
Yes.
I would ask to mark to the full exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection. Full acceptance of evidence that states full exhibits 97 through 101.
I'm showing you what's now been marked as full exhibits 97 through 101. Well, actually, I'm showing you here what's been marked as exhibits 97 through 101. In looking at 97, okay, can you see that on there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the blue writing that you see there, whose handwriting, or whose text messaging is the blue?
That's mine.
And the white that you see there in States 97, whose is that?
Leo's.
Okay. Now, Mackenzie, I'm going to ask that you read, I'm going to read your parts into the record and publish it, and you are going to read Leo's parts into the record, okay?
Okay.
So in States 97, you indicate, and you said you contacted Leto first?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicate, are you fucking serious? I hate you. Someone just called me and said you stabbed someone. You just ruined everything, Leto. Literally ruined everything for me. Answer the phone. IDK, what to do? Everyone is texting me. What does IDK mean?
I don't know.
If you can read Leto's parts, please.
I didn't do anything. I wasn't there. Stop texting anyone. Stop answering.
Now I'm going to show you States 98, which is a continuation of the text messaging. Can you see that clearly on your end?
Yes.
I'm going to read your parts. Leto, everyone knows who you are. Everyone knows you're my boyfriend. And what does Leto said?
I know.
And you say, Leto, everyone's texting me. What does he say?
Stop answering what happened.
And you say, don't talk to me. And what does he say?
Okay, stop answering anyone.
And then you say, you fucked up, Leto. And what does he say?
How? I wasn't there.
And then you say, if my parents find out. Showing you States 99. Stop saying that, you said. And then what do you say?
Okay, stop texting, please, Kens.
And then you say, I'm not texting anyone. And what does Leto say?
Don't text me. I'm going to Florida.
And then you say, they're texting me. When? Leto, I need you to answer me, please. And what does he say?
What, Kens?
And then you say, I'm so scared. What's going on? Showing you States 100. In the blue, you say, I'm shaking. Can you please tell me? I won't tell anyone. I swear. And what do you say?
I can't text anything.
And then you say, I'm so scared. And then what does he say?
I wasn't there.
And you say, what's happening? And then what does Leto say?
You know I wasn't there.
You say, I'm so scared, Leto. What's happening? Please answer me. And then you say,
Nothing is happening.
withdrawn. Leto says.
Nothing is happening.
And then finally, States 101.
Nothing is happening.
And then you say, can you call me please when I get home? And he says,
Yes.
and then you say, Leto, his sister just texted me. I'm so scared. I don't want to look. And you said,
What did she?
Leto says,
What did she say? Swipe it.
and then you say, IDK, I don't know. I'm so scared. And Leto says,
Don't answer anyone.
now, Mackenzie, prior to you text messaging Leto, did he ever mention anything about going to Florida before you went to the party at Laurel Glen or anything at all? Going to Florida on vacation or going to Florida the next day?
No.
The first time you heard about him going to Florida was in these text messages.
Yes.
After this text message conversation with Leto, did you have any other communication with him?
As I was still in the car, I called him. He answered, and for about less than 2 minutes, I continued to ask him what was going on. I'm hearing all these things, what's happening, what's going on.
What was his response?
He said, I wasn't there. I didn't do anything. What are you talking about?
So he kept denying that he was there, kept denying that he did anything.
Yes.
And this phone call was before or after you arrived at your house?
It might have been, I was still sitting in the car in the driveway.
And for how long did it last for?
It was under 2 minutes, and I remember hearing voices in the background.
You were hearing voices in the background. Did you recognize those voices?
No.
Mackenzie, when was the last time you saw Leto prior to today?
That night.
Now, after the text messages with Leto and also the brief conversation you had, did you realize at that point the severity of what occurred at 43 Laurel Glen?
I was in shock, but I also didn't fully believe that something bad had happened. I now at this point was thinking to myself, there must have been a fight between boys, like a fist fight, and maybe a bunch of kids got kind of beat up or black eyes and stuff. I didn't even think that anything else could have happened.
want to show you a photograph which has been marked as day 57. Do you recognize who this person is in this photograph?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Jimmy McGrath.
And are you familiar with Jimmy?
I grew up with Jimmy.
And at what point, Mackenzie, did you learn about what happened that night to Jimmy?
When I had gotten home, I went to bed. I figured I'd wake up in the morning and it would have died down, or, if there was a fight, something would have died down. And I was woken up in the middle of the night. The police wanted to come question me. So I went downstairs to my kitchen table with my sister. And I remember my parents went to the door to open it up for the police. And I just remember my mom screaming. And then at this point, I was like, what's going on? Something seriously bad must have happened. Still, I didn't know the extent to what had happened. So they sat down. They just asked me about my day, like you're doing, about my night. And when they had left, my parents had told me that Jimmy had passed.
And what was your reaction, Mackenzie?
That was the worst news, the worst night of my life. I fell to the floor. My entire family fell to the floor. And it was just the worst news I've ever received.
I just may have one moment, Your Honor. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Trafecante.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before, correct?
Yes.
Sorry, when I ask a question, you just have to make sure you answer out loud so that the court reporter can catch it, okay?
Okay.
And we got to compete also with this fan up here that's going, all right?
Okay.
So you told us that in May of 2022, at that point, you'd been dating Mr. Valle for about 3 months.
Yes.
And you were a senior at that point, fixing to graduate, and he was a junior about to go into his senior year, right?
Yes.
And you told us as well that you had grown up and gone to Shelton schools, right?
Yes.
And then you went to St. Joseph's High School in Trumbull after you'd gone through the Shelton school system prior to that, right?
Yes.
And that you'd grown up with Tyler Rich.
Yes.
And I'm just going to go through a list of names and see if you know these folks, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know a Jacob Villalobos?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was in all of my classes, middle school, intermediate school. We went to elementary school together. He was my good friend.
Okay. Did you know a Michael Samperi?
I believe he was maybe a grade or two below me. I knew of him. I've probably hung out with him a couple times in group settings.
Okay. Did you know a Sal Perry?
Yes.
How did you know him?
I also grew up with him. I've been to his house many times. He was another one of my really good friends growing up.
Did you know an Alex Bernson?
I don't know who that is.
Did you know a Matthew Lokovich?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Once again, family friends. Grew up with him. I think we dated in 6th grade.
Okay. Did you know Ty Wood?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was a grade or two below me, and just from being from Shelton, he's been at parties that I've been at and stuff like that.
Did you know Ryan Hines?
No.
Did you know Thomas Connery?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was in my sister's grade and in my sister's fun group when she was also growing up.
And did you know his brother Charles Connery?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
He was Tommy's younger brother. He wasn't in my grade, but I just knew his name. I've probably seen him out multiple times as well.
Did you know a person named Tanner Chernowski?
Yes.
How did you know Tanner?
He was also from Shelton. He hung out with a lot of my guy friends from Shelton.
And you would consider yourself to be good friends with those people?
At the time, yes.
And you told us that you at some point received a call from, was it Rosie McGrath?
I received a call from my high school friend group. Rosie had Snapchatted me.
Okay. And that was Jimmy McGrath's sister?
Yes.
So you knew her the same way that you knew Jimmy from growing up?
She was one of my good friends growing up as well, yeah.
And do you still remain in contact with all those folks?
No.
None of them?
I may have seen him around slightly in the last couple of years. When we went out in New Haven, I would see his face, but we don't keep in contact now.
And you told us that you also knew Tyler Rich.
Yes.
And that was because, again, you'd grown up with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
And were your families also friends?
Our parents probably knew each other.
And you told us about starting the night off. Well, before starting the night off, you were telling the state's attorney about the night before this had been the prom, right?
Yes.
And you'd gone to that prom with Mr. Valle?
Yes.
And your parents didn't want you to go to the prom house that was in upstate New York, right?
Yes.
And so you spent the next day going to the beach with Mr. Valle, right?
Yes.
Where was that?
Milford?
And you went to the beach, you said, for a few hours, and then you went back to Mr. Valle's house, right?
Yes.
And following that, you got a ride from Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva over to 5 Lazy Brook.
Yes.
And that was Madigan Leifer's house, right?
Yes.
She's the older sister of Austin.
Yeah.
And you knew Madigan through lacrosse, right?
Yes.
Did you say that your father was a lacrosse coach for Madigan?
He was a lacrosse coach for my entire grade, so a bunch of girls, including Rosie, was on the team.
And this was a girls' lacrosse party, correct?
The party was not a girls' lacrosse party, I don't believe.
Did you see a lot of members of the girls' lacrosse team there?
Some members who were juniors and a couple members who were seniors.
Was Madigan a junior or a senior?
A senior.
Did you know an Emily Robinson?
No.
If I asked you this already, I apologize. Did you know Ryan Hines?
No, I did not.
But you did tell us that you knew Faison Teal, right?
Yes.
And you didn't see any sort of a fight at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
I didn't know.
But you saw that picture before of what you identified as Mr. Snyder and Mr. Valle, right?
Yes.
But you don't know when that picture was taken. Is that fair to say?
I do know when it was taken.
You do know when it was taken?
Yes.
How do you know when it was taken?
I remember the boys coming back from the garage, and that's when they looked like they were dressed up like that, and I remember that picture being taken.
You remember telling us before that you weren't watching Mr. Valle throughout the night?
No, I wasn't.
But now you're telling us that you're sure that you know when that photo was taken?
Yes.
You at least know that you saw them wearing those outfits throughout the night, right?
Yes.
When did you see Mr. Valle put the neck pillow on?
I don't remember him putting it on. I just remember seeing him with it on.
Oh, okay. When did you see Mr. Valle put the helmet on?
I don't remember when he put it on.
Okay. And at some point, Mrs. Leifer comes and breaks up the party, right?
Yes.
And tells everybody, time to go clear out, and you guys all leave the party?
Yes.
Go get into Mr. Snyder's car?
Yep.
And that was the 7 of you that you've described to us, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, the plan for the night had been to go to the Leifer's house, but now it changed because that party was over, right?
Yes.
And there was no plan at that point to go anywhere specific. Is that fair?
Seemed like there was a plan to go to Trumbull High School.
Okay. At some point, you became aware that folks were planning to go there, but when the party broke up, that had not been the plan already, right?
Yeah.
That was sort of an impromptu, what are we going to do now kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay. And then you got over to Trumbull High School, and you said that there were maybe 40 or so people that had been over at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
Those 40 people didn't all go to Trumbull High School, right?
Not all of them, but there was a good amount of people at Trumbull High School.
Okay. More than 2 cars?
Yes.
And you said there were tons of underclassmen at the party, right?
Yes.
You told us that
At the Lazy Brook party?
at the Lazy Brook party.
Yes.
And you told us you remembered one of them was Sydney.
Yes.
How did you know Sydney?
She was just a friend of mine. She was a senior as well.
Okay. Was that Sydney Wims?
Yes.
And once you got to Trumbull High School, you said on the way to Trumbull High School, 4 of you squeezed into the back seat of the car, right?
Yes.
And Jack was driving and Tyler was in the passenger seat in the front.
Yep.
And you told us that you had lapped up in the back, meaning you were sitting in Mr. Valle's lap.
I believe so.
And then at some point, the decision was made to leave from Trumbull High School, right?
Yes.
And you thought they were going to take you home.
Yep.
Because there was no plan at that point to go anywhere else, right?
Yes.
At that point, you guys had had the party at 5 Lazy Brook, which was really the plan for the night, and that had ended, right?
Yep.
And then you went to Trumbull High School thinking, well, maybe the party can be extended, I think you said.
Mhm.
And ultimately that fizzled out too, right? And you think it was just about 25 minutes that you spent there at Trumbull High School?
Yes.
And the vibe on the way there was light and there was music playing?
Yep.
And you described later on in the evening when you're driving in your sister's car that the music was playing loudly, right?
Yeah.
Was the music also playing loudly in the car on the way there?
Yes.
So no matter whose car you were in, it sounds like the music is being played loudly. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Not worried about your hearing.
Sorry, say that again?
At this age, you're not worried about your
No,
hearing.
I'm not.
And then while you're sitting in the second row after getting back into the car to leave Trumbull High School, it's the four of you squeezed in again, right?
Yes.
And you're sitting back in Raul's lap?
Yep.
And there's one person who's in the trunk area, right? And that's Demetrius?
I wasn't sure who was in the trunk out of the boys.
Okay. But somebody was back there?
Yes.
Wasn't really room for much more than one person back there, right?
Yes.
And then you realized as you passed by the reservoir that you were not going to your home. Is that fair to say?
We were headed in the direction of the reservoir, and I guess before you pass it, you have an option to turn left into Isinglass.
That's what you were expecting, is that you were going to turn there and that would keep you going in the direction towards your home?
Driving by the reservoir would have taken me more towards my home. So when we turned, I realized we were not going back to my house.
Because to that point, there had been no discussion of going anywhere else. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then you changed routes and you said that the vibe in the car had changed. You remember telling us that?
Yes.
And you said it seemed like the boys were set on going to Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
Did you know at that point that you were going to Tyler Rich's house?
They had made me aware, I guess. They had stated that they were headed over there.
They knew that that was Tyler Rich's house?
They must have known.
They said, we're going to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Valle know Tyler Rich?
To my knowledge, no.
Mr. Valle did not go to Shelton schools and grow up with these same kids that you've described?
No.
But you yourself said you'd grown up with Tyler Rich and you'd been to his house a ton of times, right?
Yes.
Did you start to recognize that you were on your way to Tyler Rich's house while the ride was occurring?
I'm not great with back roads, but I believe we were headed in the direction of that area in town.
And you said the two boys in the front made it known that we were going to Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
That was Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva, right?
Yes.
You were still sitting in Mr. Valle's lap.
Yes, and I had then after moved to the back.
But at this point, while you're going there, you're still sitting in Mr. Valle's lap.
Yes.
He didn't make it known to you that you were going to Tyler Rich's house, did he?
No.
And you said you objected multiple times that you didn't want to go to Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
Because you knew all these kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'd grown up with these kids, right?
Yeah.
You didn't want to have a confrontation with these kids.
Yes.
And you were upset that Mr. Valle didn't object or stand up for you, right?
Yes.
And you said Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva in the front were pushing for it and that Jack Snyder was adamant about going, right?
Just both of them, not one over the other, but yeah, they were adamant about going.
Both Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva.
Yes.
And so you contacted your sister, Madison, right?
Yes.
And you started to make plans. Hey, can you come pick me up? I don't want to be here.
Yes.
Did she acknowledge that and say, okay, I'll be right there?
She acknowledged it, yes.
And shortly thereafter, you arrived at what you recognized at that point as being Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Because you've been there a number of times before.
Yep.
When you got there, was there anyone in the front yard?
I think I probably saw briefly a group forming in the front yard until I ducked down in the back.
And you said you had to climb over the back seat to get into the trunk area.
Yes.
Did Demetrius make room for you back there?
Yes.
He was still back there?
If it was Demetrius who was back there, then yes. The one person who was also in the back made room for me.
Okay, so at this point, there's two of you in the back trunk area.
Now there is, yes.
And you climbed back there because you were scared of what was about to happen. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Because people started to pour out of the house, right?
Yes.
It wasn't just that you were embarrassed, like, oh man, I don't want these people to see me here. They know me. It wasn't that, right?
I was embarrassed. I did not want to be seen.
But it wasn't just that you were embarrassed. Is that fair to say?
I guess.
You
Yes.
started to fear what might occur. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Because these people were pouring out of the house and there were more and more of them coming, right?
Didn't seem like there was like more and more coming. It seemed like people were kind of outside already.
Okay. How many people did it seem like were there?
25 kids, maybe.
Okay. But they weren't 25 kids when you pulled up, right?
I'm not sure. I didn't have a good view from my back seat, so.
And these 25 kids, they didn't just stay in the driveway, did they?
They were crowding around the car.
They surrounded the vehicle, right?
Yes.
Started pounding on the vehicle.
There were noises. I don't know if it was pounding, if people were throwing things at the vehicle, but
You couldn't see what was happening because you were ducked down in the back.
yes.
Ducked down with your head tucked so that you weren't looking at anything out the windows.
I was in a position where if I wanted to, I could probably pop up. That's when I saw Faison and said hi to him.
And when you said hi to him, did you think, okay, everything's going to be okay now?
It seemed like a friendly encounter between the two of us.
Did it stay a friendly encounter between the vehicle and the people outside?
I really noticed that near the front of the vehicle, there was some confrontation going on between whoever was on the outside of the window and Jack Snyder.
So it didn't remain a peaceful encounter between the people inside the vehicle and the people outside the vehicle. Is that fair?
Yes.
And could you, when you would pop your head up, could you see people surrounding the car?
Yes.
Was Mr. Valle still seated in front of you now in the rear seat where he had been, where you'd previously been in his lap?
I believe so.
And was his window down?
Yes.
Was he screaming things out that window?
I don't remember.
Was Tyler DaSilva screaming things in the front?
I think there was noise coming from some of the boys in the car who were in the first row and the second row. It was kind of combined noise from all of them.
When people surrounded the vehicle, did you become more scared?
Yes.
Why?
Because I couldn't see very well, but as the only girl in this entire environment, this is not a place that I wanted to be surrounded by a bunch of football boys who are big and scary.
And could you see their faces?
No.
Did you feel the car rocking or shaking?
At one point, I just maybe, whether it was rocking or things being thrown at the car, I definitely felt it felt chaotic.
Did you want to get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you want to get out of the car right there where it was?
I was planning on getting out of the car as soon as we drove away.
You were planning on getting out of the car as soon as it was safe. Is that fair?
Yes.
It didn't seem safe to you to get out of the car right there where it was. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you said somebody approached Jack Snyder's window and there was some kind of a confrontation, right?
Yes.
Did you hear glass shatter at any point?
I heard a lot of commotion. I couldn't identify exactly what the commotion was coming from.
But you do remember banging on the car, right?
Yes.
And now you're laying down in the trunk, you told us, right?
I was crouched down. I might have been on sitting crouched. I'm not exactly sure which way I was crouched, but I definitely was crouched.
Because at this point, you're terrified about what's happening, right?
I was scared, yes.
Were you worried that someone was going to break a window out?
I was worried if we hadn't gotten out of there soon enough, it was going to escalate, and I didn't want to be in the car when that happened.
That it was going to escalate, and what would happen?
Boys would start fighting in front of me.
Were you worried you might be dragged out of the car?
No.
And you said this lasted a couple of minutes at the most?
Yes.
And you said there was a little chaos going on, right?
Yes.
It was more than a little chaos, wasn't it?
It was loud. There was a lot of people, a lot of boys. It was definitely scary.
You said these were all big football guys, right?
Yes.
And it was a little scary?
I was scared at the moment, but I also didn't think that I was going to get hurt. I didn't think anyone was going to hurt me.
Had you ever been as scared as that in your life?
No. Sorry, I take that back. I wasn't like super scared just because I felt like I was safe in the backseat.
You felt safe in the backseat?
Yeah, for the time being, I wasn't interacting with anyone outside.
And then at some point, the car drives off, gets out of this being surrounded situation. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did you feel relief?
Yes.
Great relief?
Yes.
Had you ever felt relief like that in your life?
I'm not sure.
And you don't remember the car driving up and down, back and forth on Laurel Glen Drive, right?
No, I just remember immediately getting out and walking to the end of the road.
And you don't remember people in the vehicle throwing things out the window. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the car stops, and we saw that on Exhibit 44, right?
Yes.
And we saw you get out and walk down to the end of the street and sit on the curb.
Mhm.
And then you identified you identified Tyler and DaSilva, that is, and Mr. Valle as also being out of the car, correct?
Yes.
Did you remember that a group of the Shelton High kids came down the street?
I didn't remember anyone specifically. I didn't remember seeing anyone's faces.
After you watched Exhibit 44, did that refresh your recollection of what occurred that night?
I remember maybe commotion around me. I was sitting on the curb on the phone, and I wasn't involved in the commotion, so I didn't see anyone specifically coming up to us. No.
Fair to say your attention was hyper-focused on trying to get your sister there as quickly as possible?
Yes.
The main thing on your mind was you wanted to get out of there as badly as possible?
Yes.
Because you were scared of being there any longer, right? And you said you were very upset and angry, right?
Yeah.
And you told the state's attorney you don't recall crying?
I don't remember for sure, but I cry a lot, so I mean, it could have happened.
Okay. And again, you were angry in part because you felt like Raul hadn't stood up for you when you had objected to coming here in the first place, right?
It wasn't just about him. I was just angry at everyone in the car who decided to go there.
Okay, but your anger, you told us before, as far as it was directed at Raul, was because he hadn't stood up for you when you'd objected and said, I don't want to go here. Do you
That
recall
was one of the reasons I was angry, yes.
You were also angry with Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva for having driven you over there, right?
Yes.
When you were in that car and it was surrounded by all those folks, was there any way for you to make that car go anywhere?
No.
Did it seem safe for you to stay there where that car was?
No.
To the folks on the outside of that car, did you feel like it was going to stop them, just the vehicle itself?
Say that again?
Sure. As they're attacking the car, did you think, we're safe, we're fine, these guys will stop?
No, I wanted to get out of there.
Did you see Tyler Rich at any point when the car was surrounded?
I think I might have seen his face. If I saw a couple faces, it would probably be him and Faison.
Did you have any interactions with Tyler Rich?
No.
And once that car stopped, you said you crawled over the seat, right? To get out of the trunk area, right? I'm sorry, you have to say it.
Yes, sorry.
It's okay. And that's when we saw you walking down the street.
Yes.
Sat on the curb, called your sister Madison to make sure she was on her way.
Yes.
And then, again, You said you were slumped over in a little bubble, just texting your sister, right?
Yes.
Trying as much as possible to keep things together for yourself,
What do you mean keep things together?
to keep from panicking.
I was trying to get out there as soon as possible.
Okay, was some panic starting to set in? Did you feel panicked?
Yes.
Did you feel some anxiety?
I was mainly just angry.
Mainly just angry. You said you don't remember any talk about a knife when you were in the car, right?
No.
You didn't see a knife when you were in the car.
No.
You said you weren't sure who, but you think you heard some talk about a knife.
I don't know if it was coming out of the car or when everybody had crowded around the curb. I remember hearing something about a knife.
Was it Jack Snyder's voice?
I don't recall if it was him.
You don't recall if it was Raul's voice?
No.
You don't recall if it was Tyler DaSilva's voice?
No. See, it was kind of a conversation that I was overhearing from. I wasn't directly like in that conversation.
When you recall this conversation happening, how far away do you think you were from where it was occurring?
Probably a couple feet. I was sitting on my own on the curb, but it could have been a couple feet away.
Do you recall seeing any of the boys from your group around the car, inspecting the car for damage?
No.
And you said when you think you heard this talk about the knife, you overlooked it and didn't think anything of it?
Yes.
You didn't hear anybody from your group making any threats about going back to the party to kill somebody?
No.
You didn't hear your party, anybody from your group making any threats at all?
No.
And you offered all of these boys a ride home,
Yes.
except for Jack Snyder, right?
Yes.
Because Jack Snyder was the one driving the car, right?
Mhm.
And at some point, did you see Jack Snyder drive the vehicle off and it left your field of vision?
I just from the video that I was shown, I saw that his car was driving maybe. I don't remember his car driving off.
So was there a time when you were on the curb with the other people that had gotten out of the car and Jack Snyder wasn't there because he had driven off?
I wasn't sure about his whereabouts.
And you offered them a ride home with your sister?
Yes.
She wasn't there at that point, right?
No.
You couldn't see her anywhere?
No.
And you said that things were getting hyped up a little bit at that point.
Not so the kids that agreed to get into the car and I would give them a ride home, they were just sitting on the curb with me. I would say only Tyler and Lito seemed like they were getting hyped up.
When you say getting hyped up a little bit, what were they doing?
They were just loud. I asked them multiple times, "Hey, let me give you a ride home. Let's go home." And they were refusing multiple times. They just seemed adrenaline.
Okay. And where was Jack Snyder in the car at that point?
I'm not sure. Maybe behind us. I'm not sure where he was.
Could you see it anywhere?
No.
At some point, you became aware that the car had come back from wherever it had gone, that you didn't see it, right?
I honestly wasn't paying attention to his car. I don't know where his car was at that moment.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva get back into Jack Snyder's vehicle?
I don't remember. I didn't know if they were on foot or if they had driven the car back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't see them get back into the vehicle?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing them.
And you're still sitting on the curb at that point?
Yes.
And you said you could tell there were 50 guys and it was scary and nothing good was going to happen.
Yes.
And those 50 guys, as you've described them, that would be the Shelton kids, right?
Yes.
Because there were only 7 of you in that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And then as you're down there on the curb with Keenan Frasick, Dimitri Arofanis, and Will Sinjwald, you told us you heard noise from 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
But you couldn't see anything, right?
No.
Because you were that far away?
Yes.
So you never saw a large crowd of people fighting in the yard of 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
No.
But while that's going on and you can't see anything, but you can hear it, you're still on the curb waiting for your sister to come.
Yes, at the other end of the street.
Are you getting panicked at that point about when is she coming? Is she coming?
No, I think I had her location, and I thought she was like a minute away, 2 minutes away.
Oh, okay. You could see on your phone where her location was.
Yeah, if I didn't have her location at that point, I had just asked her, texted her where she was.
And she was also familiar with this area from the same way that you were because families had grown up and that sort of thing?
Yes.
And when she pulled up, you still could not see Mr. Snyder, Mr. DaSilva, or Mr. Valle, right?
I didn't see them like face to face, no.
And you got into the car in the front passenger seat.
Yes.
Your sister drives or at that time drove a Volkswagen.
Yes.
And Mr. Frasick, Mr. Alphanis, they get into the back seat, right?
Yes.
You said Mr. Sinjwald, he was waiting to see if his girlfriend was going to come pick him up.
Yeah.
So you guys are kind of sitting there waiting for that to resolve itself as far as Mr. Sinjwald's ride.
Yes.
When you see the pilot pull back up, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Valle got out and you said he came up to your window?
I didn't, by the way, see the pilot drive up.
Okay.
I saw Lido somehow appear next to the passenger side window.
Okay, so you didn't see the pilot. You just saw Mr. Valle appear there to the side.
The pilot was in front of me. I didn't see it like come back towards me or anything like that.
Okay. And he asked, Maddie, can I get a ride home?
Yes.
And then you said he got into the back seat, right?
Yes.
How quick was that interaction?
Literally just, hey, can I have a ride home? And he got right back in the back seat.
And then he was sitting in the back seat behind you.
Yes.
You were pissed off at him.
Yes.
Had you ever been that angry in your life?
I was pretty angry. I've been angry before.
Okay, fair enough. You were at least so angry that you didn't want to talk to Mr. Valle. Is that fair?
Yes.
You didn't want to look at Mr. Valle. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you didn't look at Mr. Valle.
Correct.
So you didn't have anything more than this quick interaction with him at the window in order to observe him at all. Is that fair?
Yes.
So you couldn't see whether or not he was injured.
Correct.
And on the ride, you said the music was up, playing loudly.
Mhm.
Oh, to be young. And you're driving, music playing loudly, and there's no talking going on in the car. Is that right?
Yes.
You're not talking to Maddie at all in the front?
No.
But you don't hear anything that's being discussed in the seat behind you. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then Maddie takes and drops off Keenan and Demetrius together in Trumbull.
Yes.
How long did that take to get there?
5 minutes.
That was close.
Yes.
And then you went to take Mr. Valle home, right?
Yes.
15 minutes max to get from Trumbull to Milford.
Mhm.
No talking.
No.
You're still angry.
Yes.
You got there, dropped him off. You still didn't want to talk to him.
Yes.
You say he asked you to step out. You just ignored that and left, right?
Correct.
Then you said texts start up, rumors are going around, talk of a stabbing in a group FaceTime call, right?
Correct.
A lot of confusion.
Yes.
And then now as you're riding home to your house from Mr. Valle's, you started to text with Mr. Valle.
Yes.
And we saw those texts in exhibits 97 through 101, right?
Yeah.
And those are coming pretty fast and furious, right?
Yes.
You're texting one after another. He starts responding back, right?
Yes.
You were scared.
Yes.
You said something about if my parents find out. You were panicking at that point, right?
Yes.
And did it seem to you from the demeanor of those texts with Mr. Valle that he was panicking as well?
Objection, Your Honor. How would you know?
It's asking about how it appeared. Did it seem? I'll allow it. You can answer.
He was answering very weirdly. I didn't know what he was saying.
It was not the way you normally talked with him, was it?
No.
And the answers didn't make any sense to you, did they?
No.
You'd been there with him, right?
Yes.
And we talked before about whether or not you have a nickname. Do people sometimes call you Kins or Kinsey?
Yes.
And we see that in some of these, right? He's saying, please, Kins, right?
Yes.
And you're pleading with him to tell you what's going on, right?
Yes.
And this is all just on the ride back from dropping him off to your house, right?
Yes.
And that takes 15 minutes?
Yeah.
At the most?
Probably when I make a trip to Milford, I would say like 18 minutes.
And so, but this didn't start immediately once you got into the car. You didn't start immediately texting with him, right?
No, I had that group FaceTime call. I had received texts, and then that's when I had initiated the texting.
So how long do you think it took for all of those texts to go back and forth?
10 minutes, maybe, max.
Max, right?
Mhm.
Because these are going back and forth, back and forth. You're peppering him with questions. He's giving you responses that don't make any sense to you.
Yes.
And that's not the way Mr. Valle normally would text with you, was it?
No.
And you said, so scared, what's going on? I won't tell anyone, I swear, right?
Yes.
And you said that when you'd been together earlier in the day, he hadn't mentioned anything about going to Florida.
No.
Were you aware that there was a plan for the family to go to Florida?
No.
And you called him, you said, and he answered and talked to you for 2 minutes?
Yes.
And his demeanor when you were talking to him, did he seem panicked?
He kept saying, nothing's going on, nothing's happening. Stop panicking, nothing's happening.
Did that seem scared to you?
That was very weird. I didn't know what was going on.
Didn't make any sense to you, did it?
No, it didn't.
He was telling you, I wasn't there, right?
Yes.
That didn't make any sense to you, did it?
No.
You kept telling him that he was, right?
Yes.
And that was the last time that you saw Mr. Valle?
Yeah, that's the last time we saw each other.
And you told us that was the worst night of your life, right?
Yes.
Officers came to talk to you that early that same, or like early the next morning,
Yes.
before the sun was up.
Yeah.
And you told them everything that you knew about it, right?
Yep.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
So at this point, I would ask the state to please call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Taylor Capella to stand, please.